everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
In the multiverse as Asagami Fujino, he crossed into the world of One Piece, endured countless hardships to become a powerhouse, only to be plotted against by the world itself and face death, then reincarnated again, becoming Asagami Fujino, invincible across infinite dimensions. This is the tale of an invincible Asagami Fujino. All settings are modified, take this book as canon. The protagonist is Yuri-oriented. If that's not your taste, please refrain from flaming. Thank you for your cooperation. Type Moon stealing the stars in September. Back to Type Moon Gensokyo's Divine Era Re-Zero Katanagatari Short Arc Date A Live Arknights, Chapter 1 to 700, Chapter 1, Prologue. In a traditional Japanese room, a purple-haired little girl murmured to the wall. Replying host, "You are currently in the Type Moon world," a synthetic electronic voice answered. The purple-haired girl showed no surprise at the sudden voice. Her adorable face remained expressionless. "System, open my status," she said, and a light screen appeared before her. Host, Asagami Fujino. Strength, 1 Constitution, 1 Spirit, 7623200. Abilities, the Demon Eye of Distortion sealed, Magic Circuit sealed, Top-tier Observation Hockey, Top-tier Armament Hockey, Rokushiki. As expected, the current Asagami Fujino was not the original. A transmigrator had taken over her body. The transmigrator had long forgotten his original name. Once an ordinary man, he had followed the standard path: school, university, job, marry a passable woman, live out his days. But one day everything changed. He crossed worlds. It wasn't because he spilled water on his PC, electrocuted himself, or got sucked down a toilet-turned-black hole, nor was it from saving a little loli darting into traffic. He'd never be the fool who dives in front of a truck for a kid. At most he'd offer a casual prayer afterward. He just... That day, briefcase in hand, he was walking to work when, the instant he reached the company gate, the familiar building became a small island. A huge, half-naked brute swung a blade at him. Panicking, he raised his left arm to block. The sword severed it clean. Agony exploded through him, his first taste of such pain, blood from the stump spraying his face, the stench of iron flooding his nose. The shock crashed his mind. When awareness returned, he was drenched in blood. The brute lay dead beside him. His left arm was gone, truly gone, lying a short distance away. The smell and the throbbing stump screamed that this was no dream. Then the system appeared, confirmed it was all real, and explained that while he'd blacked out, it had seized his body to kill the attacker, his so-called newbie gift. It restored his wound, returning his left arm, only as far as the shoulder. The limb itself was still missing. After assigning a task line filled with question marks, the system vanished. Trembling, freezing, the peace-raised man had never seen such horror. The abrupt transmigration, the lost arm, everything crushed him. He screamed at the sky, begging the system to send him back, but no answer came. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the blood-soaked sand. He awoke aboard a ship. Marines had found and rescued him. He didn't speak, lying catatonic for days. The sailors thought him a simpleton and planned to drop him at the next port. As the ship neared its destination, he stepped out under their stunned gazes, walked up to Vice Admiral Garp, knelt and begged to enlist. He understood, he had to survive no matter what. He expected refusal at 20. He was too old, untrained, one-armed, weaker than a child in this world. But to everyone's shock, Garp agreed and took him as personal disciple. He didn't ask why, he only clung to survival. That night Garp began 500 push-ups. He collapsed at 30. Garp hauled him up and forced him onward. Again and again he passed out, was punched awake. By the time he finished it was noon the next day. His right arm felt destroyed. He refused to quit. Linking with the system, he borrowed 100,000 points on credit to restore the ruined arm and future training injuries debt, 200,000 points, due in 10 years. When he asked Garp to continue, the old man simply studied him, said nothing of the miraculously healed arm, and told him to rest until they reached the next island. That destination was Windmill Village. He realized where the timeline stood. He met the future Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace. He didn't befriend them. To live he needed strength. Power was truth in any world, merely shifting from open slaughter to covert games. Training began. Garp kept him separate. Training beside Luffy now would be suicide. 1 year later his body could match an average Marine recruit. Points dwindled to 80,000, limbs had been mangled and restored countless times, yet it was worth it. Even as cannon fodder he was growing stronger. In the second year Garp visited rarely, each time leaving ever tougher regimens. By early year 3 only 15,000 points remained, but his strength reached Marine lieutenant level. Though without real combat experience he couldn't beat one. Near year's end Garp returned, inducted him officially, and dumped him on a small island to slaughter blood-stained pirates. He still remembered how his hand shook the first time he ended a life. That was when he learned how points were earned, killing the stronger the prey, the richer the reward. His mission in this world was clear: grow stronger. Early in the fourth year Garp stationed him in a remote town plagued by weak, but numerous pirates, strongest only near petty officer level. Garp's parting gifts: the blade he'd first killed with, paper on Rokushiki's iron body technique, and a smile. 3 months later, he left the remote little town. 3 months to slaughter every pirate there, at the cost of one eye, and he hadn't the points left to restore it. 2 years after that, Garp had posted him to the pirate teaming West Blue, serving as a common soldier in a coastal town. He killed many pirates. Strong and weak, took wounds that nearly killed him more than once, and still owed the system about 160,000 points. Back on Garp's ship once more, his strength had solidly reached commander, and was pushing toward rear admiral. 5 years passed. He followed Garp back to Windmill Village to learn hockey and the Rokushiki. 2 years later he had observation and armament hockey at entry level of the Rokushiki. Only Iron Body was truly mastered, the rest merely familiar. The body's talent was too poor. Previous point upgrades had strengthened physique, not aptitude. For the next 3 years he carried a blade, sailing the 4 blues save East Blue under Garp's orders, hunting pirates without pause. Only 2 years remained to repay the debt. Though he'd kept killing while training hockey, he still owed roughly 130,000 points. After another year of relentless slaughter he finally cleared the debt, gained full command of both hockey, and noticeably improved the Rokushiki. But the constant killing put a target on his back. An ambush cost him his right leg, though he escaped and in doing so grasped the realm of iron cutting. With every point repaid, he couldn't afford a new limb. Garp, however, reported his record to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who, impressed and satisfied after a background check, offered him a place in the Navy's science branch experiment, a mechanical right leg. Months passed while he learned to fight with steel instead of flesh. One day he saw Ace's new bounty. Garp dragged him off to drink and curse Ace together. That night he got drunk, truly drunk for the first time, defenses completely down. In the final year he obeyed Marine HQ, hunting pirates across the seas, rising steadily in strength until he wore the star of a rear admiral. He was 31 when, far away at Windmill Village, Luffy finally set sail. He kept killing, speaking to no fellow Marines, quietly stockpiling points he never spent. By now he lacked nothing. He met Luffy, fought him, crossed blades with Zoro, yet never captured the boy, partly from Garp's sake. He did beat Luffy half-dead more than once, and discovered victory over the protagonist still awarded points fewer than a kill, but substantial. The system confirmed, clash with a world's lead and gain credit even without a kill. His days became hockey training, sword polishing, pirate hunting. In time he fully mastered Rokushiki, and advanced both hockey to high grade. Then the Paramount War began. He chose not to save Ace. Once he had wept for Ace on a screen, but now he needed strength. He lacked both the power and the reason to betray the Marines for a man he barely knew. He deliberately avoided Luffy on the battlefield, cutting down pirates instead. He witnessed Whitebeard's might. The shockwaves shattered his steel leg and battered the rest of his body. The war ended, Ace died. He himself was carried to the Navy's hospital. Worth it, the battle had earned him more than 4 million points. After discharge he spent 2 million on a great swordsman's lifetime can-do insight. 2.5 years later the knowledge was fully his. He became a master swordsman, albeit one built on borrowed epiphytes. Meanwhile Sengoku stepped down, Sakazuki took the fleet admiral's seat, and Kazan left the service. Half a year later the Straw Hats reappeared, he ignored them. With Sakazuki in charge and HQ relocated to the New World, he stayed there, hunting pirates and forging the stolen sword principles into something of his own. 2 more years and he truly stood as a great swordsman, his own Tao of the Blade realized. Both Haki, pushed by points, reached their peak 10 million spent in total. He still held nearly 100 million points, earned from countless kills and hundreds of shattered prosthetic legs. Yet he neither healed the leg nor the long-lost eye, keeping the scars as reminders of weakness and to avoid suspicion. For his slaughter he was promoted to Vice Admiral by Sakazuki, and marked by every major pirate crew in the New World. 1 year later a sudden accident killed him in the world of One Piece. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 2, Level Up. A sudden, violent illness crushed his body. At his level sickness was almost impossible unless it was the same incurable disease that had felled Gold. He could not understand how he had contracted it, he had touched nothing dangerous, yet the fatal malady had appeared. After years of silence the system finally spoke. The world had detected him as a foreign existence, and was trying to erase him. That day he fell quiet. Facing the same disease that killed Roger, he felt his strength drain away, soon to return to the weakness of his first days in this world. He could not allow it, too many enemies waited for the moment he faltered. Then the system offered a choice. With points past the 100 million mark, he could spend 99% of them to force a mission clear, abandon his body, and let his soul travel to a random new world. Without hesitation he accepted. That night he left behind an empty shell, and a letter for Garp. Under the system's protection his soul broke free of One Piece, and soared toward another reality. Too weak. Clenching tiny fists, Asagami Fujino frowned. Accustomed to her former strength, she felt as fragile as paper, unable even to use haki. The Rokushiki required bodily power she no longer possessed. Yet her once empty left arm was whole again, the steel leg replaced by living flesh. The body was weaker than when she had first entered One Piece, but Fujino was undismayed. In a decade she had risen to admiral-level strength, system-assisted but earned all the same. The haki, Rokushiki, great swordsman insights, and battle experience remained etched in her mind. Once she rebuilt this frail body, the power would return. A female body is troublesome. Becoming a woman didn't bother Asagami Fujino in the least. In the world of One Piece, she had long since accepted anything necessary to grow stronger. A change of gender was trivial. Women might be born with less raw strength, yet they could still stand at the pinnacle. Take Momosaji, a swordswoman of the Marines who had once fought her to a standstill without the system's help. Her new identity was hardly weak. Asagami Fujino, one of Type Moon World's tragedies, possessed the demon eye of distortion. A left rotation in her left eye, a right rotation in her right, whatever she gazed upon twisted. Activate both axes on a single object and it snapped at the seam. A power equal to any Logia devil fruit, perhaps greater. Becoming Fujino was a sound choice. If fate had made her this girl, she would not allow the tragedy to repeat. World variance detected. Commence system upgrade. The synthetic voice chimed. What changes? Fujino asked. Please inspect after completion, the system replied. She waited briefly. Upgrade order confirmed. Purging remaining host points, update initializing. Fujino said nothing as her balance was wiped. After spending 99%, she had too little left to buy anything meaningful. 100 million had looked impressive, yet the items she truly needed cost far more. Upgrade finished. Please review. A new panel materialized. Host, Asagami Fujino. Strength, F. Endurance, F. Agility, F. Luck, B+, A+ innate skills, armament hockey, A+ observation hockey, A+ unique sword art, A++ the demon eye of distortion, EX sealed. Congenital insensitivity to pain, C in heroic spirit sheet. Why no mana? Fujino asked. Host has not opened a single circuit, no mana pool exists, the system said. Begin One Piece world reward calculation. Due to a system error the world marked you, compensation will be paid. Calculate it. She hoped the compensation was useful. Processing. Host attained Admiral class strength. Reward, 10,000 points. Because of system fault, points doubled and ability granted, Supreme Sanctuary. Lines appeared on her panel, Supreme Sanctuary. A supreme being shelters you, your future is unobservable, and the world can never strike at you again. Fujino smiled. With Supreme Sanctuary she need not fear being erased as a foreign element. With this blessing the world will not eliminate you no matter how much you alter it, rewrite events as you please. As she pleased. She laughed. To act without restraint one still required the power to enforce it. Post-upgrade shop adjusted, inspect at leisure. The voice fell silent. She opened the store. Prices had simply dropped a 0 or 2, nothing fundamental change. Point income would have been scaled as well. She had 20,000 points meager. A body reinforcement that once cost 20,000 now demanded 2,000, she bought 5 for 10,000, raising strength, endurance, and agility to E-heroic spirit tier, far beyond human limits, roughly a strong lieutenant from her marine days. 3,000 more cured her pain disorder, 5,000 bought Yubashiri, leaving 2,000. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 3, Tuko Aozaki Yubashiri, a black lacquered okatana with an irregular, short cross-section edge, and an ornate scabbard, one of the 50 Ryo Wazamono. Feels like home. She hefted the blade. Yubashiri had been her first real sword in One Piece, the one she wielded longest. Her original Navy-issued blade had shattered in the West Blue, unable to afford better, she'd bought Yubashiri. Time to test the edge. Bloodlust glinted in her dark eyes, a fierce smile on her lips. Only 2 points. She flicked blood from the steel. At her feet lay 2 corpses, her mother and stepfather. Killing them stirred nothing in her, she was Fujino, yet not Fujino. Yubashiri vanished into system storage, an ability that had once let her hoard food, and never fear running out at sea. She looted the house for cash, changed clothes, women's garments were softer, no wonder her old world had cross-dressers. Task done, she left the reeking house, bought a map, and headed for Misaki City. Whether the events of Magician's Night had begun or not, she had to go, the system had issued the order. Misaki was a short bus ride away. Looking like a child, she nearly got taken to the police. 100-point mass hypnosis let her bored. Had killing not risked halting the bus, she'd have slaughtered them all. Coming from lawless seas to the rule-bound Type Moon world, graded. Again and again she reached for her blade, then remembered blood no longer flowed every day. Maybe I'm not me anymore. Watching buildings flash past, she mocked herself. The endless killing in One Piece had erased the person she had been, now she lived as someone her past self would never have imagined. A lone figure caught Asagami Fujino's eye, a beautiful woman with short orange hair, green dress, and glasses, striking enough to draw every gaze. Yet no one stood near her, she sat in isolation like someone the world had forgotten. Magecraft. How interesting. To think I'd meet her, Hireozaki Tuko. In that case, the events of which on the holy night must be about to begin. Fujino's jet-black eyes studied the distant Tuko with open curiosity. Without Magecraft cloaking her, men would already have lined up to speak with such a beauty. Fujino's undisguised scrutiny soon drew Tuko's attention. The moment their eyes met, Tuko's body went rigid. It was a gaze more crimson than fresh blood. Tuko felt herself plunged into a world forged entirely from gore, a terrifying, pure murderous intent wrapping around the insignificant existence called Aozaki Tuko. Impossible. The ever-composed Tuko's face drained of color, the mana within her shuddering wildly. How many people has she killed? She dared not meet Fujino's stare again, being surrounded by that killing intent was simply too frightening. Interesting. Fujino was suddenly seated opposite her. To think I'd run into you here. Who exactly are you? Though Fujino looked like a mere child, Tuko was convinced she faced an ancient monster who had lived who knew how many years. Every thought in Tuko's mind was audible to Fujino. With peerless observation haki perfected through the system, she could hear all things, glimpse the immediate future, and peer into hearts. The ability wasn't absolute. If the target's mental strength surpassed hers, it would fail, and even rebound. I'm no old monster, and I can hear what you're thinking, Fujino said flatly. Having lived far longer than Tuko, she felt no irritation at the label. Learning that her surface thoughts were exposed made Tuko tense even more. I have no interest in the tedious secrets inside you. I don't pry at will, so rest easy. She hadn't even activated observation haki. Long life meant she could read people without looking. Understood. May I ask why you have sought me out? Calming herself, Tuko asked cautiously, still wary. There is something I need your help with. Fujino studied her. She had wondered how to solve the problem, then fortune delivered Tuko, saving her a tidy sum of points. What might that be? The childish appearance clashed with the adult tone, leaving Tuko unsettled. Fujino spoke evenly, I need you to open my magic circuits. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 4, Misaki City. You're certain you didn't misspeak? Tuko stared in disbelief. An ancient monster asking her to unlock magic circuits. Had she misheard, or was the woman unhinged? Fujino's eye twitched. She had caught the thought but let it pass. You heard correctly. Help me open my circuits and in return, I'll grant you a favor or teach you something. It hadn't been part of her plan. Originally she meant to sneak into Misaki City, steal tomes from the witch's house, and awaken the circuits herself. The system could do it for 1,500 points, but its goods were outrageously priced. Better to manage alone until she ran into Tuko. A small price for the Magus' 8 weeks of study. You're sure? Tuko asked, doubtful. Positive. Fujino nodded. If you don't need a favor, I can teach you that mind-hearing skill instead. She had deliberated before offering observation haki. Even in one piece, mastering it enough to hear thoughts would take 20 years without the system's help. Tuko agreed instantly. Whatever scheme the monster harbored, the trade was absurdly lopsided. A trivial task for the power to listen to hearts was pure profit. Then I'll count on you after we arrive. Fujino's eyes black once more flickered with a faint gleam Tuko failed to notice. You're bound for Misaki City as well? Tuko asked. She had her own business there, conflict would be troublesome. She carried trump cards, but against ancients their worth was uncertain. Your affairs don't interest me, and that phantasmal species you're after poses no threat. Noting Tuko's somber face, she added, you open my circuits, I pay what I promised, then we part ways. What you do afterward is your own concern. Very well. I'll be in your care then. Tuko nodded, saying no more. Fujino likewise fell silent, closing her eyes to recover her mental strength. This body belonged to the original Asagami Fujino. Her soul needed time to adapt. Most of her vast spiritual power lay suppressed. She had to complete the fusion before her strength and observation haki could function fully. Reading Tuko's thoughts for even a moment had tired her. She needed her power restored as soon as possible. With the future sight observation haki granted, she could act or avert much. "We're here." Fujino opened her eyes as the train's loudspeaker announced their arrival. "I'll leave the rest to you." Looking at Tuko Aozaki, the woman nodded, stepped out of the car, and Fujino Asagami rose to follow her. Walking behind Tuko Aozaki, Fujino Asagami swept her gaze across the surrounding scenery, finally settling on a mansion perched atop a distant hill home of the witch Yuzuha Kwanji and of Aoko Aozaki, soon to be a full-fledged magus. "Host has arrived in Misaki City, mission complete. 500 points awarded." The system's synthetic voice chimed, and Fujino's total leapt to 2,402. "Next mission issued, subdue or slay the witch Yuzuha Kwanji. Reward will be distributed based on final outcome. Subdue Yuzuha Kwanji, 1 League of Legends Universe skill draw. Slay Yuzuha Kwanji, special item Witch's Terminator." Fujino stopped dead. She had never seen the system issue a mission like this, only 2 had come before, yet the rewards dwarfed any mere points. The league draw captivated her. She had played the game, she knew the universes might eclipse even the Type Moon world. Cosmic Dragon King Aurelian Soul, the Celestial Wanderer Soraka from beyond Mount Targan, the realm-roaming bard, demons, aspects, the void, and gods beings beyond mortal imagination. Even reduced to skills their power remained immense. The system shop sold them for prices she could never pay. Had her 100 million One Piece points survived, she might have afforded one lesser ability, yet on this world it would still be overwhelming. "System, what counts as subduing?" she demanded. Whatever the draw yielded would be worth it. The witch's Terminator, searchable in the shop, was useless here. Type Moon held too few witches. "Conquest of mind and body," the system replied. Fujino's brows knit. Before she could speak, a shadow fell. Tuko stood before her. "Something wrong?" Fujino shook her head. "Nothing, just found something interesting." Tuko didn't press. Glancing toward the mansion, eyes briefly alight, she turned back. "Come, my workshop's close. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 5, Great Sever. Here we are. Tuko pointed to a derelict building choked by weeds, vines bursting through cracked walls long abandoned. "Let's go." Tuko stepped forward and felt something razor-sharp press against her back. "What do you think you're doing?" Tuko adjusted her glasses, voice calm. "That's my line, Tuko Aozaki." Fujino's tone was ice. Her yubashiri needed only a push to pierce flesh, bone, and heart. "So you noticed?" Tuko remained unruffled. "My apologies, but I dislike." Before she could finish, yubashiri sank into her body. "Wait, wrong feel." After countless pirates, Fujino knew the sensation of steel and flesh. This was off. Observation haki screamed. Without hesitation she stomped the ground and vaulted away. A roaring explosion left only a flame-wreathed crater where Tuko had stood. An explosive puppet. No time to think, a tearing sound raced in from behind. Observation haki shrieked, even Sora might not be fast enough. Crimson flashed across her eyes. Sheathing yubashiri into her system space, she clenched her right fist. Jet black light coated it as she spun, slamming the dark fist into whatever struck from behind. The impact sent a shockwave of dust and black-red lightning across the ground. Another crash. 2 figures burst from the cloud. As expected of a phantasmal species, rank E can't compete. Fujino glared at the towering golden werewolf. Her right arm hung twisted and useless. "Interesting. A human matching my strength. Whatever that black energy is, you've surpassed human limits." The golden wolf grinned, eyes gleaming. "Your right arm's done, but you've something more." Massive frame blurred toward her. With observation haki she jerked her head aside, claws carving shallow cuts along her cheek. Coating her knee in armament haki, she used the tenfold ground strike to hammer the werewolf's gut. The sudden burst sent the beast stumbling 3 paces. Fujino whipped out Yubashiri. With her left hand she had trained both arms in the One Piece world for exactly this. Violet-black haki wrapped the blade. One sword-style great sever. Imitating the finisher she'd once seen an Amazon warrior use in a tokusatsu show, Asagami Fujino funneled every ounce of her strength into the blade in her left hand, something like an IAI strike meant to end the fight in a single breath. The instant the sword left its sheath, a jet-black slash, pure and unstoppable, lanced straight for the golden wolf. Fujino's left arm went limp, as ruined as her right. The beast didn't flinch. Perhaps it no longer could. Fujino's killing intent had locked it in place. Its jade eyes blazed with excitement rather than fear. It crossed both foreclaws, determined to meet the blow head-on. "Nice try," Fujino murmured. Her pupils shifted, twin halos blooming inside each iris, one crimson, one emerald. "Beowulf, watch out." Tuko Aozaki's shout carried from afar too late. The demon eye of distortion, by sight she sets an axis of rotation. Left eye turns left, right eye turns right, anything she gazes upon warps. If both axes are fixed upon a single target, the object is twisted apart at their intersection. With the disappearance of her congenital analgesia, the sealed mystic eyes awoke fully. Red and green spiraled coldly as she fixed both rotational axes upon the golden wolf. Fujino never expected the eyes to kill the beast. These were not the same mystic eyes that had stockpiled years of power, and she remembered that this particular phantasmal species could resurrect. All she needed was to pin it in place, shred its defenses, and let the sword strike land clean. 2 opposing rotations met, the wolf's body contorted grotesquely, blood fontaining. The pain only enraged it, and it fought to tear free of the twisting force. At that instant the black sword wave arrived, carving through the beast without resistance. The golden wolf was split in half, gore spraying across the ground. "System, begin collection," Fujino ordered silently. "Host is beyond standard range. Spend 300 points for remote collection. Confirm and restore both arms while you're at it." Command accepted. Remote collection, 300 points. Limb restoration, 1000 points. Executing. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 6, Compensation. The instant the points were deducted, her shattered arms reknit themselves. Collection complete. Phantasmal species blood. Calculating points. Congratulations, host, 45,000 points acquired. She left the balance untouched, dismissed the mystic eyes, and shifted Yubashiri to her right hand. Fujino vanished from where she stood, reappearing mid-air. A sword strike devoid of haki cleaved toward the crown of a distant tree. A crimson silhouette shot upward to meet the slash, was bisected, and cancelled the blade momentum in a splash of petals. Tuko Aozaki, too cowardly to show yourself. Fujino's observation haki pinned the puppeteer behind the trunk. Since you insist, how could I refuse? A counterfeit smile on her lips, Tuko stepped out with a suitcase, as though nothing had happened. Fujino didn't care why Tuko had attacked. Yubashiri flared with haki. She was no swordsman who held back against women. Anything that struck at her would die. Itoryu, blink. She vanished and reappeared before Tuko in the same heartbeat, Yubashiri already cleaving toward the woman's neck. Tuko had primed a hidden rune the moment she emerged. The sigil ignited the instant Fujino arrived, detonating between them. Fire blossomed, Tuko's body shimmered beneath a pale ward that drank the blast, letting the shockwave hurl her backward. Futile, came the icy verdict. Cloaked in black, Fujino burst through the flames, Yubashiri aimed straight at Tuko's throat. Emerald light blazed along Tuko's limbs, catapulting her sideways. A wet hiss blood fanned across the air, spattering Fujino's cheek. Tuko survived, trading an arm for her life. She pressed the stump, green light sealing the wound. Ordinary people must have noticed that fight. Will you break the Magi's law and bring the clock tower hunting you? She had spotted Fujino even before the girl boarded the tram. When bystanders ignored the child like a subtle spell, Tuko's caution, and a woman's sixth sense took over, she left a puppet in her place, and watched from the shadows. Then came Fujino's request to open her magic circuits. You cast on me just now, use suggestion, and now you want my help, are you joking? So Tuko struck first. She had assumed Beowulf would finish the intruder, yet the wolf had been destroyed without even resurrecting. Your rules mean nothing to me. Expose your so-called mystery, what do I care? You're not a magus. Fujino raised Yubashiri, ending the conversation. Aozaki Tuko felt she could still salvage the situation. But Asagami Fujino didn't waver. Shave burst into motion, stepped on the great tree beneath her feet, and arrived in front of Tuko. Yubashiri in her hand slashed ruthlessly toward Tuko. The corners of Tuko's eyes turned blue, her mystic eyes. Asagami's movement froze. Yubashiri hovered less than a fist's breadth from Tuko's throat. A faint red line had already appeared across the puppeteer's neck. Mystic eyes, huh? Breaking the binding would be easy, yet Asagami didn't bother. Her own pupils shifted, and the demon eye of distortion flared again. Seeing those eyes, Tuko's heart lurched. She had no time to think and hastily shouted, I can compensate you. Tuko was stunned, she'd expected refusal, yet Asagami agreed. With a sharp tug, Asagami shattered the binding of Tuko's mystic eyes and sheathed Yubashiri. Gazing at the bewildered puppeteer, she said, even if I killed you now, you wouldn't die. Am I wrong, Miss Aozaki Tuko, the doll master? You certainly know a great deal. Tuko eyed her, deeply wary. Had this girl overheard her thoughts? A terrifying ability. I'll wait for you in that building, bring the wolf back. Asagami turned and left. Wait, Beowulf is alive. Tuko snatched the severed arm from the ground, reattaching a limb was child's play for a puppeteer. Then she sprinted toward where Asagami and Beowulf had fought. A phantasmal species was priceless. If the wolf still lived, Tuko would haul her back. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 7, Jabril, she really isn't dead. Tuko pressed a hand to the golden wolf's bisected body, incredulous. The cells were still alive, the separated halves straining to reunite, yet a strange force held them apart. What power is this? Tuko marveled, then grimaced. How was she supposed to move such a huge corpse? She knew no spatial thaumaturgy, and the fight had already drawn attention, especially that witch in the city. She had to leave, fast. While she fretted, a voice spoke behind her. Excuse me, Miss Aozaki Tuko. An unfamiliar voice. Instantly a rune blazed in Tuko's hand, and she hurled it backward without hesitation. A violent explosion bloomed into roaring flame. Miss Aozaki, you trouble me. Were it not for my master's order to bring you back, I'd already take your head. The voice came from within the fire. A silhouette appeared. Tuko's eyes narrowed. Small but unmistakably wings. What rotten luck. One disaster after another. First Asagami, now a bird-like thing. What had the world come to? You seem distressed. The figure floated forward, protected by a green halo. An angelic girl of breathtaking beauty, radiating crushing presence. A geometric halo spun above her head, tiny wings of light shimmered at her waist. Her long hair shimmered like a prism, scattering rainbow glints. Her bright eyes carried a murderous weight. Under that gaze Tuko felt a mountain pressing down, her back soaked in cold sweat. The angel suddenly giggled, shoulders shaking. Tuko stared, bewildered. Forgive me. The girl composed herself. I am Jibril of the Flugel, sent by my master to retrieve you. Flugel, a phantasmal species. And a master. Why was everyone after her today? Sensing something, Jibril's smile turned playful, then vanished. Someone approaches. Allow me to take you first. Tuko clenched her teeth and nodded. She had no strength to resist. She could only hope Asagami would come for her later, though she held little hope. Then let's go. Jibril grasped Tuko's arm, then noticed the bisected golden wolf. Her eyes lit. With a wave the corpse vanished. She seized Tuko and they vanished. Less than a minute later a black-clad girl, short black hair, gloves, a nun-like habit appeared. Cold black eyes surveyed the scorched ground and stilled. The girl stepped forward slowly, finally bending down to study the traces. Her brows lifted slightly, her cool voice tinged with surprise. Runes. Is she back? Two figures perched quietly in a tree behind the girl, watching her. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 8, Alice Kwanji, what exactly are you doing? Tuko Aozaki whispered to Jibril from the branch. She had thought Jibril was taking her away, yet here they were hiding in a tree and apparently targeting her friend, Misaki City's witch, Alice Kwanji. Master's orders. Jibril smiled, then put on a lecherous grin. A system I've never seen. This thing you call magecraft. Weak but fascinating. Tuko's face darkened. The awe-inspiring being she couldn't even look at a moment ago had turned into a drooling pervert. The change was too much for her to accept. Oops, so sorry. Noticing her loss of composure, Jibril quickly wiped the saliva from her lips and returned to her usual self. Smiling at Tuko, she said, my apologies, Miss Tuko Aozaki, for letting you see that. Fine, Tuko answered hastily. Your being fine is irrelevant. I, however, have a problem. Jibril's smile vanished. Letting you see that was a mistake. When you're of no use to Master, may I kill you, Miss Aozaki? Then only Master would know. Tuko gave an awkward laugh and said nothing, already planning her escape. She had to run. This madwoman meant every word. The instant Tuko became useless, Jibril would kill her without hesitation. Jibril said no more. Her smile returned, and she vanished from Tuko's side, startling her. Even having seen it once, Tuko was still astonished. No hint of mana, yet something like spatial magecraft. No, something greater had been used. While Tuko was still thinking, Jibril reappeared, carrying the unconscious girl from the ground. Is Alice all right? Tuko asked. After all, they were friends. Don't worry, I only knocked her out. Jibril looked troubled. But her body's so fragile. I accidentally broke a few bones just doing that. I should have used another method. I wonder if Master will blame me, Jibril fretted. Tuko's mouth twitched. Don't you have any healing abilities? Jibril brightened. I've always hunted giants, dragonkind, phantasmal species. Used something like heavenly weapons. I've only ever healed myself. I don't know if it works on you. Phantasmal species. Hunts them. Just who is this woman? Tuko stared hard at Jibril, certain now she was someone terrifying, and began to guess at her true identity. All right, Miss Aozaki, let's go. Still holding Alice Kwanji, Jibril took Tuko's hand without healing the girl, and the three vanished instantly. Master, I'm back. Jibril appeared in a dilapidated building, cheerfully calling out. She tossed Alice Kwanji to the stunned Tuko and darted into a room. This is my own hideout. So the Master is that old monster. Tuko realized. Only someone like that could have a servant this terrifying. Jibril, get down your drools on me. Hee hee, master's sent. Hearing that, Tuko's face darkened. She set Alice down and walked inside. Would you care to explain? Tuko demanded of Asagami Fujino, who was entangled with Jibril. What is going on? Fujino pushed Jibril away and said coolly, I only sent Jibril to help you bring back that wolf. Tuko opened her mouth, then closed it again, saying nothing. Now then, prepare to open my magic circuits, Fujino told Tuko, then turned to Jibril. Jibril, go hunt a few magi. Don't let anyone see you. Ugh, why hunt such worthless prey? Jibril drooped, reluctant. Fujino leaned to Jibril's ear and whispered something. Jibril's eyes lit up. Master, really? Fujino nodded. With a shout, Jibril vanished. After she left, Tuko asked curiously, where did you get an angel or familiar like that? Fujino gave her an odd look. Because of you. Because of me. What do you mean? Tuko pressed, but Fujino offered no further answer. The truth was, Jibril's arrival in this world was tied to Tuko. When Fujino defeated the Golden Wolf, the system had awarded a lottery chance for beating a non-host phantasmal species. The prize pool held treasures, elixirs, abilities, arts, people, even inheritances from every world, and Fujino drew Jibril. The system set Fujino as Jibril's master, and adjusted the angel's memories accordingly. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 9, Transcendence Evil Power. What should I do? Sitting on the chair, Asagami Fujino watched Aozaki Tuko fiddling with something nearby. You don't need to do anything. Aozaki Tuko walked over, smearing a strange substance on her hands. What is that? Fujino asked. A little something to help open your magic circuits, Tuko replied. I really didn't expect you to be this strong without any circuits open. How did you manage it? Training. Not everyone needs magecraft to grow powerful, Fujino said calmly. Is that so? Tuko smiled. Take off your clothes. Hearing that, Fujino didn't hesitate, and promptly removed her top. Just bare your shoulder. Tuko's eyes swept over the exposed skin, not out of attraction, but because the distribution of Fujino's muscles was flawless. As a doll maker, Tuko's knowledge of human anatomy was second to none, and even she was impressed. Hurry up, Fujino urged, uncomfortable under Tuko's appraising gaze. Being stared at by another woman didn't bother her, but the way Tuko looked at her as if she were an object reminded her of the celestial dragons she'd met in the One Piece world. Tuko withdrew her gaze and pressed her self-covered hand against Fujino's shoulder. This might hurt. Go ahead. Activating. Light flared from Tuko's palm. Pain surged through her body, but Fujino's expression didn't change. She'd endured far worse, the sting of awakening magic circuits was nothing. Tuko watched her unmoving face with a flicker of surprise. She knew the agony of circuit activation. The channels were akin to nerves, and forcing them open was brutal. How many points do I have left? Fujino asked the system in her mind. Host currently possesses 70,850 points, the synthetic voice replied. Jibril must have killed quite a few mages. After Jibril was summoned, every mage she slew granted Fujino half the usual points. One reason Fujino had sent the angel on a hunt. System, how many points to raise my circuits to the highest grade? Fujino's own circuits were few and mediocre, she intended to upgrade them. The system advises against it. This world's circuits evolved only to combat the fading of mystery, spending points on them is inefficient. Fujino considered and realized the system was right. In the Fourth War, Saber King Arthur possessed no circuits. Her draconic factor let her generate vast mana with every breath and heartbeat. Most other heroic spirits likewise had no need for circuits. Host has two options, both affordable with current points, the system announced. What are they? 1. Spend 75,000 points to gain a flawed draconic factor. With your circuits now open, the cost is only 70,000. Fujino didn't decide yet. And the second? A special quest will be issued and must be completed within a set time. Reward: a mana system worth roughly 300 million points, available for early withdrawal. She skipped asking what the reward was. If I fail, what's the penalty? Erasure. This system does not erase hosts. Failure will strip all power and restart you from zero. Not death, yet in a way worse. I accept. What's the reward? A 300 million point item couldn't be weak. 100 million point items already offered leaps in power. Command confirmed. Quest generated and locked, cannot be abandoned. Reward generated, locked, Transcendence, evil power of Vagar, the tiny master of evil from the League of Legends universe. Extract now, host. Warning: Transcendence evil power is potent dark mana. Upon extraction, the surrounding land will be shrouded in it, causing drastic change and possibly alerting the counterforce. Hey, what's wrong? Tuko's voice cut in. Fujino's circuits had long since finished opening, yet she hadn't moved an inch. Snapping back to reality, Fujino grabbed Tuko and mentally called Jibril. The angel appeared beside her the next instant. Master, what's up? You called me back so suddenly. Jibril's clothes were spattered with fresh blood. She'd clearly been hunting mages moments ago. Something's come up, Fujino told her, then turned to Tuko. Stay here. I'll come back for you. Watch the witch outside. If she wakes up, knock her out again. And if you run, you're dead. Releasing Tuko, Fujino seized Jibril. Jibril, fast, take us somewhere empty. We have to hurry. Master, are you going to? Jibril's eyes lit up in excitement. Something like that. Fujino Asagami nodded without explaining further. Jibril, let's go. Yes, master. Jibril immediately used her ability, taking Fujino Asagami and vanishing from Aozaki Tuko's sight in an instant. What is this even? Aozaki Tuko tugged at her hair in frustration, her mood gloomy. Finally, she could only sit in her chair, smoking and chuckling bitterly. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 10, Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. Master, should this place be alright? Jibril and Fujino Asagami appeared in the middle of a vast desert. Fujino Asagami released her observation haki to sense the surroundings. There were no signs of life nearby. Jibril, I'll leave it to you. If anyone approaches, kill them all, Fujino Asagami said. Jibril responded happily, then clung to Fujino Asagami like a puppy, her amber eyes gazing fervently at her. Master, once your strength recovers, can you let me see it? Fujino Asagami nodded. Her soul was damaged, and her strength was not even 1/10 of its original state. This was the setting for Fujino Asagami, after the system modified Jibril's memory. Thank you, master. Having received Fujino Asagami's answer, Jibril immediately jumped up in joy. Alright, go keep watch nearby, Fujino Asagami said calmly. Jibril nodded and quickly flew off into the distance. Alright, system, prepare to extract. After Jibril left, Fujino Asagami contacted the system. By the way, system, what is that mission? Fujino Asagami suddenly remembered. Previously, she had only focused on the rewards given by the system, and hadn't asked clearly what the mission was. Destroy 10 planes to prove your evil and cruelty, the system's synthesized electronic voice rang out. This mission requires the host to complete it within 1,000 years, otherwise, it will be considered a failure. The penalty for failure is a 50% reduction in the host's strength, and the closure of the system shop for 200 years, 10 planes. Fujino Asagami didn't think too much about it. Something like destroying a plane was far beyond what she could contemplate now. The most important thing was still to increase her strength. Once she had the strength, this mission wouldn't be difficult. System, begin extraction. Yes, Transcendence evil power is being extracted. A spatial rift opened beside Fujino Asagami, and thick purple-black energy surged from the crack, flowing toward her. Fujino Asagami didn't move. This must be the Transcendence evil power the system mentioned. However, she didn't feel the presence of any power. If she didn't trust that the system wouldn't lie to her, she would have filed a complaint. When the purple-black energy entered Fujino Asagami's body, her expression changed completely. Intense pain. It felt as if her blood was evaporating bit by bit, her bones were melting, and her heart had stopped beating. The demon eye of distortion manifested, but now they weren't just an intertwining of red and green, a streak of purple-black surged into them. Her short purple hair was also transforming toward purple-black. What terrifying power! Is this master's true strength? In the distance, Jibril watched Fujino Asagami's direction with a solemn expression. In Jibril's vision, the terrifying purple-black energy was spreading outward frantically. It seems I can't stay here either. Seeing that the purple-black energy was about to spread to her location, Jibril also hurriedly flew backward. Her intuition told her not to let this energy touch her. What on earth is this? In the sky above the desert, a lean, sturdy old man looked down at the rapidly spreading purple-black energy with a grim face. Just now, he had wanted to probe what kind of existence this energy was, but he couldn't even get close. Before this energy, he felt as if he were being watched by some terrifying entity, and his entire body felt as heavy as lead. If he hadn't forced his internal magical power to break through the constraint at the last moment, he would have been completely covered by this energy by now. I've found something interesting. An excited voice suddenly rang out. The old man's expression changed, and he hurriedly jumped to the side as a scythe emitting a faint black mist slammed into the spot where he had been standing. An angel. The old man looked at Jibril, who was holding the scythe, in surprise. Not an angel. Although Jibril had wings, the killing intent on her was too obvious. She didn't look like an angel at all. I didn't expect an existence like you to be in this world. You clearly look like a human, but you have a strange aura, very similar to those blood-sucking species. Jibril's eyes, filled with a thirst for knowledge, stared fixedly at the old man. You are qualified for me to take your head, so please, go die. Saying this, Jibril swung her scythe toward the old man. The old man also solemnly brought out a strangely styled sword. Jibril suddenly stopped. I forgot one thing. Jibril suddenly smiled at the old man. You are qualified for me to know your name. I will carve it on your head after I take it. I have no desire to have my head taken, the old man said with a dark face. However, I will tell you my name. Being from another world, I am the second Magus, Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. Doesn't matter. But to think you saw that I'm not from this world, how interesting. Jibril held her scythe, with an excited smile. Now, let me take your head. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 11, Ethereal Blue. 1158 words in the sky shrouded by purple-black. Jibril, scythe in hand, looked excitedly at Zelrich. Currently, Jibril was a bit disheveled, but she hadn't sustained any major damage. In contrast, Zelrich's face was pale, a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, his clothes were torn in a large area, and there was a massive wound on his chest. The wound was repairing itself quickly, but a wisp of black mist on the injury kept hindering the recovery, causing it to heal very slowly. How on earth did this person come to this world? Zelrich was already cursing in his heart. Jibril was too strong, most of his magic couldn't even scratch her, while he had to face every one of her strikes with everything he had. The fact that you've fought me this long has already proven your strength, monkey. Jibril looked at Zelrich and raised her right hand high above her head. A massive magic circle appeared, and terrifying power gathered within it. This is completely comparable to that fellow Crimson Moon's moonfall. It's even stronger. Zelrich looked at the magic circle solemnly. He couldn't possibly block this move. The consequence of taking it head-on would undoubtedly be death. Even if he had powerful regenerative abilities as a dead apostle, Zelrich believed that under this strike of Jibril's, he wouldn't even have ashes left. Zelrich took a deep breath, his expression determined. The jewel sword in his hand emitted a glow, as it began to draw magical energy from parallel worlds. The jewel sword was the strongest mystic code held by Zelrich, the pinnacle of mystic codes with the second magic as its limited function. It could share and use the great source magical energy from infinite parallel worlds. It could gather the magical energy of parallel worlds into the jewel sword, and fire a high-powered light cannon. Let me handle it. A voice suddenly rang out, causing Zelrich's expression to shift slightly, while Jibril immediately dispersed the magic circle above her head, and turned back with a look of joy. Master, have you recovered? After seeing her master's appearance clearly, Jibril couldn't help but be stunned. Her original little girl master had actually turned into a young woman, wearing purple-black clothing somewhat similar to a kimono. Her original short purple hair had turned into waist-length purple-black hair, and her black eyes were now mystic eyes where red, green, and purple-black intertwined. Her gaze was icy and devoid of emotion, and her body was surrounded by terrifying purple-black energy. Just by looking at Fujino Asagami, Jibril felt as if she were shrouded in darkness, though she quickly returned to normal. Even though that feeling vanished, Jibril was still a bit shaken, but she soon looked at Fujino Asagami with burning eyes. Master, how do you feel now? Very good. Fujino Asagami clenched her fist. After obtaining the Transcendence evil power, although the process was painful, the pain was well worth enduring. The vast dark magical energy of the Transcendence evil power had directly performed a qualitative strengthening of her body. The massive dark magical energy allowed her to leap from a child's form directly to her most perfect form. Even though the demon eye of distortion were influenced by the Transcendence evil power, undergoing some changes, their power became even greater and transformed into a permanent mode, similar to a passive skill in a game. Fujino Asagami's eyes had now completely become the demon eye of distortion, remaining in a constantly active state. Let me test this power. Leave that old man to me, Fujino Asagami said, her body moving past Jibril to look at Zelrich in the air opposite them. The second Magus, I really didn't expect you to appear here. Fujino Asagami looked at Zelrich, then at the jewel sword in his hand, and spoke, Make your move, let me see your current power. Is your excellency a person of this world? Zelrich asked, his eyes full of confusion. Why would someone from this world possess such powerful energy? That kind of power was definitely not something this world could have. Zelrich could feel that the strength of that purple-black energy was completely beyond what this world could contain, or rather, that power completely exceeded the upper limits of this world. Fight me. She raised her right hand above her head. The purple-black energy that had shrouded a large part of the desert was drawn toward her, converging into her hand to form a massive purple-black energy sphere. Zelrich's expression changed, and his already pale face looked even whiter. Why start fighting without a word? Fujino Asagami looked at Zelrich and said calmly, Try to block this, second Magus. The massive energy sphere was thrown out by Fujino Asagami without hesitation. A piercing sound rang out as space wailed. Wherever the energy sphere passed, fine cracks appeared in space. Its power was such that even space could hardly withstand it. Holy crap! Zelrich looked at the incoming massive energy sphere, his face as ugly as could be. This thing was simply not something he could block. Let's go. On the other side, as Fujino Asagami threw the energy sphere, her expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly grabbed Jibril's hand. Although Jibril didn't understand what was happening, seeing Fujino Asagami's urgent expression, she quickly activated her heavenly movement ability, taking Fujino Asagami and vanishing from the spot. At the place where Fujino Asagami had originally accepted the Transcendent's evil power, a spatial rift had not yet closed. A streak of ethereal blue light flashed from within the rift, attempting to cross through and enter this world. But in the next moment, countless golden runes emitting a profound aura suddenly appeared, directly and tightly binding the entire spatial rift. An ancient voice came from nowhere, and time itself froze under this ancient sound. The distant purple-black energy sphere vanished, turning into a stream of light that merged with the golden runes. The golden runes instantly exploded with dazzling light, tightly binding the bit of ethereal blue that had peeked out from the spatial rift, forming a golden sphere. The surface of the golden sphere flashed with light incessantly. After a good while, the light gradually calmed down. The golden sphere floated in the air, rotated a few times, and then headed in a certain direction. As the sphere left, time resumed its flow. Zelrich looked at the empty scene before him with a stunned expression. Where was the sphere? Where did such a huge sphere go? I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 12, Cosmic Dragon King 1287 words. Who are you? Aozaki Tuko looked at the suddenly appearing Asagami Fujino. Because the change was too drastic, Toko didn't recognize her at all, but upon seeing Jibril, she realized that the young woman before her was that little girl from before. The change was far too great, wasn't it? Aozaki Tuko's eye twitched as she looked at Asagami Fujino, who had become a young woman. What's going on with you? I've just recovered some of my strength, Asagami Fujino replied, simply following the setting the system had given Jibril. There wasn't much difference anyway. Is that so? Aozaki Tuko didn't dwell on it and continued, that energy burst from before was caused by you too, right? You all noticed it. Asagami Fujino was somewhat surprised. She was in the desert, yet she hadn't expected Aozaki Tuko to be able to sense it. Otherwise, Aozaki Tuko said with a helpless look. You're too terrifying. That energy was so powerful that any magus would find it difficult not to notice. At first, I thought the age of gods had descended. That sort of thing doesn't matter to me, Asagami Fujino said casually, then looked at Aozaki Tuko. Since you've already helped me open my magic circuit, I will pay your reward. Tomorrow, I will teach you the ability to hear the voices of others' hearts. Then I thank your excellency, Aozaki Tuko said respectfully, feeling a sense of relief. She had originally thought that after helping Asagami Fujino open her magic circuit, she would lose her utility and be killed. Especially after witnessing that power even from a distance, Toko could feel its terror, and that was only a fraction of Asagami Fujino's power after some recovery. Toko really couldn't believe just how much power the young woman before her possessed. Master, I want to learn too. Beside her, Jibril tightly hugged Asagami Fujino's arm, burying it deep within the softness of her chest, her eyes sparkling. Since they were on the same side, Asagami Fujino had no reason to refuse. By the way, there's no need to call me your excellency. Asagami Fujino looked at Aozaki Tuko and said, my name is Asagami Fujino. From now on, you can just call me Sister Fujino. If you want to call me teacher, that's fine too. Alright, Sister Fujino, Aozaki Tuko called out immediately. She thought this was a great way to cling to a powerful benefactor, having decided to latch onto a powerhouse like Asagami Fujino. Aozaki Tuko then thought of something, and looked at Asagami Fujino in surprise. Sister Fujino, are you a member of the Asagami family? Aozaki Tuko was familiar with the 4 demon hunter families. Although she didn't know the details well, she knew some things, such as the declined Asagami clan, and its branch family, the Asagami. Sort of, Asagami Fujino nodded. But not anymore. Everyone in the Asagami family should be dead by now. Is that so? Aozaki Toko understood. It seemed that no one from the so-called Asagami family was left alive. All right, I'm going to rest. Asagami Fujino patted Jibril to signal her to let go, then sat in a chair and closed her eyes. Aozaki Toko and Jibril didn't disturb her, each going about their own business. Jibril asked Toko for advice on the magic of this world, and Toko also asked Jibril for some knowledge. Sitting in the chair, Asagami Fujino contacted the system. System, what's going on? Why did the Cosmic Dragon King discover the space rift? She had previously received a message from the system saying that the Cosmic Dragon King had discovered this space rift and wanted to enter this world through it. This was the reason Asagami Fujino had hurried away with Jibril. Asagami Fujino was well aware of the Cosmic Dragon King's power. In her previous world, she had looked up information on him, the great existence who created the stars. Cosmic Dragon King, Aurelian Soul, an ancient existence in the League of Legends universe, existed long before the remnants of nebulae gathered to form thousands of worlds. Since his birth at the dawn of time, he has roamed the boundless universe, seeking the magnificent brilliance scattered in the vast deep space to paint his eternal, sweeping skies. In the League of Legends universe, Aurelian Soul never met any existence that could stand as his peer. As the universe gradually flourished, many newly awakened consciousnesses began to look up at the heavens, marveling at his creations and falling into breathless contemplation. Countless worlds worshipped him, and these fledgling civilizations, based on his stars, depicted many arrogant and ridiculous theories and philosophies, which he found quite amusing. Among all living beings, only a few types could be recognized by him. For deeper contact, he chose the race with the greatest ambition and descended personally before them. This race was the Targan. In the time to come, the giants forged a magnificent crown made of star gems for Aurelian Soul, but this was the beginning of a grand conspiracy by the giants. A powerful magic was placed within the magnificent crown by the giants. They used this magic to control Aurelian Soul, utilizing his supreme might to build a majestic empire for themselves that spanned across star systems. However, Asagami Fujino knew that Aurelian Soul actually had the ability to break free from the giant's magic. But Aurelian Soul discovered that every time he attacked his new masters, one of the stars in the sky would permanently crumble into ash. To avoid destroying the stars he had created, Aurelian Soul had no choice but to be controlled by the giants. Moreover, the system informed Asagami Fujino that the Dragon King at this time was not yet the Cosmic Dragon King controlled by the giants. If Aurelian Soul came to this world through the space rift, it was hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be. System, I need an explanation. Asagami Fujino was also somewhat angry. This was an error on the system's part, but please rest assured, host. This system has closed the space rift, and Aurelian Soul cannot come to this world. The system's synthesized electronic voice sounded. To compensate the host, the system has prepared a compensation, which the host can collect at any time. Hearing that Aurelian Soul would not be coming to this world, Asagami Fujino breathed a sigh of relief. Without asking what the so-called compensation was, she asked a question she was more concerned about. Why did Aurelian Soul discover the space rift? To the host, as an ancient existence in the League of Legends universe, it is normal to be discovered since the system's current level is low. However, the host can rest assured that after this incident, the system has automatically performed an upgrade, and this will not happen again, the system replied. Asagami Fujino asked again. The host's current authority is insufficient. Authority can be opened after the host goes to the next world and upgrades the system replied. Is that so? Asagami Fujino stopped dwelling on this issue. What she needed to know, she would eventually know. At least Asagami Fujino now knew that the system in her head would not harm her. Does the host accept this compensation? Since this compensation is quite special, please enter the system space. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone and let me know. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Sexual Frigidity 1062 words. Asagami Fujino was a bit conflicted now. She hadn't encountered this kind of situation for a long time, and the object of her conflict was the unconscious Alice Kwanji in front of her. Asagami Fujino had already asked the system. To put it nicely, conquest meant doing something intimate. To put it bluntly, well, anyone would know. Although she wasn't one now, she used to be. And Asagami Fujino was now conflicted about whether to do it or not. Now that Alice Kwanji was unconscious, it could be said to be the best opportunity, but Asagami Fujino hesitated. She hadn't really been with women since she transmigrated. Although there were many beauties in the One Piece world at that time, she was focused on becoming stronger and didn't pay attention. Even when some even confessed to her, she rejected them all. Host, a friendly reminder, as the system's host, you should not be troubled by such things. After experiencing the One Piece world, you should be very clear that in any world, only strength is absolute, the system's synthesized electronic voice sounded. I know that. How could Asagami Fujino not understand what the system was saying? But she wasn't the type to take advantage of someone in peril, and looking at Alice Kwanji, she didn't feel anything. It's all because of these crappy tasks you issue. Why are there tasks like this? Asagami Fujino asked, puzzled. To the host, all tasks issued by the system are generated to meet some of the host's needs, the system replied. What does this task have to do with my needs? Asagami Fujino didn't understand. She wasn't someone who enjoyed doing that kind of thing. In the One Piece world, she focused on getting stronger, and her needs in that area had long since faded. Moreover, now that she had become a woman, what was she supposed to do? Was she supposed to grind tofu with Alice Kwanji? And the main point was that she didn't feel anything. To the host, after the system's detection, the host is actually sick. You're the one who's sick. Asagami Fujino's face immediately darkened, but in her heart, she also somewhat believed what the system said. She might really have a problem. Before, when facing Jibril, she used to like women when watching anime, but now, facing Jibril, Asagami Fujino didn't feel anything at all. Please do not question the system's detection. The system is absolutely correct. If the host questions again, the system will deduct the host's points. The system's voice sounded unhurriedly. Then tell me, what sickness do I have? Asagami Fujino was also a bit angered by the system. To the host, after strict detection by the system, it can be determined that the sickness the host has is sexual frigidity. After a moment of daze, Asagami Fujino's face darkened even more, and she immediately cursed, you mother ******. You're the one with sexual frigidity. Your whole family has sexual frigidity. Even though she said that, Asagami Fujino believed it in her heart, but she would never admit it. This was just like saying a man was impotent. To the host, the system has no family. Regarding Asagami Fujino's cursing, the system simply ignored it and answered as usual. Furthermore, for insulting the system, a warning is given. Next time, half of the host's points will be deducted. Immediately, Asagami Fujino shut up. Half of her points, she couldn't afford to lose that. Then, system, can you explain why? Asagami Fujino had trained for so long in the One Piece world that her mindset could be said to be very well tempered, but her mood had never fluctuated as much as it did now. To the host, the reason the host is like this is because of the current body, the system replied. What's wrong with my body? Asagami Fujino hurriedly checked her body, but she didn't find any problems. Her pulse was strong, her complexion was rosy, and there were no hidden injuries, there was simply nothing wrong. It is a problem with the host's soul, the system replied. Asagami Fujino was stunned, then hurriedly asked, what's going on? The host was originally male, but your current body is female. When a male soul resides in a female body, the soul and body will merge, causing the originally male soul to gradually assimilate into a female one. A normal female would not fall in love with other females. Furthermore, during your time in the One Piece world, the host didn't have much contact with women, leading to a tendency toward frigidity. Now, this female body has further reinforced that point. If the host's current body were that of a lesbian, then the host's current problem wouldn't be an issue. Well, Fujino Asagami understood now. No wonder she felt nothing when looking at women. The original Fujino Asagami seemed to like that guy, Mikiya Kakuto, so the original Fujino Asagami was a normal female. Now that she was using Fujino Asagami's body, the soul's assimilation would be more or less influenced by the current body. If this continued, wouldn't she end up liking men? Fujino Asagami would never allow such a thing to happen. No matter how she looked at it, she used to be a man. Even if she was a woman now, she preferred doing it to others rather than being done by others. System, you must have a way, right? Fujino Asagami placed her hopes on the system, only the system could help her now. In response to the host, this can be resolved immediately for 300,000 points, and it will unlock a series of welfare missions. The system's voice rang out, and immediately following that, a purchase option appeared in front of Fujino Asagami. Fujino Asagami looked at the light screen before her, a flash of determination in her eyes. It was just 300,000 points. For the sake of her beautiful future, she'd do it. Come out and follow me. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 14. The title ran away in a corner of the city. Fujino Asagami expressionlessly swung the yubashiri, which was shrouded in purple-black energy. Every swing brought forth a spray of blood. What useless fellows, they only contributed such a small amount of points. Looking at the dozen or so lifeless corpses on the ground, a spark of purple-black flame appeared in Fujino Asagami's hand. With a casual toss onto the bodies, the dozen corpses vanished without a trace. Master, everyone has been killed. Jibril appeared by Fujino Asagami's side. The magi in this city, and the surrounding areas have all been dealt with, right? Speaking of this, Fujino Asagami felt it was a hassle. There were too few magi in Misaki City, or rather, barely any at all. After all, this was a city protected by a magus. For the sake of points, Fujino Asagami and Jibril had wiped out all the magi in Misaki City and its vicinity, yet the points had only reached just over 100,000. Some of these magi were strong and some were weak, so the points they provided varied. However, what comforted Fujino Asagami was that by killing so many people, the Transcendence evil power within her body had also increased significantly. The Transcendence evil power Fujino Asagami obtained was slightly different from what she knew. Her Transcendence evil power was very weak. The massive energy ball she had gathered in the desert before was only possible by using herself as the source of the Transcendence evil power and gathering the power that had dispersed during the fusion. Although it was weak, it appeared incomparably powerful in this tight moon world. The reason Fujino Asagami called it weak was that the quantity of Transcendence evil power was small, and its quality was much worse than she had expected. In the end, the system explained to Fujino Asagami that some adjustments were made to prevent her from being corrupted by obtaining too much Transcendence evil power at once. Fujino Asagami could increase the quantity and quality of her Transcendence evil power by slaughtering life, just like Vagar from the League of Legends universe. As long as Fujino Asagami killed more, her Transcendence evil power would become stronger, and it would only keep getting stronger. Pulling her thoughts back, Fujino Asagami looked at Jibril and took her hand. Let's go back. You're back. In the dilapidated building, Toko Aozaki looked at Jibril and Fujino Asagami, who suddenly appeared before her, without any surprise. It seemed this had happened several times already, and Toko Aozaki was used to it. You let that person go, right? Letting go of Jibril's hand, Fujino Asagami poured herself a glass of water, and looked at Toko Aozaki. Yes, she's been released. Toko Aozaki nodded, looking at Fujino Asagami with a strange expression. I didn't expect you to actually like her. The person Fujino Asagami and Toko Aozaki were talking about was naturally Alice Kwanji. Because of Fujino Asagami, and to prevent the plot from escaping her control, Fujino Asagami used points to have the system modify some of Alice Kwanji's memories, and then had Toko Aozaki release Alice Kwanji. I like you very much too, Fujino Asagami said indifferently while looking at Toko Aozaki. She didn't hide the fact that she liked girls. Once she earned enough points, everything could be restored. It was necessary to build good relationships in advance. We'll talk about that later. Although Toko Aozaki didn't care much about those matters, or rather, for a magus, those things were of little use other than producing offspring with excellent talent. The current Toko Aozaki was still quite curious about the fact that Fujino Asagami actually liked the same sex. I want Master to like me too. Jibril flew over and hugged Fujino Asagami tightly. Fujino Asagami smiled and stroked Jibril's rainbow-colored long hair. It felt great, and Fujino Asagami found it hard to let go. By the way, thinking of something, Fujino Asagami looked at Toko Aozaki. That wolf should have come back to life by now, right? Toko Aozaki nodded. That fellow Beowulf has already been resurrected. Speaking of which, how exactly did you do it? Toko Aozaki was very curious about this. How exactly did Fujino Asagami prevent Beowulf's resurrection? Toko Aozaki had simply never seen that kind of power that blocked the body's restoration. I just temporarily severed his resurrection ability, Fujino Asagami said calmly. The power to sever was a unique swordsmanship she had created in the One Piece world, using the great swordsman insights exchanged from the system combined with her own ideas. Theoretically, there was nothing Fujino Asagami's power couldn't sever. Although she could only achieve the severing of physical objects, and even some simple concepts in the One Piece world, high-level and complex concepts were still somewhat difficult. For instance, the concept of death was something Fujino Asagami still didn't fully understand. However, after experiencing death in the One Piece world, she had gained some understanding of the concept. With the system's help, her power of severing could even reach the level of the mystic eyes of death perception. Right, how are your preparations for your sister's matter going? Fujino Asagami asked. Almost ready. Toko Aozaki nodded, then seemed to think of something interesting. How about this, Sister Fujino, why don't you take that idiot for yourself? If you do, I'll become yours, how about it? I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 15, The Mark. Are you sure? Fujino Asagami looked at Toko Aozaki in surprise, not expecting her to say such a thing. I'm very sure. Toko Aozaki nodded decisively. She had made this decision after careful consideration. After all, Fujino Asagami was very strong. Having such a powerful backer was quite good for Toko Aozaki. Moreover, during their short time together, Toko Aozaki had decided that Fujino Asagami was a pretty good person. In that case, prepare to become mine, Fujino Asagami smiled and said, let's go. I'll start teaching you the method to listen to others' heart voices now. Toko Aozaki had been eyeing the ability to listen to others' heart voices for some time. The training is very hard. I hope you can persevere. Fujino Asagami looked at Toko Aozaki with a mysterious smile. Toko Aozaki suddenly had a very bad premonition, but she didn't think too much about it. Later, Toko Aozaki regretted it. In the Kwanji mansion, Alice Kwanji sat on the sofa, looking extremely exhausted. What exactly is wrong with me? Alice Kwanji asked herself this, but she couldn't find an answer. She just felt very strange. She had been out, and she remembered what happened after she went out, but she always felt like something was wrong. She couldn't put her finger on it. Moreover, her body felt an inexplicable sense of fatigue. She had checked her body but couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. "Alice, I'm back." An energetic voice rang out. Toko Aozaki's sister, Aoko Aozaki, walked in through the main door. Seeing the exhausted Alice on the sofa, she was very surprised. "Alice, what's wrong? Why do you look so tired?" Alice didn't answer, only looking at Aoko Aozaki and saying softly, "Keep it down." "Oh, Alice, you really are." Although Aoko Aozaki said that, her voice indeed became much quieter. Having been with this friend on the sofa for so long, Aoko Aozaki was very familiar with her personality. Seeing Alice's current state, she had obviously encountered something. "Alice, could you be sick?" Aoko Aozaki came to Alice's side and reached out, placing the back of her hand on Alice's forehead. "Your forehead isn't hot either." Aoko Aozaki felt the temperature of Alice's forehead. It was clearly normal. "Aoko, wait." Alice suddenly discovered that a clump of magical energy that didn't belong to her had appeared in her body. Previously, Alice hadn't noticed the existence of this magical energy. This unknown magical energy suddenly began to move rapidly within Alice's body. The energy split into two halves, and one half actually followed Aoko Aozaki's hand on her forehead and entered Aoko Aozaki's body. "Alice, what's going on?" Aoko Aozaki's expression changed, and she quickly withdrew her hand from Alice's forehead, but that magical energy had already entered her body. "I don't know what's going on either." Alice's expression was also very unpleasant. She actually didn't know when someone had planted magical energy inside her. Recalling the entire day, Alice hadn't found anyone who had approached her. What exactly was happening? "It hurts." Beside her, Aoko Aozaki suddenly cried out in pain. Alice quickly looked over, but the next moment, a burning sensation of pain also came from her own hand. The pain came quickly and left just as fast. Aoko and Alice found that the magical energy that didn't belong to them had disappeared, but a strange purple-black mark had suddenly appeared on the back of their right hands. A dark and evil aura emanated from the mark. "What exactly is this?" Alice and Aoko said at the same time, their expressions both quite grim. The marks on the backs of Aoko and Alice's hands suddenly glowed with a purple light. They felt a sudden heat surge through their bodies, but then nothing else seemed to happen. However, they soon discovered to their surprise that the magical energy within them had become much stronger than before. Both the quantity and quality of their mana had doubled. But what terrified Aoko and Alice was that a small portion of their magic circuits had actually vanished, and the remaining circuits were gradually dissipating as well. Meanwhile, their mana continued to increase, and even its color was changing, shifting toward a purplish-black hue. Aoko was even more shocked to find that the magic crest she had inherited had also changed, turning completely purplish-black. However, she didn't notice any other functional changes to the magic crest. It seemed to have simply changed color. "Alice, what's going on?" Aoko asked, looking toward Alice. Alice shook her head with a grim expression. "I don't know either." Although their mana had increased, Alice and Aoko couldn't bring themselves to be happy at all. What exactly were these marks on the backs of their hands? Why did they appear? The unknown often brings unease. On the other side, Fujino Asagami, who was holding a wooden stick and repeatedly striking at Toko Aozaki, revealed a slight smile. "Plan accomplished. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone and let me know. Chapter 16, pulling a gun from under the skirt and opening. Although she didn't know what Fujino Asagami was happy about, Toko Aozaki couldn't resist throwing a heavy punch at her. "Don't even think about a sneak attack." With a slight sidestep, Fujino Asagami dodged Toko Aozaki's fist and looked at her playfully. In this world, there are basically very few who can hit me if I don't want them to, unless those heroic spirits release their area of effect noble phantasms. After obtaining the Transcendence evil power, Fujino Asagami's mental strength had recovered and become even more powerful than before. She could now freely use the future prediction aspect of observation haki. Just as she said, possessing the ability to see the future made her almost invincible in this type moon world, unless she encountered a heroic spirit or another entity with similar abilities. You brat! Toko Aozaki gnashed her teeth and glared at Fujino Asagami. Why does this ability have to be trained like this? Fujino Asagami waved the wooden stick in her hand. The beginning of this ability is to make one's 5 senses acute, allowing one to perceive the presence and emotional changes of surrounding living things. Predicting the future and reading minds only come at the end. So dodging attacks is the most essential initial training. Then how long do I have to train for? Toko Aozaki asked, looking at Fujino Asagami. That depends on your talent, Fujino Asagami laughed. Back then, with the help of the system, it had taken her 10 years to reach the peak of observation haki, and that was inseparable from the fact that she had used pirates to hone her skills. By conservative estimates, it would take Toko Aozaki at least 15 years to reach a level of mastery in observation haki. If Toko spent those 15 years constantly fighting others to train it, the time would be significantly shortened. After all, combat is the fastest way to make progress. Then what's the deal with Jibril? Toko Aozaki looked at Jibril, who was watching the show from the side. Jibril is different from you, Fujino Asagami said, feeling a bit sentimental. In this short amount of time, Jibril had utilized her unique nature to reach the introductory level of observation haki. Even Fujino Asagami felt a bit unbalanced. She remembered how she had trained herself to death to painfully learn it, yet Jibril got it instantly. It was practically cheating though. As someone with a system, she wasn't really one to talk. Alright, let's continue. If you can master the basics of observation haki today, I'll give you something good, Fujino Asagami proposed to Toko Aozaki with a smile. Something good? Toko Aozaki frowned. She didn't know what the good thing Fujino Asagami mentioned was, but coming from her, it should be quite impressive. It's a really good thing, you know. It has to do with the route that you all are always chasing after. Fujino Asagami smiled at Toko Aozaki, looking forward to her shocked expression. Toko Aozaki did indeed show an extremely shocked expression, just as Fujino Asagami expected. Then, she quickly assumed a serious look. Are you serious? Of course. Fujino Asagami nodded. She wasn't a magus, the so-called route that this world pursued didn't have much attraction for her. If she wanted to, Fujino Asagami could completely rely on the Transcendence evil power to become a magus. One must know that the might of the Transcendence evil power far exceeded this world. Then let's get started with the training immediately. Toko Aozaki was now thoroughly motivated. It's great that you're so motivated. While Toko Aozaki's eyes twitched, Fujino Asagami pulled a wooden stick out from under her short skirt. This was a bit of a prank on her part. She had specifically spent some points to set this up. As long as she wore a skirt, it would be connected to the system space, allowing her to take things out from under it at any time. This idea naturally came from certain magical girls she had watched in the past. She gestured for Jibril to come over, then handed another wooden stick to Jibril, saying, just like I did before, let's train Toko together. Hearing this, Toko Aozaki's expression turned a bit sour. If they both came at her at once, she might actually die, right? Yes, master. Testing the wooden stick in her hand, Jibril looked at Toko Aozaki with excitement, as did Fujino Asagami. Looking at the two excited individuals, Toko Aozaki couldn't help but take a few steps back. These two were looking quite terrifying right now. At the Kwanji mansion, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Ayoko and Alice sat together on the sofa, their expression solemn as the marks on the backs of their hands flickered with a faint light. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima. One every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The gift. The silent atmosphere lasted for a long time, until Ayako Aozaki finally broke it. Alice, what are we eating tonight? Alice Kwanji looked at Ayako Aozaki in surprise, as if she were meeting her for the first time. Hey. Alice, what's with that look? Ayako Aozaki felt a bit of a chill from Alice's gaze. It's nothing. Alice Kwanji looked deeply at Ayako Aozaki before turning her gaze back to the mark on her hand. Although I don't know what this mark is, I don't sense any power related to a contract or restraint. Instead, it has increased our mana. What exactly is this mark? I don't understand that either. After all, I'm just a half-baked amateur, Ayako Aozaki said helplessly. Ayako, Alice Kwanji looked at Ayako and asked, how many magic circuits do you have left now? I have about half or so left, Ayako Aozaki replied. But my mana has also increased significantly. Is the mark devouring the magic circuits and then refining the mana? Alice Kwanji pondered, yet she couldn't find a definitive answer. Alright, Alice, don't think about things you can't figure out. Ayako Aozaki wore a helpless face, one hand rubbing her stomach. Let's order something to eat first. I haven't eaten a thing since we got back. I'm starving to death. Reminded by Ayako Aozaki, Alice Kwanji also felt a bit hungry. She intended to order takeout, but when she reached into her pocket, she felt nothing. Alice Kwanji suddenly realized something, her face darkening. We're out of money. On the other side, in the dilapidated building where Fujino Asagami, Tuko Aozaki, and Jibril were, the rich aroma of food wafted through the small room. Fujino Asagami and the others had a very rich dinner. Sushi, beef, hot pot, all sorts of ingredients were laid out on the table. It clearly cost a lot of money. By the way, you're actually this rich. Did you take the assets of the Asagami family? Tuko Aozaki asked curiously as she put a piece of meat into the pot. Fujino Asagami shook her head and smiled. This stuff was all bought with the money your sister and Alice were going to use for food. Tuko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami in surprise. How did that happen? Jibril said from the side. Master took all the money from that girl while she was unconscious. That's right. Fujino Asagami nodded and smiled. So they should be quite troubled right now. Good job. Hearing that her sister would be going hungry tonight, Tuko Aozaki's mood instantly improved. Even the wounds inflicted by Fujino Asagami and Jibril during the observation hockey training didn't seem to hurt as much. Thinking of observation hockey, Tuko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami and said quickly, I've already learned that observation hockey. You can give me the gift now, right? For the sake of Fujino Asagami's gift, Tuko Aozaki had really given it her all. Under the frantic wooden stick attacks of Fujino Asagami and Jibril, she had finally reached the bare introductory level of observation hockey. Alright, the gift is ready for you. Fujino Asagami put down her chopsticks and looked at Tuko Aozaki with an enigmatic smile. Are you ready to receive it? Though she felt Fujino's smile was a bit strange, Tuko Aozaki didn't sense anything wrong. She nodded and said, I'm ready. Fujino Asagami glanced at Tuko Aozaki and then said to Jibril, Jibril, seal the space here. Yes, master. No sooner had Jibril answered than the surrounding space instantly shifted, turning into a purple alternate dimension. Now prepare to receive your gift. While Tuko Aozaki was observing the alternate space, Fujino Asagami pressed a hand directly against Tuko's chest. Purplish-black mana surged violently into Tuko's body. Tuko's clothes instantly disintegrated into fragments, and she herself lost consciousness. TCH, as expected, I still don't feel anything. Looking at Tuko Aozaki's shapely and seductive body, Fujino Asagami's heart remained completely unmoved. Does master like this kind of thing? Should I strip too, Jibril? Saying this, Jibril's clothes vanished completely. Before Fujino Asagami could say anything, Jibril hugged her tightly, her beautiful body pressed firmly against Fujino's. It seems I must have Tuko start the plot of Mihoyo. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 18, The Crest, What is going on? The awakened Tuko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami in disbelief. What's wrong? Fujino Asagami's expression remained unchanged, as she put down her chopsticks, and looked up at Tuko Aozaki. Do you not like this gift? Tuko Aozaki didn't know what to say. The gift Fujino Asagami had given her was simply too grand, unimaginably so. If the mages of the outside world found out, the entire world might descend into chaos. Where did you get this thing? Did you do something to that idiot? Tuko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami urgently. The idiot she referred to was, of course, her younger sister, Aoko Aozaki. Are you that worried about that idiot? Fujino Asagami looked at the anxious Tuko Aozaki playfully. Tuko Aozaki retorted. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Why do you have that idiot's magic crest? You clearly care about that idiot a lot. I really don't know what you're thinking, Fujino Asagami said. Seeing Tuko Aozaki starting to get a bit angry, she continued, Don't worry, your idiot is fine. Is that so? Having received Fujino Asagami's answer, Tuko Aozaki felt a sense of relief, but then something occurred to her, and she said with a look of embarrassment and anger, What do you mean by my idiot? All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Seeing Tuko Aozaki like this, Fujino Asagami found it quite amusing. Right, you still haven't said where this thing came from, Tuko Aozaki said, looking at Fujino Asagami crossly. I copied it, Fujino Asagami waved her hand, speaking very casually. Are you serious? Tuko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami in disbelief. A magic crest could be copied. Was she really that powerful? It was a simple matter, Fujino Asagami said smugly, and indeed it was. How exactly did you do it? Tuko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami curiously. If magic crests could be copied as Fujino Asagami said, wouldn't that mean anyone could potentially become a magus? Moreover, Tuko Aozaki had briefly examined the magic crest Fujino Asagami gave her, and it was almost identical to the one she had seen on that idiot, except the color of the crest was a purplish-black. You should be well aware of what this world values most, right? Fujino Asagami asked Tuko Aozaki with a smile. Tuko Aozaki furrowed her brows and then said, Mystery. Fujino Asagami nodded. This world values the supremacy of mystery, so I simply used my magical energy to forcefully analyze that magic crest, and then I had it. It's that simple. Tuko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami in disbelief. Yes, it's that simple, Fujino Asagami replied with a relaxed expression. What on earth is your magical energy? Tuko Aozaki suddenly became interested in Fujino Asagami's magical energy. In the world of mages, a magus is the greatest miracle, and the greatest mystery, yet Fujino Asagami's magical energy was actually stronger in mystery than magic itself, and she had easily analyzed the existence of magic. This was truly incredible to Tuko Aozaki. Explaining this to you is a bit troublesome. Fujino Asagami thought for a moment and added, let's put it this way, the total mystery of the entire world combined might not be as powerful as my magical energy. As one of the strongest magical systems in the League of Legends universe, the mystery within Transcendence evil power was far beyond what the Type Moon world could compare to. If it were the Age of Gods, there might be a slight possibility, but the Transcendence evil power Fujino Asagami obtained could grow infinitely stronger, becoming more powerful over time. Furthermore, Fujino Asagami was currently unable to exert the full power of Transcendence Evil Power. Originally in League of Legends, Transcendence Evil Power was paired with ancient, lost astral magic, possessing immense power, controlling the forces of dark matter, and even the power to summon dark stars. Astral magic cost 100 million points in the system, far more than what Fujino Asagami could afford right now. However, such an expensive price also indicated the power of astral magic. Among all the magic systems in the League of Legends universe, only the Runes of the Rise, and a few other powerful existences could contend with it. By the way, when did you have the chance to analyze that idiot's magic crest? Toko Aozaki asked, puzzled. Alice, Fujino Asagami laughed. I just had to do a little something to her, and that was it. Toko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami wordlessly. By the way, this thing is my dowry to you. From now on, you're mine, Fujino Asagami suddenly said. Toko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami in shock. Don't me. Hurry up and start your plan tonight. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 19, Delivery. I'm so hungry. Aoko Aozaki sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish, letting out a weak wail. Stop shouting. Beside her, Alice Kwanji frowned. Aoko Aozaki had been shouting since early morning, making her feel miserable too. She hadn't eaten anything since yesterday, and now, triggered by Aoko Aozaki's shouting, Alice Kwanji's stomach was also sounding an alarm. But I'm really hungry, Aoko Aozaki said pitifully. You should know she hadn't eaten a single thing. If you had to say, she'd only drunk some tea, which didn't fill her stomach at all and instead made it feel worse. If she had classes today, Aoko Aozaki could have gone to school to find a friend to share a meal with, but unfortunately, it was a day off, and her only option was gone. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking sound rang out. Alice Kwanji and Aoko Aozaki raised their eyebrows, not understanding who would come here at this time. This Western-style mansion was located on a hilltop with no other houses nearby, and was even misunderstood as a haunted house by some people in Misaki City. Almost no one ever came here, yet today, against all odds, someone had arrived. You go open the door, Alice Kwanji said, looking at Aoko Aozaki. She had just used a tool to check outside and found it was just an ordinary person, with no magical energy in their body. More importantly, she was also too hungry to have the strength to open the door. I don't want to go. I'm so hungry I don't have any strength. Although she said that, Aoko Aozaki still crawled up from the sofa, and walked toward the front door. As Aoko Aozaki approached the door, a faint aroma of food suddenly appeared. Aoko Aozaki's stomach couldn't help but growl, and a thought flashed through her mind, could it be a food delivery? Starving, Aoko Aozaki completely ignored why someone would be delivering food to them, and impatiently opened the door. It was as if she could already see the food waving at her. Opening the door joyfully, what entered Aoko Aozaki's eyes was a beautiful girl with rainbow-colored long hair. Hello, this is the delivery you ordered. The rainbow-haired girl took out a bento in a bag, and the portion looked quite substantial. Smelling the fragrance wafting from the bag, Aoko Aozaki couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It smelled so good, especially for someone like her who had been hungry for almost a day. The food before her was like a tempting treasure. Aoko Aozaki really wanted to take the items from the rainbow-haired girl's hand, but at that moment, she realized a very fatal problem: she had no money. The rainbow-haired girl seemed to see Aoko Aozaki's embarrassment and smiled. Dear customer, this delivery has already been paid for. It's already been paid for. Aoko Aozaki looked at the rainbow-haired girl in surprise and asked, shocked, Who helped pay for it? I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question either. The rainbow-haired girl gave a polite smile. However, it seems that customer left a letter for you. A letter? Aoko Aozaki frowned. Can I see the letter? Of course, customer, the rainbow-haired girl said with a smile. But could I trouble you to take the delivery first? I still have work to do. Sorry. Aoko Aozaki said quickly, then took the delivery from the rainbow-haired girl, along with a letter wrapped in craft paper. Aoko Aozaki suddenly called out to the rainbow-haired girl, who was about to leave, and asked loudly, "What is your name?" The rainbow-haired girl gave Aoko Aozaki a strange feeling, a mysterious sense of familiarity. This feeling came very suddenly, and Aoko Aozaki didn't know why. She could guarantee that today was the first time she had seen this rainbow-haired girl, so it felt very strange. The rainbow-haired girl turned back and smiled at Aoko Aozaki. My name is Jibril. With that, the girl named Jibril quickly disappeared from Aoko Aozaki's sight. What a strange girl, Aoko Aozaki murmured. But why did she feel so familiar? And such a beautiful girl is actually a delivery person. Doing anything else would be easier than this, right? What's wrong with this world? In Aoko Aozaki's view, this girl named Jibril had a beautiful appearance and could easily find other work. Even being a waitress would be simpler than this, and with such beauty, there would surely be many customers just by her standing there. However, Aoko Aozaki felt like something about her own thoughts was slightly off. Aoko, what are you doing? Alice's voice came from behind the door, and Aoko Aozaki snapped back to her senses. She hurriedly carried the bento in her hand into the room. Having smelled the fragrance for so long, she was already starving. As for who had paid the bill, it was no longer important to Aoko Aozaki, she was simply craving it too much. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 20, The Arrival of Zelrich. 1017 words. Master, I have delivered the items to them. In the dilapidated building, Jibril said to Fujino Asagami, who was wiping the yubashiri. I see, Fujino Asagami replied, looking at the yubashiri in her hand and nodding with satisfaction. What did you do to that idiot again? Toko Aozaki walked in at this moment. Nothing, Fujino Asagami said, putting away the yubashiri and smiling. Just a gift. Is that so? Toko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami and said, I ran into someone when I went out, and he wants to see you. Fujino Asagami's brow furrowed. In Japanese, he and she are distinct and easily distinguishable. Fujino Asagami suddenly thought of someone, and looked at Toko Aozaki. Is it that second Magus? You already knew. Toko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami in surprise. Fujino Asagami nodded and said, I ran into him once before and even had a fight. Hearing that Fujino Asagami had fought the second Magus, Toko Aozaki couldn't help but become interested and asked, who won? Fujino Asagami shook her head. There was no result, some accidents happened. I see, Toko Aozaki nodded thoughtfully and added, do you want to go see him? Fujino Asagami looked out the window. He's already here. Am I right, second Magus kissed your Zelrich Schweinorg? I didn't expect to be discovered by you after all. A sturdy old man appeared inside the room. What business do you have with me? If there isn't any, I don't mind cutting you in half and sending you to the church as a specimen. Fujino Asagami looked at Zelrich coldly, her yubashiri covered in black-purple armament haki, with purplish-black magical energy also coating the blade. Zelrich broke into a cold sweat seeing this. He understood the girl before him absolutely had the ability to do it. If it weren't for certain connections, he wouldn't have come looking for Asagami Fujino in the first place. I've only come to find you this time because I was entrusted by someone, Zelrich said hurriedly. He couldn't help but feel a bit stifled. As the dignified second Magus, he was illustrious wherever he went, yet he was reduced to this state in front of Asagami Fujino. It was unbearable. Entrusted by someone. That white-haired internet scammer Merlin. Or someone else. Asagami Fujino thought for a moment and could only come up with that answer. If she remembered correctly, Zelrich had a significant relationship with that Magus of Flowers. You even know about Merlin? Zelrich was even more surprised. He indeed had a connection to Merlin, but he hadn't expected Asagami Fujino to know about it. This was completely beyond Zelrich's expectations. Though I don't know how you know that guy, he wasn't the one who told me to find you. Zelrich shook his head. The ones who sent me are the two up there. The two up there? Aozaki Toko, standing nearby, clearly thought of something as her expression changed. She asked in surprise, is it the counter-force? Oh, it's those two little Lolas, Asagami Fujino nodded in realization. How do you know? Zelrich looked at Asagami Fujino in shock, as did Aozaki Toko. Am I wrong? Asagami Fujino frowned. No, that's not what I meant. It's true the counterforce asked me to find you, but what I'm curious about is how you know the counterforce are Lolas. Zelrich looked at Asagami Fujino with a strange expression. So it's true. Let me guess, one of those Lolas has black hair, and the other has silver hair. One is an energetic idiot, and the other is a Kaderi Loli, right? Seeing Zelrich's even more astonished expression, Asagami Fujino felt she hadn't guessed wrong. This pair of counterforces really were a pair of little Lolas, just as people used to fantasize. All right, enough nonsense. Tell me quickly what this is about. Asagami Fujino put on an impatient look, acting as if she would strike Zelrich down with her blade if he didn't explain clearly soon. It's like this, the counterforce allows you to interfere with the world's progress at will and will never interfere with you. They will also give you the maximum assistance in this world. They only hope you won't give magic crests to others haphazardly, Zelrich said quickly. Initially, he had been startled to learn that Asagami Fujino had the ability to replicate magic crests. Zelrich knew very well what replicating magic crests represented. It meant everyone could potentially become a magus. This was definitely not what the counterforce wanted to see. At first, Zelrich was unwilling to believe it, but after seeing Aozaki Toko earlier, he believed. The magic crest in Aozaki Toko's body was real. He had witnessed Aozaki Toko in other parallel worlds, but none had become a true magus. Yet, the Aozaki Toko of this great world possessed a magic crest. Having witnessed countless versions of her, Zelrich could say with certainty that her wisdom and strength would allow her to become a magus. And all of this was caused by the anomaly that was Asagami Fujino. Fine, I agree. She hadn't intended to give magic crests to others anyway. Giving one to Aozaki Toko was only because Toko would eventually be one of her people. Furthermore, Asagami Fujino wanted to see what kind of interesting expression Aoko Aozaki would make when she saw her sister possessing the same magic as her. You agree? Then I shall take my leave. Zelrich spoke, intending to depart. For some reason, he felt that if he stayed any longer, something bad would happen. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Fight me once. Asagami Fujino's voice rang out, accompanied by a black blade light. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Sunway. Zelrich's expression changed slightly as he faced the incoming black blade light. A unique jewel sword appeared in his hand, and a massive amount of magical energy gushed from it, forming a white shield. The black blade light shredded Zelrich's shield like cutting through tofu. Zelrich directly raised the jewel sword in his hand to block. With a violent explosion, the entire building trembled violently. If you're going to fight, go do it somewhere else. Aozaki Tuko shouted at Asagami Fujino while steadying herself against the wall. Are you trying to tear this place down? Asagami Fujino gave a look to Jibril, who had been floating in the air watching the show. Jibril understood instantly. The purple alternate dimension Aozaki Tuko had seen before appeared once again, and everyone was enveloped within it. What is this? Independently creating a small space. A disheveled Zelrich looked at the changing environment around him in surprise. Master, you must be careful. This alternate dimension can only support your magical energy for 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, it will be forcibly eroded and disintegrated by your magic, Jibril reminded from the side. Just protect Toko, Asagami Fujino said, looking at the disheveled Zelrich opposite her. Zelrich's clothes were now tattered. He had taken significant damage after blocking Asagami Fujino's strike with the jewel sword. Even Zelrich found it difficult to completely block a strike infused with Transcendence evil power. Even the jewel sword was damaged, its luster becoming dim. After all, the power of Transcendence evil power was not something the magical energy of this world could easily withstand. Do you still want to fight? Zelrich looked at the eager Asagami Fujino, feeling miserable. He was just a messenger, why did he have to receive this kind of treatment? It was unfair. Just one strike had left him so disheveled, if another came, wouldn't he die? Even as a dead apostle, he couldn't block it. Furthermore, Zelrich discovered that when he blocked Asagami Fujino's strike earlier, the magical energy in his body had stalled. It was as if his magic had broken free from his control. Not just magic, but also his recovery as a dead apostle and so on. This bizarre ability was terrifying. It forcibly severed the connection between himself and his own abilities. Zelrich could imagine that if Asagami Fujino had used her full strength just now, with his magic out of control and his recovery stalled, he would definitely have died. As if seeing Zelrich's concerns, Asagami Fujino smiled faintly. Don't worry, you won't die. I still need you to do some things for me. Is that so? Zelrich couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then said, in that case, how about we next, I will only use one move. I won't use that ability that severs your powers. You just need to take this one move. Don't worry, with your dead apostle recovery, you won't be in danger, at most, it will hurt a bit. Asagami Fujino directly interrupted Zelrich. To her, Zelrich represented two lottery chances, the Magus race and the Dead Apostle race. Although she didn't know why the system categorized a Magus as non-human, it didn't matter. Since it benefited her, why overthink it? If that's the case. Zelrich's expression became solemn, as he condensed all the magical energy in his body. The somewhat dim jewel sword bloomed with light once more, drawing magical energy from parallel worlds. It seems you're ready. Asagami Fujino looked at Zelrich excitedly. She raised Yubashiri and held it horizontally across her chest. Her other hand stroked the blade, which was covered in armament haki and Transcendence evil power. Behind her, an ominous purple ghostly aura condensed. I learned this from a certain moss head. Although his swordsmanship doesn't suit me, I must say his moves are truly overbearing. Under the incredible gazes of everyone, the purple ghostly aura churned and transformed behind Asagami Fujino into two indistinct heads, 5 arms, and 5 swords condensed from ghostly aura. This is my first time using this move since I learned it. Don't die. A crimson light flashed in Asagami Fujino's eyes as she said deeply, imitation, Kikikutoryu, Ashura, Sunwei. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and the entire alternate dimension was sliced open by it. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 22, the strongest Magiko in all of time and space. Congratulations to the host for defeating Zelrich. You have obtained 2 lottery chances. Hearing the system's electronic voice, Asagami Fujino was delighted. She returned Yubashiri to the system space, turned around, and looked at the dumbfounded Jibril and Aozaki Tuko. I'm going to rest. That fellow will probably take some time to wake up. You two keep an eye on him. After saying that, Asagami Fujino walked directly back to her room. System, use the lottery chances. Back in her room, Asagami Fujino directly commanded the system. Next, a giant roulette wheel that only she could see appeared before her. The wheel was very large, inscribed with many powerful items, such as the Pangu axe, the Chaos Green Lotus, and other divine objects from ch1-1 worlds. There were also products of technological civilizations like Star Destroyer cannons and dual-vector foils. There were even characters as well as familiar things like the Rinnegan, Tensigan, and the eyes of Kenjiko that Asagami Fujino had always coveted. Megiko is the ultimate eye capable of seeing through all phenomena in the world. The genius eye Megiko is also known as the skill of observing martial arts. No matter what it is, written text, the use of weapons, various strange martial arts, or even constitutions like the hereditary abilities of other races, as long as it exists in the world and is seen once with one's own eyes, it can be fully understood and used proficiently. It is a monster-like technique. In Asagami Fujino's memory, only Nanami Yuzuri from Katanagatari possessed it, making her the only one. However, Asagami Fujino also knew how difficult it was to obtain Megiko. The points required to exchange for the Megiko ability in the system shop reached a terrifying level. The countless zeros behind it made Asagami Fujino feel quite powerless. Start the draw. Looking at the section for Megiko on the wheel, although Asagami Fujino knew the chance of getting it was very small, nearly impossible, one must always have hope, right? If not, what's the difference between a person and a salted fish? Furthermore, Asagami Fujino felt that since the author had written so much description about Megiko, maybe her luck would explode again today, and she would actually win it. The giant wheel began to spin. Under Asagami Fujino's expectant gaze, it went faster and faster, then began to slow down gradually, finally stopping at one spot. Congratulations to the host for drawing, try again. What the hell? There's actually a try again? Asagami Fujino was completely speechless, but she didn't say anything. After all, she wasn't losing anything if she didn't gain anything. So she continued the draw, but the subsequent results made her face turn dark. Congratulations, host, you have drawn try again. 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 Asagami Fujino's face had turned completely black. What the hell? 8 times in a row we're like this. Are you trying to piss me off so you can find a new host? You bastard. Would the host like to continue the draw? The system prompted, unmoved. If it's try again one more time, I'll F***king. By the end, Asagami Fujino couldn't finish her sentence. She had no idea what she could even use to threaten the system. The wheel spun once more. Unlike before, this time the wheel erupted with a blinding light, the kind that could practically blind someone. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the strongest Megiko in the history of the universe. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 23, The Terrifying Megiko. System, you're not joking, right? Happiness had come too suddenly. Asagami Fujino was deeply afraid she had misheard. The system does not make mistakes. The host has indeed drawn the strongest Megiko in the universe. The system's synthesized electronic voice rang out. Hearing the system's reply, Asagami Fujino could no longer contain her excitement. She punched the wall hard, and the entire wall was instantly shattered into dust. "Master, what happened?" Hearing the noise, Jibril hurried in, looking confused at Asagami Fujino, who was still in her punching stance. "Oh, it's nothing." Awkwardly withdrawing her fist, Asagami Fujino quickly ushered Jibril out. She wanted to experience this wonderful feeling alone. As expected, I am the protagonist. In the room where she was now alone, Asagami Fujino clenched her fists in excitement. After suffering so much in the One Piece world, she was finally going to make it big. Moreover, a name like the strongest Magiko in the universe sounded so overbearing. Its power must be far greater than the Magiko possessed by Nanami. "System, hurry up and introduce the abilities of the Magiko I just drew," Asagami Fujino asked impatiently. To the host, "The universal Magiko you have drawn is..." "Wait, stop adding universal to it. Just call it Magiko. It sounds weird otherwise." Although adding universal sounded overbearing, Asagami Fujino always felt it was a bit off. "Yes, host." After responding, the system continued to explain. "The Magiko the host has drawn is a transcendent existence. Its power far exceeds the Magiko known to the host, and it has no weaknesses. Whether it be items, skills, abilities, magic, existences, divinities, authorities, or even concepts, as long as the host sees them, they can be learned or copied. Furthermore, the proficiency or power of these learned or copied items and abilities will directly reach a level stronger than the original." Listening to the system's introduction, Asagami Fujino's heart couldn't help but pound wildly. This was so King amazing. "Wait, system, what do you mean by items, existences, and divinities?" Asagami Fujino asked. She felt that these were the true strengths of the Magiko she had drawn. Regarding items, taking the noble phantasms of the heroic spirits in this world as an example, the host can use Magiko to create noble phantasms out of thin air. The rank of the noble phantasm will be stronger than the original. Even if it is destroyed, it can still be recreated using Magiko without needing to see the noble phantasm again. The same applies to other items. "That's incredible." Asagami Fujino was completely shocked. This had entirely surpassed the scope of Magiko's original ability. Creating things out of thin air was essentially touching the domain of the gods. A reminder to the host, do not be overly surprised. The Magiko obtained by the host is an existence that truly transcends the world and its rules. Do not use your meager knowledge to speculate on its power. Was I just looked down upon? Asagami Fujino was momentarily speechless. However, seeing how amazing her Magiko was, she decided to generously ignore the system's rudeness. In truth, she chickened out because she saw that the system even possessed such powerful items. As for existences, the host can use Magiko to copy someone's existence. Then, as long as the original existence of the copied target is killed, the host can completely replace that person, including everything that existence brings. Furthermore, the host will not be subject to the world's constraints imposed on that existence, the system explained once more. This is a cheat, right? This is a total cheat code. Although she said this, Asagami Fujino was incredibly surprised. According to what the system said, if she went to another world and copied the existence of the world's child of destiny, and then got rid of them, then the beauties and the abilities would all be hers. Asagami Fujino asked again, what happens if I don't kill the original existence? To the host, if the host does not resolve it, then two identical existences will appear in the world at the same time. The world will then act to eliminate one of them. However, since the host has supreme protection and the power of Magiko, only the copied person will be erased. That's powerful. The excitement in Asagami Fujino's heart was simply beyond words. What about that last one, the divinity? Asagami Fujino continued to ask. To the host, divinity can be understood as a status or rank. For example, if the host uses Magiko to copy Yahweh's divinity, the host can directly become another Yahweh. Asagami Fujino was so shocked she was speechless. This was simply a meteoric rise to the top. The Megiko obtained by the host has more than just these wonderful uses. You will know after the fusion. Would you like to fuse? The system asked. Fuse right now. Asagami Fujino said without hesitation, deeply afraid that her Megiko would disappear in the next moment. Command confirmed. Commencing fusion with the special item, Megiko. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 24, Jibril's stirring emotions. Is this Megiko? Looking at how everything in her sight had changed, Asagami Fujino looked toward the rubble of the front wall she had previously shattered. She could feel that she could copy the hardness of the stones onto her body, and learn the flow of the wind in the air. However, Asagami Fujino didn't immediately learn those things. After all, they weren't very useful. The hardness of a stone wasn't as good as her current body. Megiko brought her more than just the ability to rise to the top instantly. It also gave her a powerful body capable of containing all abilities. Congratulations, host, the fusion was successful. The system's voice rang in Asagami Fujino's ear. Since the host's current strength far exceeds this world, the mission plan has changed. All original missions are cancelled. New missions will begin in the next world. The host receives 990,000 points as compensation for the mission cancellations. Asagami Fujino's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the missions were cancelled, the point compensation made her instantly wealthy. Now that she had points, her problem could be easily solved. Asagami Fujino said decisively, "System, spend 300,000 points to repair my soul's deficiencies." Command confirmed. Deducting 300,000 points for repairs. The system's voice rang out again. A blue light suddenly appeared in the room, and surged directly into Asagami Fujino's body. Repair complete. Large-scale chain welfare missions are now open. Please check them yourself, host. Ignoring the system's prompt, Asagami Fujino felt incredibly good now. Her entire body, mind, and soul were released, and her mental strength had even increased significantly. To verify if it was truly effective, Asagami Fujino called out directly toward the door, "Jibril, come in for a moment." "Master, what's wrong?" Jibril suddenly appeared in front of Asagami Fujino. Looking at Jibril's exquisite face, a desire began to rise within Asagami Fujino's heart. "Master, what's wrong?" Seeing Asagami Fujino's fervent gaze, Jibril felt a rare sense of unease, but it was mostly a form of shyness. "Jibril," Asagami Fujino said softly, stepping forward slowly. She took one of Jibril's hands and pressed her lips directly against Jibril's mouth. With the soft touch and awkward movements, the two of them remained stuck together like that. After a long time, their bodies finally separated, a thin silver thread still connecting the two. "Ma master, you've finally recovered," Jibril said with a blush, looking quite pleasantly surprised. "Yes, it's finally recovered, everything has returned to normal." Asagami Fujino's face was flushed as well. Having kissed women before as a man, she found that kissing another woman now as a woman felt even more wonderful. "Master, have you really recovered?" Jibril was also very happy. Asagami Fujino smiled slightly and hugged Jibril, whispering ambiguously into her ear, "Yes, now that I have recovered, it's time to satisfy you." As Asagami Fujino spoke, her hot breath brushed against Jibril's earlobe. Jibril felt her body go soft, as if something was about to flow out of her, and her cheeks burned hot. "It seems you can't wait either." Seeing Jibril's arousal, Asagami Fujino did not choose to take Jibril's first time here, but instead took Jibril's hand and instantly vanished from the room. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 25, Dark Inside 1528 words. The host has completed the first stage of the task. You have obtained Body of Enchantment, which can be claimed at any time. The voice ringing in her mind woke Asagami Fujino. She slowly opened her purple eyes, and the first thing she saw was Jibril's beautiful sleeping face. Asagami Fujino couldn't help but think of the madness from before. Perhaps it was because she had been suppressed for too long, or perhaps it was the wonderful touch between women, but Asagami Fujino seemed to have become self-taught last night, playing with Jibril more times than she could count. Jibril had begged for mercy several times, but in the end, she had still held on. Extending a hand from under the quilt, she gently stroked Jibril's cheek. Perhaps because they had played too wildly, Jibril did not wake up even then, only snuggling closer into Asagami Fujino's embrace. Asagami Fujino looked at Jibril and smiled tenderly, giving her a light kiss on the cheek. In her sleep, Jibril also revealed a peaceful smile. After tucking Jibril in, Asagami Fujino directly entered the system, and opened her attribute panel. After obtaining Megiko, Asagami Fujino could feel that her attributes had reached a truly terrifying level. Host, Asagami Fujino. Strength, Durability, Agility, Luck, B+A+. Innate Skills, Megiko. The ultimate eyes that transcend the rules. Body of Megiko. The ultimate constitution brought by Megiko, which can accommodate countless abilities and condense a core to merge similar abilities together. Transcendence. Evil power. An ancient and evil powerful magic, possessing a characteristic of growing ever stronger. Supreme protection. A supreme existence has protected you, your future cannot be observed, your past cannot be erased, and the world can no longer act against you. The attributes on the panel had all turned into question marks. Even her original innate skills, armament haki and observation haki, had all disappeared, as had her swordsmanship and the demon eye of distortion. However, Asagami Fujino could still sense these powers and use them. System, what on earth is going on? Asagami Fujino quickly contacted the system. To the host, because the host merged with Megiko, these abilities have all been absorbed by Megiko. Therefore, these abilities have not disappeared but have been categorized within Megiko. In the future, any power the host obtains through Megiko will be categorized within it, while powers obtained directly from the system will not be included in Megiko. The system's synthesized electronic voice sounded, and Asagami Fujino breathed a sigh of relief. The host still has one reward to claim. Would you like to claim it now? The system reminded her again. Only then did Asagami Fujino remember that she seemed to have been woken up by the system because of this. What is the reward? Asagami Fujino asked. To the host, it is the reward for the large-scale chain welfare task completed by conquering Jibril. Hearing this, Asagami Fujino also remembered the matter. Previously, because she was in a hurry to roll around in the sheets with Jibril, she had ignored this task and hadn't even looked at it. Now, Asagami Fujino also hurriedly opened the system's task template and began to check the task. A few seconds later, Asagami Fujino finished reading the large chain welfare task. This task was very simple, incredibly simple. To put it plainly, it was to have Asagami Fujino build a harem and find women, and the rewards for this task were provided to help with that. After all, this wasn't a Yuri anime world, so finding a natural Yuri partner in other worlds was practically impossible. Now, Asagami Fujino's second chain task was to conquer 3 women to obtain a love over time buff. And this buff was meant to work in conjunction with what Asagami Fujino had obtained from completing the first chain task. Body of Enchantment, A+ your own charm is doubled for members of the same sex. The longer the contact, the more their sexual orientation will shift, and they will develop feelings for you. A powerful ability, very suitable for the current Asagami Fujino. She had never been in a relationship before, and trying to turn a woman from a non-Yuri world was as difficult as reaching the heavens. But now with this ability, sexual orientation would no longer be an issue. Once she obtained that love over time buff later, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for Asagami Fujino. System, begin merging. Thinking was doing, Asagami Fujino directly ordered the system. Command confirmed, beginning merging. Asagami Fujino only felt her body relax, and her whole being became clear. She picked up a small mirror by the bedside and looked into it, finding that she had become even more charming. Just looking at her own reflection, Asagami Fujino's heart actually began to race again. Reminder to the host, since the host's strength far exceeds this world, the system will undergo a major upgrade. The system's cold electronic voice broke through Asagami Fujino's restless heart. This upgrade will clear all of the host's lottery chances. The system continued, the host currently has one lottery chance remaining. Would you like to use it? One left. There was one left from before. If the system hadn't reminded her, Asagami Fujino would have almost forgotten. When she drew Megiko before, it was a one more turn, which meant only one lottery chance was consumed, and Asagami Fujino had two chances originally. System, use it. Since they would be cleared after the upgrade, Asagami Fujino wouldn't be so wasteful. Although she didn't care much about lottery items now that she had Megiko, why not take what she could get? The familiar wheel appeared once more. The giant wheel began to spin rapidly and finally came to a stop. The icon displayed on the wheel was one that Asagami Fujino was extremely familiar with. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Darkin Scythe. Asagami Fujino was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected to draw this thing. The Darkin Scythe, an ancient artifact from the League of Legends universe, which houses a Darkin. What are the Darkin? The Darkin were originally the Ascended of Shurima, who were tainted by the power of the Void. Finally, because of the destruction of Shurima, these Ascended were completely eroded by the power of the Void and fell, becoming the Darkin race. There are 10 Darkin in total, all possessing powerful strength sufficient to slay gods and destroy worlds. Unfortunately, they were eventually sealed within weapons through a scheme by Zoe, sent by Targan Peak. In League of Legends, Asagami Fujino knew of 3 Darkin that had appeared: Aatrox the Darkin Blade, Varus the Arrow of Retribution, and Cain, the Shadow Reaper and owner of this Darkin Scythe. Having drawn the Darkin Scythe, Asagami Fujino felt a bit helpless. It wasn't that the Darkin Scythe wasn't powerful, on the contrary, the power of the Darkin Scythe was enough to destroy the world. Every Darkin possesses destructive power, and their strength is beyond doubt. But the problem was that Asagami Fujino simply didn't know how to use a scythe. Moreover, there are truly not many scythe users in the anime world. Even with Megiko's learning ability, it probably wouldn't be that great. Exchanging for a skill in the system would require a large amount of points. Asagami Fujino actually would have preferred to draw the Darkin Blade, as that would suit her better. Although she was a swordmaster, she used a katana. Katanas are about dominance, while swords are about sharpness. In Japan, swords and katanas are not strictly separated, and the same is true in the One Piece world. As long as Asagami Fujino spent some time familiarizing herself, she would be able to master it. Unfortunately, she drew a scythe. Furthermore, Asagami Fujino found that she seemed to have quite a fate with the League of Legends universe, as several of her abilities now came from there. Reminding the host, you can transfer the power of the Darkin Scythe to the host's Yubashiri. The power will not be damaged, and through the system's modification, the Darkin within has lost consciousness. As long as the host completes the master recognition process, you can freely control the Darkin's power. The system's prompt immediately filled Fujino Asagami's heart with joy. System, begin the transfer. Having a system is truly great. Fujino Asagami originally thought she had drawn a useless item, but now, with the system's help, all problems were perfectly resolved. Transfer successful. Estimated fusion time is 3 days, the host can check at any time. The system is now entering an upgrade phase. Most system functions are closed, but the system space can be used normally. The upgrade is expected to take half a month, please wait patiently. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 26. The blood. No matter how Fujino Asagami called for the system, it gave no response. Fujino Asagami eventually gave up. After all, it was only half a month, and she could just enjoy herself until it passed. Lying on the bed and looking at Jibril, who was still asleep, Fujino Asagami smiled and decided to condense a core. According to the information brought by Megiko, Fujino Asagami learned that once a core is condensed, not only can identical abilities be fused to become stronger, but using abilities with a core would also become more effortless. Most importantly, after condensing a core, the more abilities one learns and acquires through Megiko, the more other abilities will be strengthened. Sinking her consciousness into her body, Fujino Asagami's current body was also somewhat different from before. The arrangement of bones and the distribution of blood vessels were different from a normal human, being more perfect. Condensing a core was not difficult. Fujino Asagami relaxed her mind and body according to the information from Megiko, and activated her Megiko. A gentle power traveled from Fujino Asagami's eyes to her heart, directly enveloping it. The so-called core is meant to replace the existence of the heart, or rather, to transform the heart into the more advanced existence of a core. This would allow Fujino Asagami's body to become stronger and difficult to kill. Unless facing a person who transcends the rules, the core cannot be destroyed. Furthermore, as long as the core exists, Fujino Asagami will not die. Even if her body is destroyed, she can rely on the core to perfectly recast a new body. If Fujino Asagami obtains the constitution of a Horai person in the future, it will be even more perfect. Fujino Asagami watched her heart, which was still undergoing transformation, and withdrew her consciousness from her body. The transformation of the core would still take quite some time. Taking Yubashiri out of the system space, a dense, evil aura instantly filled the entire room. If Fujino Asagami hadn't quickly suppressed it, the people in this small hotel would likely have been affected by this evil aura. Master, what is this? Jibril also opened her eyes at this time and woke up. After all, the evil aura in the room was too obvious, and under this evil aura, she felt as if her body was being suppressed by a giant rock. Fujino Asagami also quickly increased the strength of her suppression, forcing all the evil aura back. Phew, Master, what on earth is this? The oppressive aura vanished, and Jibril breathed a sigh of relief, looking curiously at the strange sword in Fujino Asagami's hand. At this moment, Yubashiri had completely changed its appearance. The blade was enveloped by flowing blood-red energy, clearly because the transformation was not yet complete. At the hilt, a crimson eyeball identical to the one on the Darkin side had appeared, rolling around in all directions. The red energy on the blade was emanating from this eye. This is my weapon now, Fujino Asagami said with a smile. Then, following the master recognition method left by the system, she raised the sword in her hand, and under Jibril's horrified gaze, stabbed it fiercely into her own stomach. Fujino Asagami couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Jibril, beside her, immediately panicked and tried to pull the sword out of Fujino Asagami's body, but was stopped by Fujino Asagami. Instead, Jibril's fair body was stained with Fujino Asagami's blood. Jibril, don't worry, I'm fine. Fujino Asagami gave a forced smile. The pain brought by this master recognition was somewhat beyond her expectations, but it came fast and went fast. The sword in her hand lit up with a red glow, representing the success of the master recognition. The blade flew out and floated to the side, while the wound on Fujino Asagami's stomach restored to its original state without a single trace. If it weren't for the blood on the quilt, it would be hard to believe that Fujino Asagami had just stabbed herself with a sword. Phew, it's a success. What a shitty method. Fujino Asagami rubbed her stomach. Although it had returned to normal, that kind of pain was truly unforgettable. If possible, she wouldn't have wanted to do it this way, but the master recognition method the system gave her was exactly like this. Master, you scared me to death. Beside her, Jibril hugged Fujino Asagami with a hint of a sob. The blood on her body pressed tightly against Fujino Asagami, but Fujino Asagami didn't mind. She reached out and hugged Jibril tightly, gently stroking Jibril's smooth back, though Fujino Asagami's hands were also stained with blood, making the touch not very comfortable. All right, it's okay now. Fujino Asagami let go of Jibril, looked at her eyes which held a few tears, smiled brightly, and kissed Jibril's soft lips. Jibril submissively cooperated with Fujino Asagami. After a long time, only when the blood on both of them had dried did they finally separate. Seeing Jibril's slightly flushed cheeks, Fujino Asagami reached out and pulled Jibril close, using her strength to lift Jibril directly into a princess carry. Jibril, let's go take a bath, and then have some good fun. How could Jibril not understand Fujino Asagami's meaning? Thinking of last night's madness, the blush on her pretty face deepened, and she nodded gently. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 27, Following One's Heart. 1036 words, what did you two go do last night? As soon as they returned to that dilapidated building, and pushed open the door, they saw Tuko Aozaki on a chair. We went to do some things we love to do, Fujino Asagami smiled. Tuko Aozaki, on the chair, noticed that Fujino Asagami had changed a lot. She seemed even more beautiful. Combining this with what Fujino Asagami had said before, Tuko Aozaki understood something. Her gaze toward Fujino Asagami was very strange, but Fujino Asagami didn't care. Tuko Aozaki was already someone she had claimed. She would teach her a good lesson in bed later. Fujino Asagami looked at Tuko Aozaki with some surprise in her eyes. She had just activated Megiko, wanting to learn Tuko Aozaki's abilities. Fujino Asagami's Megiko had a very convenient feature: the opponent didn't need to use their abilities. In Fujino Asagami's eyes, next to every person was something like a character template. This template recorded all of the target's abilities, including all their knowledge. Fujino Asagami could freely choose and learn to copy them. Previously, Fujino Asagami had used Megiko to learn and copy all the abilities Jibril possessed, such as Heavenly Movement, Heavenly Strike, and so on. Now, Tuko Aozaki's template made Fujino Asagami curious. Tuko Aozaki's template actually contained the fifth magic. Although Fujino Asagami had given the magic crest of the fifth magic to Tuko Aozaki, the current Tuko Aozaki had not yet awakened the fifth magic. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Fujino Asagami's mind. It turned out to be one of Megiko's abilities. It could learn abilities the target was destined to awaken, provided the target had the foundation for awakening that ability. Now that Tuko Aozaki possessed the magic crest, with Tuko Aozaki's talent, possessing the fifth magic would not be difficult, which was why Fujino Asagami could see the fifth magic in Tuko Aozaki's template. The information from Megiko was vast, and Fujino Asagami had not fully digested it before, which was why she hadn't understood. Fujino Asagami thought she should find some time to properly digest it. For now, Fujino Asagami directly used Megiko to learn Tuko Aozaki's puppet techniques, runes, the fifth magic, various other spells Tuko Aozaki had learned, and the creation of various magical items. Although these things weren't of much use to Fujino Asagami, once the core was fully condensed, these useless abilities would merge into a decent power if copied enough. What's wrong with you? Seeing Fujino Asagami looking at her, Tuko Aozaki felt as if she were being seen through. Tuko Aozaki also noticed the change in Fujino Asagami's eyes and couldn't help but ask, "How did your eyes change?" "My strength has completely recovered, even destroying the world would be simple," Fujino Asagami answered Tuko Aozaki's question with a smile. Tuko Aozaki's abilities had all been learned by Fujino Asagami. "Is that so?" Tuko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami in surprise, finally nodded, and added, "Where is Jibril?" "She went to rest. I sent her to her room first, Fujino Asagami said. It seems you've put her through quite a lot. Toko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami with a strange smile. Why don't you try it too? Fujino Asagami responded with a smile. Wait until you've subdued my sister, then I'll try it with you. Toko Aozaki winked at Fujino Asagami. By the way, I started my plan last night. The marks on their hands are the tricks you mentioned, right? Fujino Asagami nodded. That stuff is good stuff. It certainly is good stuff. Toko Aozaki rolled her eyes at Fujino Asagami. That idiot's and Alice's magical power have already surpassed mine, both in quality and quantity. You didn't see it, one of her magic bullets actually blasted a huge crater in the ground. Luckily, I went as a puppet last night or I'd be dead. Even Beowulf wouldn't be able to block more than a few hits from that. Don't worry. Fujino Asagami came to Toko Aozaki's side and leaned her head on Toko Aozaki's shoulder. Toko Aozaki's body stiffened. Fujino Asagami twitched her small nose, sniffing the faint scent on Toko Aozaki's body, a look of intoxication appearing on her face. You are my person. How could I let you die? When you fight the final battle, I will turn off the enhancement brought by the marks. Don't worry. Can you take your head off? Quickly standing up from the chair, Toko Aozaki's face carried a blush, not a common sight. Fujino Asagami smiled. You'll be mine sooner or later, why act like this? Now that your strength has recovered, why do you have a bit of a perverted tendency? Toko Aozaki looked at Fujino Asagami in surprise, the blush on her face not fading. This is my true nature, Fujino Asagami laughed. With Megiko, she felt her whole being become open and clear. The days of training herself in fear in the One Piece world were over. With Megiko, Fujino Asagami only needed to follow her heart. It could be said that Fujino Asagami no longer had any rivals, no matter how much stronger an existence was than her. All Fujino Asagami had to do was use Megiko to copy and learn, then crush the opponent to dust. As for death, that no longer existed in Fujino Asagami's world. As long as she had the core, she was immortal and indestructible. And an existence capable of destroying the core simply could not be encountered. This was the greatest guarantee provided by the information Megiko gave Fujino Asagami. By the way, bring that old man out. I want to have a good talk with those two stupid Lolas. What follows is the story of Fujino Asagami wandering everywhere. That brother in the book reviews was right with Megiko, just do it and it's done. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 28, Creating Humans. 1062 words. If this gets out, the world will surely be in an uproar. Toko Aozaki didn't know what kind of expression she should have now. Fujino Asagami asked, pretending to be cute, while her hands didn't stop kneading the little loli. Toko Aozaki could only laugh without speaking. Today, her worldview had been completely shattered. All right, Gaia, let's go to sleep. Asagami Fujino stood up from her chair with a smile, holding the little loli in her arms, and walked towards the room. Aozaki Toko watched silently before finally picking up a cigarette. The events of today were simply too shocking, and she needed a smoke to calm down. If you smoke, I'll do you right now. Fujino's voice drifted into her ears. Aozaki Toko silently pulled the unlit cigarette from her mouth and slammed it onto the ground. Gaia-chan, let's take off your clothes. In the room, Jibril was peacefully sleeping on the bed, not even noticing someone had entered. Fujino thoughtfully tucked Jibril in, and gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. She then turned to look at the little loli Gaia, who hadn't moved yet. Gaia-chan, do you need me to do it personally? Without waiting for Gaia to resist, Fujino's hands were already on her. The few thin pieces of clothing were stripped off in no time. The little loli's face instantly flushed red, combined with her surprisingly curvaceous figure that didn't match her loli appearance. She was simply too lethal. Looking at such an adorable Gaia, Fujino realized she was indeed a lolicon, and seemingly the incurable kind. Unable to suppress the desire in her heart, Fujino pulled the little loli into her arms, holding her tightly to claim her. "Yo, you're out." "That was fast," Tuko teased as she saw Fujino emerge from the room. "Tuko, do you want to give it a try?" Fujino looked at Tuko with a smile. The latter felt a chill run down her spine and quickly averted her eyes. "What's wrong?" Using heavenly movement, Fujino instantly appeared behind Tuko and wrapped her arms around her. "Stop messing around." Tuko helplessly broke free from Fujino's embrace. Seeing the other's movements, she quickly asked, "What exactly happened?" "It's nothing." Fujino hugged Tuko again. The latter tried to break free once more, but it was in vain. In the end, she could only let Fujino hold her. "What really happened?" "That's the counterforce, after all." "Did you actually?" Tuko asked curiously. Fujino shook her head. Tuko breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Fujino actually did the counterforce. But Fujino's next words left her completely stunned. "I just licked her body all over." Fujino said with a straight face, a reminiscent expression appearing on her face as she added, "The taste of a loli is truly wonderful." Tuko's eyes widened instantly. The way she looked at Fujino was very strange. Fujino knew it was the look one gives a pervert, but she didn't mind. What was wrong with being a pervert? It was just something ordinary people couldn't understand. "Does Tuko-chan want to try too?" "I think the taste of Tuko-chan's body would be amazing. Get lost." "By the way, where is that counterforce?" "Ah, Gaia-chan, she felt so much from my licking that she fainted." "You damn pervert. Stay away from me. Tuko-chan is so mean. How on earth did you do it?" Tuko looked at Fujino with a complex expression as Fujino experimented with puppet making on the workbench. Tuko felt like her long years of researching puppet techniques had been in vain. Right before her eyes, Fujino had completely shattered her confidence in just 30 seconds. She couldn't even see through Fujino's puppet techniques, and the speed was terrifyingly fast. "Hee hee, I'm amazing, right?" Fujino smiled, her hands not stopping as she continued to rapidly construct the puppet. After obtaining Tuko's puppet techniques, and enhancing them with Magiko, Fujino's skills in puppet making had surpassed Tuko's original techniques, even forming her own unique style. "Speaking of which, what are you making this for?" Tuko watched Fujino. Although she didn't understand the technique, she could tell that Fujino wasn't making reconnaissance puppets or self-destruct puppets, rather, it looked more like a human. "Making a maid," Fujino replied, then stopped her movements. "Are you making an homunculus?" Tuko looked at Fujino in surprise. Fujino nodded but then shook her head. "Not an homunculus, but a human in the true sense. Your puppet technology can do this too, right? Although they're just spare bodies for you, they're basically no different from human bodies." "I can indeed do that." Tuko nodded. "But that's just an empty shell without a soul, isn't it? Only an homunculus can have one, right?" "That's not necessarily true," Fujino said meaningfully. "You mean?" Tuko wasn't stupid. She immediately realized what Fujino was talking about, but she also felt it was somewhat absurd. After all, that involved the domain of gods. "It's not that terrifying." Fujino turned to look at Tuko. "Although I can bestow a soul, I can't reach the level of directly creating one." "That's already terrifying enough, okay?" Tuko said irritably, looking at the workbench. "Are you making a female?" "I said it's a maid." Fujino rolled her eyes at Tuko. "You're not making her just to do some master-servant play, are you?" Tuko's expression was strange. She felt Fujino was becoming more and more of a pervert. Now she was directly creating a person just to lay hands on them. This was too damn perverted. "Yeah, otherwise why would I make her?" Fujino admitted her thoughts without hesitation, making Tuko feel even more helpless. Alright, let's see our future maid. Fujino's hands moved like a whirlwind, and Tuko could only see countless afterimages. It's finished. Fujino stopped her movements, looking at the newly created maid's body with satisfaction. She nodded and said, "From now on, you shall be Asagami Sakuya. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know." Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Sakuya 1086 words. Your naming skills are actually pretty good, Tuko said, her eyes fixed on the female puppet on the workbench. Long silver hair, a beautiful face, a perfect body, and slender legs. Everything looked perfect, except for the somewhat regrettable chest size. It was hard to imagine that this was Fujino's first attempt. "How is it?" "Great, right?" Fujino smiled at Sakuya on the workbench, like a mother looking at her child. This Sakuya was created by Fujino based on her memories of the perfect and elegant maid from the Scarlet Devil Mansion in Gensokyo, Izayoi Sakuya. She chose the name Sakuya simply because she liked it and happened to need a maid to take care of her. Furthermore, she would definitely visit Gensokyo in the future. After all, Yakumo Yukari's power of boundaries, Horazan Kagaya's ability to manipulate eternity, and the instantaneous, and the second young mistress Flandra Scarlet's power of destruction all made Fujino's heart flutter. The abilities of others in Gensokyo were the same: Kameji Satora's mind reading in the Palace of the Earth Spirits, Kageyama Hina's ability to collect misfortune, and Shinki, who created Makai and supposedly had the ability to create worlds. Perhaps the strength of the yokai in Gensokyo wasn't that high, but these abilities were like broken cheats. Also, Fujino wanted to see what would happen when the two Sakuyas met. Not knowing what Fujino was thinking, Tuko couldn't help but be dazed by the scene. She hadn't expected Fujino to have this side to her. Had she misjudged her? "The chest is just a bit small. Should I make it bigger?" Fujino muttered, looking at Sakuya's regrettable area. Tuko helplessly covered her forehead. As expected, everything she just saw was an illusion. Saying things like "a small chest is what makes her Sakuya," that Tuko couldn't understand, Fujino ultimately decided not to modify it. "What now?" Tuko looked at Fujino. "All that's missing now is a pure soul, which isn't something I can do right now." Fujino helped Sakuya onto a sofa, covering her body with a quilt. Then, under Tuko's puzzled gaze, she began rummaging through Tuko's suitcase. "What are you doing?" Seeing her clothes being turned into a mess, Tuko couldn't take it anymore and quickly stepped forward to stop Fujino's misdeed. "I'm looking for a comb," Fujino replied to Tuko's question. "I don't have such a thing." Tuko's facial muscles twitched. Fujino seemed very surprised, looking at Tuko incredulously as if she were looking at an alien. "What's with that look?" Being stared at like that made Tuko feel extremely annoyed. "It's nothing." Fujino smiled and said, "I just feel like you aren't like a woman at all, Tuko. You don't even carry a comb with you. By the way, how do you fix your hair in the morning? With your hands? Or does it just form naturally? Get lost. I'm back." Using heavenly movement, Fujino had gone out specifically to buy 2 combs, several ribbons, and a complete set of clothes. Tuko responded coldly, not paying much attention to Fujino. Seeing that Tuko was still angry, Fujino didn't bother her. She placed the bag of clothes on a nearby table, then took out a comb and several ribbons to start styling Sakuya's hair. Having learned female hairstyling techniques from Tuko via Magiko, Fujino quickly styled her Sakuya's hair according to her memory of Izayoi Sakuya, leaving sideburns on both sides, tying them into small braids, and fastening the ends with green ribbons. Putting the comb aside, Fujino looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She then reached for the clothes on the side, intending to dress Sakuya, but before she could grab them, a hand pressed down on hers. "Tuko, what are you doing?" Fujino looked dissatisfied at Tuko, who was holding her hand. She was about to change her Sakuya's clothes, but Tuko was actually interfering. How hateful. I'll do it. Tuko said seriously. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. She's still just a puppet. Even if you want to be a pervert, it's too early for that. I wouldn't do that. Fujino felt she was being framed. Was she the kind of person who just went into heat randomly? And towards her own unconscious daughter at that. At this moment, Tuko seemed to hear Fujino's inner thoughts and said in a firm, certain tone, "You are exactly that kind of person." Fujino felt like she had taken a critical hit. Her whole being turned black and white as she was pushed into the room by Tuko. "What a troublesome fellow," Tuko said helplessly after closing the door. Then she picked up the bag of clothes. It was then that Tuko saw the other comb in the bag. Her gaze softened as she took out the comb and whispered, "It seems I really am starting to like her." In the room, Asagami Fujino snapped out of her monochrome state at once. Sensing Aozaki Tuko's situation outside, she smiled broadly. Looks like it actually helped. In high spirits, Fujino glanced at Gaia, who had fainted from overstimulation, and flashed a devilish grin. "If you don't wake up and keep pretending, I'll summon a meteor and drop it on you." "How could you? You've already done something so awful to me." The supposedly unconscious little lowly Gaia bolted upright, flung herself across the bed, and clung desperately to Fujino's thigh. The softness of Gaia's chest pressed against her leg let Fujino savor every exquisite sensation, but that was all. Still naked, the little lowly was lifted single-handedly. Fujino beamed, "Agree to every demand and I won't destroy your world." And roughly how many demands are we talking about? Gaia whimpered, inwardly cursing Alea. The counterforce had sworn Fujino adored little girls like her, and that coming alone would be perfectly safe. Naive, actually just foolish Gaia had believed it. Now her body had been defiled, and she was about to be bled dry. "You tell me." Fujino gave her a smile that said she had no clue what the limit was, and Gaia let out a miserable, animal wail. "I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 30, Demands. First demand, I want a heroic spirit. Gaia was nearly in tears. She owned plenty of heroic spirits, so handing over a few was no problem, yet she feared Fujino would ask for the grand class ones, the very pillars of Gaia's existence. Those she could never surrender. Still, if Fujino lost patience and actually called down a meteor, Earth and Gaia would be finished. I get it. With observation haki, Fujino read her thoughts. I don't want the grand heroes, they're all male anyway. That's fine, then. Gaia exhaled, patting her chest. The ample pair bounced, instantly drawing Fujino's gaze. Noticing her own state, Gaia blushed. "See, can I put some clothes on first? You're a counterforce, why be shy? And seeing you like this improves my mood. Try dressing if you want, I just can't promise I'll stay happy." A naked threat, and brutally effective. "I love being naked," Gaia hastily declared, then added, "I love being naked in front of Sister Fujino most of all." A quick study, Fujino regarded her approvingly. She seemed dim but was actually rather clever. Heartened by Fujino's faint smile, Gaia rejoiced. If she kept pleasing this great deity, even the corrupted earth might hold no terror, and maybe she could make Achan green with envy. All right, let's talk about the heroic spirit I want. Fujino sat on the edge of the bed and pulled Gaia into her lap. Nestled there, Gaia didn't resist. In fact, she noticed something odd. Fujino exuded an aura of the earth even denser than her own. Comfortably, Gaia half closed her eyes. I want Black Lance Artoria, no problem, right? Is there even a heroic spirit with a weird name like that? Gaia's eyes snapped open. She didn't recall any servant called Black Lance Artoria. Realizing the confusion, Fujino clarified, Lancer Alter King Arthur, the one who still has a heart. Though the last part made no sense, Gaia now knew which heroic spirit she meant. Just one King Arthur among countless parallel worlds, Arthurs were expendable. That's the first, I'll decide on the rest later. Next demand, then. There's more. Something wrong, little lowly Gaia? Not at all. Ask away, Sister Fujino. Gaia beamed while bleeding inside. This time, I'm not taking anything from you. Fujino's answer surprised her. Then what do you want? I need you to let me visit the throne of heroes. That's all for now. Gaia was stunned, the request was child's play. Sending someone to the throne was effortless. And nothing else? She asked cautiously. Not at the moment. Fujino stroked her head pleasantly. When would you like to go? Gaia asked, turning. Once Toko finishes her business. And the heroic spirit. I'll summon her tonight and settle Toko's matter as well. Fujino lifted Gaia from her lap and set her on the bed. Go prepare the heroic spirit now. And remember, I want the real one, not a clone, understood? Understood. I'll make sure of it, Gaia answered hurriedly. Excellent. Fujino nodded in satisfaction. Sister Fujino, do you need a pure soul? Gaia ventured. Oh, so you heard. Fujino regarded her, expression unreadable. I remember Achan can create a pure soul. If Sister Fujino needs one, I can ask her for it, Gaia whispered. Then I'll leave it to you, Asagami Fujino said, giving Gaia a smile. She'd planned to buy a soul from the system after its upgrade, but now she could save the points. Migiko had already dulled her appetite for system abilities, yet points could still trade for plenty of amusement, so every coin counted. Right away, Sister Fujino. With that, Gaia vanished before her. Stop pretending, Jibril. Fujino looked at the quilt, Jibril's eyes were already open. Hurry and dress. After we settle Toko tonight, we've got lots of fun waiting. Yes, master. Call me Fujino. After all, you're mine now, she said gently. All right. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 31, Black Gun Saber, you're really summoning a heroic spirit. That night, Aozaki Toko had braced for a final clash with her full sister, only for Fujino to drag her aside, insisting they wait for the summoned servant. Of course she's my wife. Fujino's eyes sparkled. Before crossing worlds she'd played FGO and miraculously pulled Black Gun Saber. After arriving here, her phone and her beloved wives had vanished. You collect wives like trading cards, Toko muttered, eyelid twitching. She is my wife, she just doesn't know it yet, Fujino laughed. Toko had no words. Good, Gaia's ready. Let's begin. Receiving the signal, Fujino stepped onto the pre-drawn circle. Transcendence evil power surged through her, bypassing every formality as she chanted, I proclaim, thy body under me, my fate upon thy blade. By my summons, will and reason answer. Here I swear, I am the fulfiller of all good in the world, I am the dispenser of all evil in the world. Cloud thine eyes, storm thy heart. Prisoner of madness, held by my chain. The three great command seals bind thee. Cross the counterforce and appear, guardian of the scales. A gale burst from the circle, and a tall, armored figure cloaked in darkness stood upon it. Artoria answers thy call. My steed devours thunderclouds, my spear shatters every wall. Whoever bars thy path shall fall by my hand. Fujino's heart raced at the familiar Black Gun Saber, especially at the impossibly majestic chest before her. Toko's gaze froze on the same sight, she couldn't fathom such. Art thou the Lady Fujino of whom Lady Gaia spoke? Black Gun Saber asked, resting her spear. Fujino stepped closer, awestruck anew. May I hug you? She asked, eyes shining, longing to bury herself in that all-enveloping softness. Very well. After a brief hesitation, Black Gun Saber agreed. Gaia had ordered her to devote herself entirely to this master. Without pause, Fujino flung herself forward, pressing her face deep into the servant's bosom. A softness beyond imagination. Fujino felt she was drifting in a boundless starlit cosmos. She never noticed Toko's face turning jet black. The servant shifted, uneasy. None in ancient Britannia had dared view her as a woman. Yet sensing the fearsome power within her new master and Toko's darkening glare, Black Gun Saber smiled, certain she'd chosen well. Come on, Toko, don't sulk. Want a hug too? Fujino coaxed as they walked, but Toko's expression never softened. With a sigh, Fujino fell back beside Black Gun Saber, who now wore the dress and custom-made lingerie Fujino had prepared, black stockings included. The sight was irresistible. If Toko weren't furious, Fujino would have glued her eyes to the servant's every breathtaking curve. Seeing Asagami Fujino so captivated by her, Black Gun Saber kept a calm face, but inside she was as giddy as a little girl. All right, this is the place. Aozaki. Toko stopped and turned back toward Asagami Fujino, just in time to catch Fujino staring at Black Gun Saber's figure. Her expression turned even colder. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The night it begins. The demonic crimson blade pulsed with red energy. It slid through the body before it without resistance, as though excited by the blood. The red light quivered, drinking the victim's blood and reducing the body to dust. So blood can speed the fusion. Feeling how much faster her yubashiri was merging with the dark inside thanks to the blood, Asagami Fujino was pleased. Kill a few more people and the fusion would be complete. She was curious what the final union of yubashiri and dark inside would look like. I didn't expect my presence to push the timeline so far ahead. Juzai Kusunagi's only showing up now. Asagami Fujino sheathed yubashiri and gazed into the distance. She sensed 3 mana signatures. Looks like they're about to begin. Without Juzai Kusunagi's death, I wonder if that fool Toko's little sister will still awaken the 5th magic. Fujino was intrigued. In the original timeline, Aoko Aozaki had been traumatized by Kusunagi's death, activating her 5th magic and hurling the 5 minutes of his murder far into the future. Borrowing Kusunagi's past 10 years, she transformed into her 10 years older self and easily defeated Toko, cursing her in the process. Now everything had changed. Aoko would certainly possess the 5th magic. It was hers by right, but without Kusunagi's death, no one could guarantee she would awaken at this time. The future was unpredictable. Even Fujino's observation haki could only foresee minutes ahead, and only within a limited range. Master, aren't you going to check on Miss Toko? Black Gun Saber appeared at Fujino's side. Fujino shook her head. Toko will be fine. Jibril is watching from the shadows, so don't worry. Then what do we do now? Black Gun Saber asked again. Let's not talk about that. Fujino looked at her. From now on, just call me Fujino. And I'll call you Artorilia for short. Understood, Fujino. Artoria's lips curved in a faint, happy smile. Let's take care of something, then go see Fujino. Fujino took Artoria's hand. It was soft and faintly warm. Man unconsciously tightened her grip. Across the way, Toko now faced her sister Aoko and her former friend Alice Kwanji. It's been a long time. Seeing Aoko right before her, Toko sighed. She had returned to Misaki City only to prove herself worthy of inheriting the family's 5th magic, but after meeting Asagami Fujino on the train, everything changed. Standing against her sister now was simply about closure. Her original ambition had faded. Looking at Aoko, Toko only wanted a good fight to slam her annoying little sister into the ground. After that, perhaps travel with Fujino. Toko wasn't sure. Fujino had once asked if, when it was all over, she'd like to see a wider world together. Toko hadn't answered, saying only that she'd give her reply when everything was finished. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Aoko squirmed under Toko's odd gaze and shouted. Toko smiled. "I just didn't expect my little sister to have grown up." Her eyes drifted unconsciously to Aoko's fully developed chest. She thought Fujino would like it, remembering her promise that if Fujino wanted her sister, she herself would yield. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Aoko again felt uncomfortable under Toko's stare, and instinctively covered herself. Toko's gaze was too unsettling. Beside them, Alice Kwanji studied her former friend, sensing that Toko had changed greatly. "I'm not here for that meaningless magic this time." Toko regarded Aoko, the mana within her already gathering. Aoko and Yuzuha both stared, not understanding. "If not for the fifth magic, then what?" "I owe someone a huge debt, one I can never repay. Fortunately, I still have you, little sister, so you'll have to do." Toko smiled, and the prepared mana behind her formed a vast magic circle. Heavenly Strike. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. The battle begins. Heavenly Strike, one of the attack spells mastered by Jibril. It possesses immense destructive power. In terms of the Type Moon world, it should be comparable to an A-rank anti-fortress noble phantasm. In the timeline further back during the Great War 6,000 years ago in the no-game, no-life world, Jibril released a heavenly strike, powerful enough to destroy the capital of the elves and swept away all their grimoires. However, a heavenly strike of such power is impossible for humans to master. Furthermore, Jibril's method of using heavenly strike relies on her unique spirit corridor, whereas the magic circuits of this world simply cannot withstand the load brought by heavenly strike. The version Aozaki Toko is using now is merely a weakened version that Asagami Fujino and Jibril modified several times to reduce its power and allow magic circuits to support its use. Nevertheless, even though it is a weakened heavenly strike, its power is still comparable to a B-rank noble phantasm, and most magi have no way to resist it. Terrifying, oppressive lightning surged from the magic circle behind Aozaki Toko, the violent electricity surging wildly toward Aoko Aozaki and Alice Kwanji on the opposite side. The expressions of the two changed simultaneously. The violent aura within the lightning made them truly feel the breath of death. Aoko Aozaki channeled the magical energy in her body, firing off magic bullets aimlessly toward the lightning released by the heavenly strike. Damn it, did that person forget to cancel the supply to this idiot? Aozaki Toko couldn't help but grit her teeth at this sight. Aoko Aozaki's body still carried the aura of Asagami Fujino's magical energy. On the other side, in a place surrounded by rock walls, Asagami Fujino and Black Lancer Artoria were there. Suddenly, Asagami Fujino thought of something. I actually forgot to cancel the enhancement the marks brought to those two. I wonder if Toko has lost by now. Oh well, I'll just cancel it first. With a single thought, the Transcendent's evil power within her body directly severed the magical energy supply to the two marks. After finishing this, Asagami Fujino looked ahead, where there was still a considerable distance to cover. Yeah, you can feel it, right? Yes, ahead should be the spiritual pulse of this city, but... Artoria hesitated for a moment and said, the space here is very strange, as if it's being shielded by something. There is something here that doesn't want to be known, so it's been sealed, Asagami Fujino said calmly. Let's continue forward, we're almost there. What's going on? Aoko Aozaki noticed that the quality of her magical energy was rapidly weakening, and her previously massive storage of magical energy vanished into nothingness in an instant. Fortunately, the previous magic bullets finally managed to break the attack of the heavenly strike, otherwise, Ayako Aozaki might have taken a full-powered hit directly. Beside her, Alice Kwanji's expression also changed slightly as she noticed the change in her magical energy. However, her eyes held a hint of solemnity. She had been studying the mark's abilities non-stop these past few days, but had made no progress. After all, something that appeared so suddenly made Alice Kwanji uneasy. The weakening of her magical energy now gave her a suspicion regarding Aozaki Tuko and this mark. This mark is related to you, isn't it? Alice Kwanji revealed the purple-black mark on the back of her hand. At this moment, the mark appeared very dim, having lost its luster. As expected of Alice, you found out, Aozaki Tuko said with a relaxed expression. She wanted to pull out a cigarette to smoke, but her cigarettes had long since been burned away by that fellow Asagami Fujino. What is this mark? When exactly did you plant it on us? Alice Kwanji's expression was somewhat unpleasant, her eyes fixed on Aozaki Tuko. Besides studying the mark these past few days, she had also been reflecting on what had happened lately. She always felt something was off, as if she had a sense of incongruity on the day the mark appeared. Recalling everything that happened that day gave her a sense of falsehood, as if her memories had been modified by someone else. In her memories of that day, she should have been at home drinking black tea and researching magecraft, but that evening she found mud on her shoes, mud that hadn't been there for long. Combining this with her previous thoughts, Alice Kwanji concluded that her memories had been modified, and the mark on the back of her hand must have been planted at that time. Do you remember that delivery? Aozaki Tuko didn't answer Alice Kwanji's question, but instead asked them another one. Delivery? You sent it. Ayako Aozaki, standing nearby, looked at Aozaki Tuko in surprise. However, Aozaki Tuko shook her head. I didn't send it. This answer left Ayako and Alice confused again, unsure of what Aozaki Tuko was trying to do. I want to know, did you eat it? Aozaki Tuko looked at Ayako Aozaki and Alice Kwanji with a cryptic smile. Under Aozaki Tuko's smile, Ayako Aozaki and Alice Kwanji suddenly felt a chill down their spines, and then their expressions changed. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 34, to the root 1715 words. Magical energy vanished, disappearing without a trace, leaving not a single drop behind. With the disappearance of their magical energy, Ayako Aozaki and Alice Kwanji felt completely weak, and collapsed onto the ground. What's going on? Their bodies became incredibly frail. The only remaining magic circuits in their bodies vanished completely at this moment, but the magic mark inside Ayako Aozaki's body did not disappear. It must be because of that delivery. Alice Kwanji, who had a weaker constitution, found it difficult even to speak fluently. That's right, Aozaki Tuko's voice rang out as she walked up to the two lying on the ground. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Even that fellow Beowulf hasn't had to show up yet. As Aozaki Tuko spoke, Beowulf's figure jumped down from a large tree. Seeing Beowulf's presence immediately made Ayako Aozaki and Alice Kwanji's expressions look even worse. The aura on Beowulf was very powerful, and Alice Kwanji recognized Beowulf as a phantasmal species. If they still had magical energy, they might have been able to put up a fight, but now they were completely devoid of it, and their bodies were weakened to the extreme due to the loss of magical energy and unknown reasons. Currently, they were entirely defenseless. Alice Kwanji mustered some strength and looked at Aozaki Tuko in confusion. I clearly checked the delivery. There was no trace of magecraft, let alone drugs. How could? It was magic, Aozaki Tuko said calmly. Right now, she really wanted a cigarette. It would make her feel more like a victor in front of this former friend and her idiot sister. Although this victory relied on Asagami Fujino's help, Aozaki Tuko felt it made no difference. How is that possible? Hearing Aozaki Tuko's words, Alice Kwanji looked at her in disbelief. Not just Alice, but Aoko Aozaki also looked at her sister in front of her with incredulity. Had Aozaki Tuko reached the root and become a magus? That's impossible. Why hadn't there been any rumors? Seeing their shocked gazes, Aozaki Tuko felt even better. After thinking for a moment, she took off her glove and showed the back of her hand to the two on the ground. Aoko Aozaki's eyes widened instantly. There was a mark on the back of Aozaki Tuko's hand, and this mark was exactly the same as the magic mark inside her own body. Noticing Aoko Aozaki's expression, Alice Kwanji also realized something and looked at Aozaki Tuko with equal disbelief. A unique magic mark had actually appeared twice. What exactly was going on? Aozaki Tuko looked at her former friend, who usually showed little emotion, and was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected to see a different side of Alice Kwanji today. All right, it's time to take you to see that person. Aozaki Tuko put her glove back on and called out toward a tree, Jibril, come and help. Jibril used heavenly movement and appeared directly in front of Aozaki Tuko. Seeing Jibril, Aoko Aozaki immediately recognized her as the person who had delivered the food to them back then. After all, that rainbow-colored long hair was very memorable. Beside her, Alice Kwanji's gaze was also instantly drawn to Jibril's appearance, though her eyes were focused more on the pair of wings behind Jibril. Miss Aoko, we meet again. Jibril gave Aoko Aozaki a slight smile, leaning down a bit to look at her. Miss Aoko, did you find that delivery delicious? It's you. Aoko Aozaki looked at Jibril with resentment, trying to get up, but her body's weakness made it impossible to support herself. An angel. Alice Kwanji looked at Jibril and asked in confusion. The feeling Jibril gave her was too strange. The odd halo above her head, the strange aura aside from the wings on her back, the Jibril before her didn't have much in common with the descriptions of angels in books. I'm not, you know. Answering Alice's question casually, Jibril looked at Aozaki Tuko. Are we going back now? Or to where Master Fujino is? It seems Fujino has found something interesting over there. Let's go take a look after we finish up here. Is that so? Aozaki Tuko frowned slightly, then looked at Aoko Aozaki and Alice Kwanji on the ground, smiling as she asked, Jibril, can you take them with us? Of course, no problem. Jibril smiled, I can put them in an alternate space first. Then I'll leave it to you. Aozaki Tuko nodded and looked at Beowulf. Beowulf, you go back first. Beowulf nodded helplessly. He had originally thought he could stretch his muscles tonight, but he hadn't expected it to turn out like this, without even a single chance to make a move. However, Beowulf didn't dare to complain. Ever since he was sliced in half by Asagami Fujino last time, he had been terrified of her. Asagami Fujino had even warned Beowulf to listen to Tuko, or she would slice him again. Beowulf also somewhat regretted being so foolish as to be tricked out by Aozaki Tuko back then. How wonderful it would have been to just stay as a king in his own right. They're here. Asagami Fujino looked behind her. Jibril, holding Aozaki Tuko's hand, appeared right there. Is this a energy river? Aozaki Tuko, who had just landed, was immediately attracted by the strange environment here. It is a energy river. Asagami Fujino nodded. What are we doing here? Aozaki Tuko asked in confusion. Do you remember how your grandfather became a magus? Are you saying it's right here? Asagami Fujino nodded. Aozaki Tuko's grandfather becoming a magus was largely due to luck. He had accidentally fallen into an energy river and somehow managed to peer into the root through it, thus becoming a magus. However, among all the magi, he was the weakest. Even so, a magus was still a magus, not something a common mage could compare to. Are you going to enter the root? Aozaki Tuko asked, also feeling a bit curious. Although she had obtained a magic crest from Asagami Fujino, she was still very curious about the existence of the root. Asagami Fujino nodded. We are indeed going to the root. After all, I still want the root's abilities. Those eyes of yours are truly broken. Aozaki Toko lamented. She had heard Asagami Fujino say before that her eye's ability was practically a cheat, and now she could even copy the root's abilities. By the way, where are your sister and that witch? Asagami Fujino asked. Did you send them back? They're in my alternate space. Jibril said, looking at Asagami Fujino. Fujino, do you want me to let them out? Let them out. While we're at it, let them witness the root. Asagami Fujino said, but Aozaki Toko frowned. Why do that? Asagami Fujino looked at Aozaki Toko and explained. I need the fifth magic from your sister, and I'll use the root to activate the fifth magic in both of you. Previously, Asagami Fujino had obtained the fifth magic from Aozaki Toko, but a person's ability can only be obtained once using Magiko. To make the fifth magic stronger, Asagami Fujino set her sights on the unactivated fifth magic in Aoko Aozaki. Once the core finished condensing later, merging the two fifth magics would make the power even greater. Aozaki Toko nodded after getting the explanation. She wasn't in a position to forcefully interfere with Asagami Fujino's decisions, at least not before their relationship developed further. Then Asagami Fujino looked at Jibril and signaled her to release the people. Then, with two sounds of hitting the ground, Aoko Aozaki and Alice Kwanji fell there. Aoko Aozaki cried out. Opening her eyes, she saw Asagami Fujino with a smile. Who are you? Aoko Aozaki asked instinctively, but she received no answer. Asagami Fujino just looked at her with a smile. It's done. Asagami Fujino had already used Magiko to copy the fifth magic from Aoko Aozaki. At this moment, she possessed two fifth magics, as well as the second magic she had copied from Zelrich before. Aoko Aozaki didn't understand what Asagami Fujino meant. Then she saw Aozaki Toko walking over and immediately became agitated. Before Aoko Aozaki could finish her sentence, a piece of tape sealed her mouth. Be quiet. Asagami Fujino put away the tape in her hand, and pointed to Alice Kwanji beside Aoko Aozaki. Learn from your friend. See how quiet she is. MMPH, MMPH. Aoko Aozaki wanted to say something, but her mouth was sealed by the tape, so no one could understand what she was saying. However, everyone ignored her, assuming it wasn't anything good anyway. Turning her gaze to Alice Kwanji, she used Magiko to learn the fairy tale magic that Alice possessed. Magic power cannot be owned through learning and can only be copied, but fairy tale magic was the opposite. Asagami Fujino was quite interested in the magic held by Alice Kwanji. If used seriously, this magic system was enough to change the world. At the same time, Asagami Fujino also learned the creation of potions from Alice Kwanji. Developing them herself occasionally would be a good way to pass the time. Are you the owner of that mark? Alice Kwanji asked. Though she wasn't certain, she felt it was so. That's right. Asagami Fujino admitted directly. All right, don't ask boring questions. You'll find out everything later. Directly interrupting Alice Kwanji's question, Asagami Fujino turned around to look at the silent Lia behind her. Lia, prepare to break the seal here. Lia responded, and a pitch-black, menacing long spear appeared in her hand. What are you going to do? Alice Kwanji asked, having a bad feeling in her heart. Asagami Fujino turned her head to look at Alice Kwanji, her lips curling up in a smile, to the root. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 35, Root Authority 1041 words, Aoko-chan, pour some tea for me. Asagami Fujino lay leisurely on the sofa, looking at Aoko Aozaki, who was wearing a black and white maid outfit but had a teeth-gritting expression. "Understood, master." Saying it very reluctantly, Aoko Aozaki picked up the teapot on the table and poured tea for Asagami Fujino. "You seem a bit unwilling." Asagami Fujino looked at Aoko Aozaki playfully. Aoko Aozaki's body stiffened, and she struggled to maintain the smile on her face. "How could that be? How could I not be happy to serve my master?" Looking at Aoko Aozaki, who clearly had a stomach full of fire but simply didn't dare to vent it out, Asagami Fujino couldn't help but feel a bit bored. A few days ago, Asagami Fujino led everyone to break the seal on the energy river and used some small tricks to open the path to the root. Inside the root, Asagami Fujino could be said to have had a bumper harvest, directly using the power of Megiko to copy the authority of the root's power. It could be said that the current Asagami Fujino possessed the power to change everything, but this power was limited to the Type Moon world. After all, what she copied was the root of the Type Moon world. As for the original consciousness of the root, Root Shiki, she had also become something like Asagami Fujino's subordinate. The power of the root was strengthened by Megiko. Although the strengthened part was not the ability itself, but the level of authority, Asagami Fujino now held the highest authority, while Root Shiki existed as something like a subsystem. After returning to the real world from the root, both Aoko and Toko had the fifth magic in their bodies activated because of the root, but they fell into a coma. As for Alice Kwanji, she didn't obtain the power of magic, but she also fell into a coma because she received a large amount of information contained within the root. Those who remained awake were Jibril and Lia. Both had been protected by Asagami Fujino, so they didn't fall into a coma, and also gained quite a few benefits from the root. Afterward, Asagami Fujino and the others put the three unconscious people into the alternate space, and then directly occupied Alice's Western-style mansion. When Alice woke up later, although she was a bit unhappy, she tacitly accepted Asagami Fujino's actions. After all, she couldn't win in a fight, and her body still had the mark planted by the person in front of her. Most importantly, the other party had even taken her into the root. As for Aoko Aozaki, she wasn't the type of person like Alice. She wanted to resist Asagami Fujino's rule as soon as she woke up. But the result could be imagined. It was miserable beyond words. In the end, she even became a maid, frequently bullied and educated by Asagami Fujino, and it was the kind with a startling level of shame. "Eldest miss, I'm back." With a sound of footsteps, Sakuya walked up to them. However, Aoko Aozaki, who had just finished pouring tea, lowered her head somewhat nervously. "Sakuya is back. Come here quickly." Seeing Sakuya, Asagami Fujino hurriedly called Sakuya to her side, then hugged her, rubbing her cheek against Sakuya's soft body. Sakuya was also brought back after Asagami Fujino returned from the root, when Gaia came down and gave the soul to Asagami Fujino. As the one with the highest authority over the root, she was even the superior of Gaia and Alea. Afterward, Asagami Fujino used the soul Gaia gave her to completely bring Sakuya back to life, and used her root authority to strengthen Sakuya and bestow abilities upon her. After all, this soul was born in this world and was recorded by the root. Mistress, this isn't quite right." Sakuya looked a bit flustered, a faint blush appearing on her face. Although it wasn't the first time Asagami Fujino had treated her this way, Sakuya still felt shy. How shameless, Aoko Aozaki, who was on the side, couldn't help but say to herself. She didn't dare say it out loud. No one present was ordinary, and they could definitely hear her. She didn't want to receive the punishment from last time again. "I heard you, Aoko-chan." Asagami Fujino, on the sofa, let go of Sakuya, her purple eyes looking with malice at the already trembling Aoko Aozaki. "Aoko-chan is being quite naughty, actually saying such things about her own master." Asagami Fujino led Sakuya over and pressed a hand on Aoko Aozaki. The maid outfit Aoko Aozaki was wearing actually began to turn into points of white light and slowly dissipate. Aoko Aozaki subconsciously hugged her own body. "Sakuya," Asagami Fujino said. Sakuya, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up, glanced at Ayako Aozaki with a hint of jealousy, and instantly disappeared from the sofa. Then, Sakuya reappeared beside Asagami Fujino. "Mistress, everything is ready. What are you going to do?" Ayako Aozaki wanted to retreat a few steps in fear, but Asagami Fujino's hand was still pressed on her shoulder, making her unable to move at all. "What do you think? It's happened a few times already, we're so familiar with it, why act like this?" Asagami Fujino laughed. "I don't want to be familiar with it." Ayako Aozaki was on the verge of crying now. Actually, she was already crying, with tiny tears slowly flowing from the corners of her eyes. But Asagami Fujino was not a soft-hearted person. She glanced at Sakuya, and Sakuya vanished. "All right, now it's just the two of us." By now, Ayako Aozaki had been backed into a corner by Asagami Fujino. Looking at the tearful Ayako Aozaki, Asagami Fujino felt a surge of heat in her heart, leaned down, and kissed Ayako Aozaki's tear-stained lips. "I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 36, Medicine. In another room, there were many bookshelves placed here, and the shelves were neatly filled with books. Aozaki Toko, Alice Kwanji, and Jibril were here researching magecraft. Previously, they had all gained significant benefits from the root, though it would take quite some time to digest those benefits. "Is Sakuya back?" Aozaki Toko, who was looking down at her research, heard some footsteps. She looked up and saw Sakuya standing at the door, but Sakuya's expression was somewhat dejected. Aozaki Toko couldn't help but frown. As the one who witnessed Sakuya's birth, Aozaki Toko inwardly regarded Sakuya as her own daughter. "What's wrong?" Putting down her work, Aozaki Toko came to stand before Sakuya. Sakuya didn't speak, remaining silent. Aozaki Toko sighed. "I'll go ask myself." Without even thinking, she knew it definitely had something to do with that fellow Fujino. Sakuya suddenly stopped Aozaki Toko. A blush quickly flashed across her face, but Aozaki Toko still noticed it. "It's about Ayako and Fujino, isn't it?" Aozaki Toko said while looking at Sakuya, letting out a soft sigh. It wasn't hard to guess. Sakuya remained silent, but Aozaki Toko already knew that was the case. Aozaki Toko stepped forward and hugged Sakuya. "Sakuya likes Fujino, right?" Sakuya's face turned red, and she lowered her head. "As I thought." Aozaki Toko smiled helplessly, let go of Sakuya, and pulled Sakuya's hand to the workbench, where she began rummaging through the cluttered table. "Toko-sama, what are you doing?" Sakuya asked in confusion. "Don't call me Sama, just call me sister." As Aozaki Toko spoke, she had already found a small bottle from the cluttered workbench, filled with an iridescent liquid. Aozaki Toko directly stuffed the bottle into Sakuya's hand. "Toko-sama, this is..." "Call me sister." "Toko sister." Under Aozaki Toko's threatening gaze, Sakuya obediently called her sister. "That's more like it." Aozaki Toko nodded with satisfaction and then explained, "This is medicine." Sakuya looked at Aozaki Toko in confusion, then looked at the medicine in Toko's hand with doubt. "Did Fujino not transmit any knowledge in this area to you?" Aozaki Toko asked curiously. Looking at Sakuya's appearance, she clearly didn't know. "The knowledge mistress transmitted to me did not include anything related to this." Sakuya replied. "That's interesting. Did I misjudge her?" Aozaki Toko smiled. "It's okay, I'll tell you now. The so-called..." On the other side, in Ayako Aozaki's room. "You bastard." Ayako Aozaki's voice carried a hint of a sob. Her eyes were slightly red as she looked at Asagami Fujino beside her. The body she had protected for so many years had actually been taken away just like that, and by another woman. Feeling the pain in her lower body and her overall weakness, Aoko Aozaki wished she could kill Asagami Fujino right now. What's wrong? Asagami Fujino looked at Aoko Aozaki with a smile, and under her angry gaze, kissed Aoko Aozaki's somewhat swollen lips again. Aoko Aozaki wanted to resist, but her weak body made even moving a finger a problem. She could only helplessly be taken in by Asagami Fujino. Gradually, within Asagami Fujino's kiss, Aoko Aozaki lost her resistance. Her originally red eyes also became misty, and her fair, perfect body once again flushed with an unnatural blush. Asagami Fujino let go of Aoko Aozaki. Looking at Aoko Aozaki's currently aroused state, a look of realization flashed in her eyes. So that's how it is. Asagami Fujino could finally confirm that her body of enchantment didn't just have the ability to change others' sexual orientation, but also had an aphrodisiac function. Looking at the aroused Aoko Aozaki, the heart that had originally calmed down flared up again. Asagami Fujino found that she had begun to fall, actually becoming addicted to feminine charms. This would have been unimaginable back in the world of the One Piece. But this feeling is really not bad. Looking at Aoko Aozaki, Asagami Fujino revealed a charming smile, and leaned down to kiss Aoko Aozaki again. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 37, Preparations for Departure. At night, everyone was gathered around the dining table enjoying the delicious food made by Sakuya, when Asagami Fujino suddenly said, "Get ready, we're going to Fuyuki City in a few days." Go to Fuyuki City. Everyone looked at Asagami Fujino in confusion, except for Aoko Aozaki, who was still hanging her head low, using her knife and fork to cut up the steak on her plate, as if she were treating it like a certain someone. Asagami Fujino glanced at Aoko Aozaki surreptitiously, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes, then she looked at everyone. Yes, to Fuyuki. There's something fun there. The Holy Grail War. Aozaki Toko clearly had some knowledge of Fuyuki City. Asagami Fujino nodded. Wouldn't it be nice to go and have some fun? What's fun about it? Aozaki Toko asked. To see other heroic spirits, and I remember another King Arthur will appear in this Holy Grail War. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze toward King Arthur, who was wrestling with her food, and then everyone's eyes held a mix of envy and relief. They envied Leah's extraordinary figure, but felt relieved they didn't have such a figure themselves, otherwise it would be far too inconvenient. Currently, Leah had to rest her giant breasts on the table just to eat, otherwise, it was simply too difficult to consume her meal. Although before the meal, Asagami Fujino had suggested to Leah that she could help Leah hold those things up for free while she ate, Leah had shyly refused. Master, don't worry, I will stab the other me to death with one thrust of my spear, and send her back to the throne of heroes. Putting down her food, Leah said confidently. Asagami Fujino nodded. With Leah facing the King Arthur of this fourth war, the outcome was certain. It would basically be a total crush. Leah had descended in her true body, and she had used her root authority to modify Leah's abilities, while also releasing all the restraints on the Holy Spear in Leah's hand. The power of the Holy Spear had already reached the level of an anti-planet noble phantasm. Can I not go? Alice Kwanji looked at Asagami Fujino and said. She didn't want to leave this place, her Western-style mansion. Asagami Fujino refused directly, but then added, I will take the entire Western-style mansion with us. Seeing this, Alice Kwanji didn't say anything more. Although she still felt some resistance in her heart, there was nothing she could do now, so she just quietly ate her food. I'm not going either. Aoko Aozaki, who was wrestling with a steak nearby, also put down her knife and fork. I'm going to school. You've already been expelled, Asagami Fujino said calmly. Aoko Aozaki stood up excitedly, looking at Asagami Fujino. You did this, didn't you? That's right, I did it, Asagami Fujino admitted directly. Don't worry, Aoko-chan, I've already handled it for you, Jibril, sitting beside Aoko Aozaki, said. I've already completed the withdrawal procedures for you, so you can rest easy. Aoko Aozaki looked at Asagami Fujino. It wasn't that she liked going to school. Now that she had mastered the fifth magic, she would have to leave school eventually anyway. It was just that Aoko didn't like Asagami Fujino making decisions for her so casually. Because I love you, Asagami Fujino said seriously, looking at Aozaki Toko. Aoko Aozaki's face turned red, startled by Asagami Fujino's sudden words. Seeing this, Aozaki Toko stole a glance at Sakuya, her eyes flickering as if conveying some message. Sakuya nodded slightly, making an okay gesture secretly behind her back. However, the two didn't notice that Jibril, sitting opposite them, had seen everything they did. After dinner, Asagami Fujino sat on the sofa. She felt that her core was nearing completion. Sinking her consciousness into her body, she saw that her heart had completely changed, becoming a spherical object. This sphere was crystal clear, without a single impurity, and a mysterious aura rotated around it. Almost there, Asagami Fujino smiled, then whispered, "Condense." The core at her heart began to spin rapidly. Several streams of power were released from her eyes and entered the spinning core. These were all powers Asagami Fujino had copied and learned using Megiko, and now they were all entering the core to be fused and strengthened. After obtaining access to the root, Asagami Fujino used its power to scan all the heroic spirits in the Throne of Heroes, copying and learning their noble phantasms, innate abilities, skills, and more. Clairvoyance, runes, high-speed incantation, item construction, territory creation, discernment of the poor, mana burst, and so on were all copied and learned by Asagami Fujino. As for noble phantasms, she copied almost every single one, including Gilgamesh's Chains of Heaven and Ea, as well as Karna's God-slaying spear. Of course, she didn't copy every single noble phantasm. There were some strange ones she skipped, like Kiara Sesioin's noble phantasm, which Asagami Fujino found a bit hard to stomach. Similar powers fused together, and Asagami Fujino could clearly feel her body being strengthened. The ultimate body brought about by Megiko could reach the same level as Megiko itself, the strongest body that transcended all rules. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 38, Awakening of the System upgrade complete. Just as Asagami Fujino was feeling her power grow rapidly, the sudden system notification nearly startled her. What's going on, system? Didn't you say the upgrade would take 15 days? You didn't just pop out halfway through the upgrade, did you? Asagami Fujino asked hurriedly. In response to the host, because the host has condensed a core and mastered the root of this world, the system has completed its upgrade ahead of schedule. The familiar synthesized electronic voice of the system sounded again. Does the host require a briefing on the contents of this system update? Hurry up. Asagami Fujino was also curious about what changes the system had undergone. In response to the host, this update has removed the modules originally scheduled for the next upgrade, retaining only the shop and quest modules. Why's that? Asagami Fujino asked. In response to the host, given the host's current strength, the system has determined that redundant modules are useless, the system replied. What about the world traversal module? Asagami Fujino asked. If that module disappeared, she would have to find her own way to travel to other worlds. Please do not worry, host. Allow me to finish the briefing on this update, and I will inform you in detail. Asagami Fujino noticed that after this update, the system had changed, it seemed more humanized. The old system wouldn't have spoken to her like this. The shop module remains. However, since the host possesses the Kengu Eye, the system has determined that except for the weapons section, the prices of all other items have been significantly reduced. Furthermore, abilities purchased from the shop can be autonomously fused into the Megiko core. The system currency remains points, which can now only be obtained through killing. Hearing this, Asagami Fujino was so happy she almost jumped. Although acquiring other abilities was easier with the power of Megiko, many powers belong to other worlds and would take effort to obtain. Now, the system's massive discount made everything much more convenient. As for weapons not being discounted, it was no big deal to her. She already had so many noble phantasms and yubashiri, which had now completely fused with the power of the dark inside. She had no need for new weapons. In the quest module, future quests for each world have been cancelled, allowing the host to act freely. 2 quests from the previous upgrade remain, the Transcendence Evil Power quest and the large-scale Serial Benefit quest. Additionally, an ultimate quest has been added based on the host's situation. Would the host like to view it? Asagami Fujino raised an eyebrow. Canceling the world quests was a good thing for her, quests no longer held any appeal. However, the appearance of this ultimate quest piqued her curiosity. What could it be? View quest. Then, a light screen appeared before her. Ultimate quest, quest objective, retain a part of being human. Quest reward, mastery of the system. What does this mean? Asagami Fujino frowned. In response to the host, because the host has obtained Megiko, and Megiko is something that transcends rules, the host's body and mind are expanding toward becoming an outlier as they grow stronger. The host must now retain a part of being human to avoid becoming an entity without desire, a god in every sense of the word. What do you mean? Asagami Fujino was completely baffled, having no idea what the system was talking about. Simply put, it means becoming like a machine, knowing neither fear nor joy, losing everything, becoming a living dead thing. Would the host like to experience it to gain a deeper understanding? Asagami Fujino hesitated at the system's suggestion, but ultimately chose to agree. She wanted to see if it was as the system described, but this would become the most regrettable thing she ever did in her life. A minute later, a pale Asagami Fujino leaned against the sofa, gasping for breath. Her abnormality drew everyone's attention. Jibril immediately used heavenly movement to appear by her side. Fujino, what's wrong? Tuko, Aoko and Sakuya followed, along with Lia and Alice, all looking at Asagami Fujino with concern. Aoko's eyes, in particular, were filled with worry for her. It's nothing, just... Asagami Fujino didn't continue. She couldn't describe the feeling she just had. What kind of feeling was it? Was she alive or dead? It was like Schrödinger's cat, yet completely different. She couldn't feel any emotion, fear, joy. What were those? It was as if they had all vanished. Don't worry, I'm fine, Asagami Fujino forced a smile, gesturing for Jibril to relax, but her current appearance made it impossible for Jibril and the others to truly feel at ease. After a great deal of effort, Asagami Fujino finally managed to ease their worries. Seeing the concerned look in Aoko Aozaki's eyes as she left, Fujino felt a warmth in her heart, and a slight smile touched her lips. System, how do I solve this problem? In response to the host, do things that make you happy. Picking up girls, killing anything that brings pleasure to your heart will do. Is that so? Thank you, System. This is the system's duty. System, why did you choose me in the beginning? I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 39, The Power of Traversal. By the way, System, you haven't explained the World Traversal module yet. That's very important, Asagami Fujino said. Going to other worlds to do things that made her happy and joyful was the best way she could think of currently. Regarding that ultimate mission, the host does not need to worry too much. With the system suppression, the time before the host loses her humanity is approximately 10 kalpas. You should have said so earlier. Asagami Fujino's tense heart suddenly relaxed. 1 kalpa was about 6. 4 billion years, so 10 kalpas would be over 60 billion years. Host, you are now an immortal species, an existence that is undying and indestructible. In a long life, if you do not find a meaning for existence, you will likely be eroded by time, and become a dead-like existence, the system reminded. I'll be fine. With the system suppression for as long as tens of billions of years, Asagami Fujino believed she could solve it. She just needed to maintain her current state of mind, and not be affected. Alright, tell me about the World Traversal Module, Asagami Fujino said. The World Traversal Module will merge with the host. After merging, the host can perform world traversal on her own, freely choosing the world to travel to without relying on the system replied, and a selection box popped up in front of Asagami Fujino. Do you wish to merge with the power of world traversal? Merge, Asagami Fujino said without hesitation. A grayish-white light appeared out of thin air and entered Asagami Fujino's body, entering the core at her heart. There were no grand changes. A silver light flashed across Asagami Fujino's body, and the fusion was complete. Is this the power to travel through worlds? Asagami Fujino felt that with a single thought, she could vanish from this world and go to another. There were also coordinates of countless worlds, some familiar to her, and some she had never seen before. Detected 2 different systems of magic power sources in the host's body. Do you wish to merge them into the core? Transcendence, Evil Power and Starfire. There were 2 power systems in Asagami Fujino's body. One was the Transcendence Evil Power obtained through missions, and the other was Starfire, which was compensation given by the system because the previous fusion of Transcendence Evil Power caused her to be discovered by the Cosmic Dragon King in the League of Legends universe. It was a part of the Cosmic Dragon King's power. Previously, because Asagami Fujino had Transcendence Evil Power, and her constitution couldn't bear the Cosmic Dragon King's power, she had temporarily placed it in the system space. Later, after obtaining the body brought by Megiko, she absorbed this power. This made her quite regretful at the time. In her haste, she forgot she could use Megiko's power to copy this power, resulting in a waste. Does it require points? Asagami Fujino asked. Merging does not require the host to spend points, the system replied. Start the fusion, Asagami Fujino said. The Transcendence Evil Power and the Starfire power could not be used at the same time. Using Starfire meant she couldn't use Transcendence Evil Power and vice versa. Being able to merge them was a good thing for her. The 2 forces distributed within her body surged together toward the core at her heart. As the 2 extraordinary powers entered the core, they directly caused the power of Asagami Fujino's other abilities to increase significantly. Moreover, the powers of the 2 systems merged into one without losing their original properties. Asagami Fujino could still improve the quality of her magic power through killing, and her magic power now also contained the majesty of Starfire. What a powerful force! Even the so-called divine power of gods can't compare, right? Asagami Fujino said. Transcendence Evil Power and Starfire were already no weaker than so-called divine power, or even stronger. After merging, they far exceeded it. Eldest Miss, how are you now? Sakuya walked over, holding black tea in her hand, her eyes full of concern, and a hint of imperceptible shyness. Asagami Fujino naturally felt the shyness in Sakuya's eyes. She glanced nonchalantly at the black tea in Sakuya's hand, a smile quickly crossing her face. Sakuya, call me master from now on. I've thought about it, and eldest miss doesn't suit me very well, Asagami Fujino said. Oh okay, master, Sakuya stuttered, then intended to place the black tea on the table. Sakuya, help me bring the tea to my room. Is something wrong? Asagami Fujino looked at Sakuya with a smile. Come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Saying that, Asagami Fujino walked toward her room. Sakuya stared blankly at Asagami Fujino's back and murmured, Yes, master. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 40, Miko. The next day, Tuko opened her tired and heavy eyes. The first thing she saw was Asagami Fujino's smiling face. "You bastard." Aozaki Tuko cursed, but her expression didn't look angry at all. "Does Tuko not like this bastard?" Asagami Fujino gently stroked Tuko's slightly flushed cheek. "Last night, Tuko said she liked me the most." Aozaki Tuko's face, already flushed, turned even redder upon hearing this. She couldn't help but recall the wildness with Asagami Fujino last night. Even though they were both women, Aozaki Tuko had been left exhausted by Asagami Fujino, and her mind had become hazy toward the end. However, she vaguely remembered saying something like that. "All right, take a look inside your body," Asagami Fujino suddenly said. "What's going on in my body?" Aozaki Tuko cried out in surprise. The magic power in her body had disappeared, and even her magic circuits were gone. In their place was an energy system she had never seen before. After a brief sensation, she discovered that the quality of the energy system in her body was hundreds of times higher than the magic power she used before, or even stronger. "How is it?" Asagami Fujino came out from under the covers and stood on the floor. Her fair and slightly flushed skin was very enticing, but Aozaki Tuko was no longer paying attention. Her focus was entirely on the brand new energy system in her body. Seeing the unmoved Aozaki Tuko, Asagami Fujino was a bit unhappy and gave a cold snort. Aozaki Tuko snapped back to her senses, and looked at Asagami Fujino with a helpless smile. "We're both adults, there's no need for this." "None of your business," Asagami Fujino said unhappily. Two sets of clothes appeared in her hand, and she threw one directly to Aozaki Tuko. "By the way, Fujino, how long have you lived?" Catching the clothes, Aozaki Tuko asked curiously. "How long?" Asagami Fujino thought for a moment and said to Aozaki Tuko, "About 30-some years." Before traveling to the One Piece world, she was just in her early 20s. She lived in the One Piece world for about 10 years, and she had been in the Moon world for less than a year. Adding it up, she was around 31. So young. Aozaki Tuko looked at Asagami Fujino in surprise. She had thought Asagami Fujino's age would be much older, like several hundred years. "Isn't being young good?" Asagami Fujino smiled and added, "The power system in your body now is a part of my power. You can think of it as a seed. You've felt its power, right?" "Yes, it's very powerful," Aozaki Tuko nodded, then thought of something. "Did you give it to Aoko?" "No," Asagami Fujino said while getting dressed. "You and Sakuya are the first. As for Aoko and Alice, we'll wait until they fall in love with me. Aoko should be soon." At this point, Asagami Fujino couldn't help but smile. Aozaki Tuko gave her a series of eye rolls. "By the way, where did Sakuya go?" Aozaki Tuko looked around the room, but Sakuya wasn't there. "To pick someone up." "Pick someone up?" Aozaki Tuko raised an eyebrow. "Sakuya was just worn out by you last night, and now you're making her do things. Don't you know to let her rest a bit? Do you have a conscience? Sakuya is practically your daughter. You actually slept with your daughter." Hearing Aozaki Tuko's complaints, Asagami Fujino's face suddenly darkened. "Don't talk about me. Don't think I don't know it was you who egged Sakuya on to drug me." "How did you know?" Aozaki Tuko blurted out, then realized something was wrong. But since she had been found out, she didn't plan to hide it. "Didn't I just fulfill your wish? Don't think I don't know you're interested in Sakuya, otherwise, why were you so decisive last night? Sakuya is my daughter, so naturally she belongs to me as her mother. It would be unseemly for her to be with another man." Fujino said righteously. Whatever you say, it's already like this anyway. Toko stood up and began putting on the clothes Fujino handed her, asking, "Who did you send Sakuya to pick up?" "People from the Fuju clan," Fujino said indifferently. "Once Sakuya returns, we'll depart for Fuyuki City. There are some things we need to prepare in advance. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know." Chapter 41, The Downfall of the Tano Family. Master, I'm back. Sakuya appeared in the living room, holding the hands of two little Lolas. "Good work, Sakuya. Go get ready, we'll be leaving in a bit." Fujino smiled at Sakuya. "Yes, master." Sakuya nodded and disappeared, leaving behind two somewhat uneasy little Lolas and Fujino. Looking at the two uneasy girls, Fujino stood up and walked over to them. She crouched down, placing her hands on their shoulders. "All right, you'll be living here from now on. Don't worry, just follow Sakuya from now on." The two little Lolas looked at Fujino's gentle face, glanced at each other and finally nodded. One of the girls with amber eyes looked at Fujino's gentle expression and said softly, "Thank you, big sister. My name is Kahaku, and this is my sister, Hizui." "Yes, I know." Fujino smiled and patted the heads of Kahaku and Hizui. "Just stay here comfortably. As long as I'm here, no one will abandon you again." Both Kahaku and Hizui nodded vigorously with smiles. "All right, go find Sister Sakuya. She's upstairs. We have things to do in a bit," Fujino said. "Yes," the two little Lolas replied. After the two girls left, the smile on Fujino's face vanished. The Tano clan no longer needs to exist. "Makihisa Tano, I will take good care of your daughter." A long blade, entirely blood-red, appeared in Sakuya's hand. After what happened before, Fujino didn't let even a hint of her aura leak out this time. Yubashiri no, it would be more appropriate to call Yubashiri Blood Slice now. Having fused with all the power of the dark inside, Blood Slice's power was no weaker than some EX-ranked noble phantasms and possessed many other powers. Let the Tano clan become nourishment for Blood Slice. With a wanton smile, Fujino disappeared from the living room. At the Tano residence, Makihisa Tano sat irritably in his chair. The people from the Fuju clan he had targeted had actually been bought by someone else first. Most importantly, he didn't even know who did it. All the people involved in the transaction had disappeared without a trace. Makihisa Tano shouted in frustration. Having lost the Fujo twins he had originally planned for, his heart was now extremely unsettled. Damn it, the inversion impulse is becoming more and more obvious. Who is it? Who dared to ruin my plans? Fujino appeared before Makihisa Tano. Before he could even see her face clearly, the blade in Fujino's hand swept across his neck. A deathly silence. Under Fujino's casual strike, even sound itself was sliced apart. So fragile. Looking at Makihisa Tano, who had fallen in the room with his eyes still wide open, Fujino directly stabbed Yubashiri into his corpse. The blood-red blood slice seemed to come to life. The red on the blade began to flow, and Makihisa Tano's body instantly turned into a dried corpse before crumbling into a pile of powder. Is the power in the blood too weak? It didn't improve at all. Fujino wasn't disappointed. After all, it was expected. Absorbing the blood of others was one of Blood Slice's abilities. The stronger the blood absorbed, the more Blood Slice's power would increase, and it could evolve once it reached a certain level. As for its other abilities, it could turn the absorbed blood into pure life force to nourish oneself or give to others. All right, time to go see Akiha. Fujino smiled and swung Yubashiri again, slicing the entire wall into two sections. A few minutes later, the massive Tano estate instantly turned into countless fragments. It collapsed with a deafening roar, immediately drawing the attention of people nearby and sparking a flurry of discussion. Meanwhile, Fujino appeared on a tree in the distance, with a young girl, Akiha, tucked under her arm. "You villain! Let me go." Akiha struggled desperately with all her might, her small face flushed red, but it was to no avail. "Keep making noise and I'll deal with you right now," Fujino said flatly. Akiha wanted to say something more, but meeting Fujino's cold purple eyes, her body trembled and she immediately shut her mouth. "What a pity," Fujino whispered softly. She had thought Akiha would continue to make a fuss so she could take action. Although Fujino could still do something even if she didn't make a fuss, it would lose the fun. "Are they here already?" "Whatever, they'll find their way here anyway." With a hand chop to knock Akiha unconscious, Fujino's figure disappeared once more. On the other side, among the crowd gathered to watch the collapse of the Tano house, a blonde girl in a corner stared blankly at the tree where Fujino had just been. "I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 42, Fuyuki City. Why did you bring another one back? Tuko looked helplessly at Akiha, who had been tossed onto the sofa by Fujino. It couldn't be helped. Fujino smiled. After all, I killed her whole family. I couldn't just leave her there. So I brought her back. It wouldn't be bad to have her help you guys out in the future. Tuko didn't even know what to say. Killing someone's entire family and then forcibly taking their daughter as a subordinate, what kind of logic was that? Fine, whatever you want. Tuko tapped her forehead and looked at Akiha on the sofa. What do you plan to do? Memory modification? Or something else? Fujino shook her head. I'll just leave it like this. Like this? Tuko frowned. Is it really okay to let her harbor a grudge? Fujino said indifferently. She will never be a match for me, and isn't it quite fun to have someone like that around? You really have a twisted sense of humor. Tuko couldn't help but smile. Whatever you say. By the way, everything is ready on our end. Should we depart? Yeah, just about. Fujino nodded, then thought of the girl. Where's Jibril? Was Fujino calling me? Jibril instantly appeared by Fujino's side. How are things going with Alice? Fujino asked. Don't worry, I've handled everything, Jibril said, hugging Fujino's arm. However, there seem to be quite a few magi in that Rien Academy. Just some insignificant people, no need to pay them any mind. Fujino laughed. Her arm sank deep into Jibril's soft breasts, and Fujino felt a sense of pleasure. All right, notify Aoko and the others. Let's start moving. Everyone gathered in the living room, including Kahaku and Hizui from before. As for Akiha, she was still unconscious. You've already processed my withdrawal from school. Alice walked to Fujino's side and asked. Fujino nodded. There's no point in you going there anymore, is there? By the way, if you want to see your parents again, I can help. Alice Kwanji's body trembled, her beautiful black eyes looking at Fujino in disbelief. I can do it. If you need it, come find me after we get to Fuyuki City. After saying that, Fujino walked toward Tuko. Alice, are you okay? Aoko walked to Alice's side and asked with concern, thinking Alice was also about to fall victim to Fujino's schemes. I'm fine, Aoko. Alice shook her head, her gaze fixed on Fujino, wondering about something. Is that so? Aoko understood that Alice was definitely hiding something from her, but since Alice didn't want to speak, she didn't feel right asking further. On the other side, after briefing Tuko on a few things, Asagami Fujino directly took out her blood walk. Wielding the blood walk in her hand, Asagami Fujino directly cleaved a massive spatial rift in the air ahead, shaped like a cross. The massive cross-shaped rift began to expand, growing larger and larger until it finally swallowed the entire house whole. Meanwhile, a blonde girl who looked like a fairy was also on a plane heading towards Fuyuki City. Above Ryudo Temple in Fuyuki City, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the city. After all, that spatial rift had appeared so openly that it was hard not to notice. In the next moment, everyone's eyes lost their luster before returning to normal, yet they all turned a blind eye to the massive rift in the sky. Directly beneath that spatial rift, the original Ryudo Temple had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a large expanse of empty ground. A Western-style mansion fell directly out of the spatial rift above, crashing heavily onto the empty ground and kicking up clouds of dust, yet the mansion itself sustained no damage. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 43, Einsburn Sakuya, I'm going out for a bit. Yes, master. Asagami Fujino's figure vanished instantly, reappearing the next moment in a snow-covered forest. Einsburn, one of the creators of the Holy Grail system, masters the technology of homunculi. Their powerful homunculi are strong enough to rival some third-rate heroic spirits. Asagami Fujino's goal this time was the soon-to-be-born Irisveal. Previously, Fujino had used her authority over the root to push back the time of Irisveal's birth to today. With the red blood walk appearing in her hand, Asagami Fujino stood on the snowy ground where snowflakes fluttered, and gave a light swing toward the Einsburn castle before her. In the next instant, the entire castle was split in two. Screams instantly shattered the current silence as Asagami Fujino's figure vanished and reappeared directly inside the other half of the castle. Intruder! A homunculus spotted Asagami Fujino, but before it could finish speaking, its life was taken from a distance by the blood walk in Fujino's hand, and the blood within the homunculus's body was automatically drawn out and absorbed by the blood walk. Did it improve a bit? It seems these homunculi are somewhat useful. I might as well kill more of them later, and just leave a few alive. Thinking this, Asagami Fujino quickened her pace, and suddenly appeared in a room filled with cultivation tanks, each overflowing with green liquid and bubbling. Asagami Fujino stopped in front of one cultivation tank. Inside the green tank, a silver-haired woman was curled up and sleeping. This was Asagami Fujino's target, Irisveal. Time to wake up. Asagami Fujino smashed the cultivation tank with a punch. The green liquid gushed out from the breach, and Irisveal was pulled out into Fujino's embrace. Taking a large bath towel from her system space, she covered Irisveal's alluringly perfect body. Eliminate the intruder. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps was heard as dozens of homunculi armed with giant axes burst in. Asagami Fujino merely glanced at the group of homunculi, and their bodies began to twist until they finally turned into a mist of blood. The demon eye of distortion, after multiple enhancements from Megiko, possessed power that completely surpassed EX rank noble phantasms. Combined with her super EX rank clairvoyance, if Asagami Fujino wished, she could directly twist the entire Earth, or even planets in the universe, doing so with ease. After the blood in the air was absorbed by the Yubashiri, Asagami Fujino looked at Irisveal, who was still sleeping in her arms, and placed her into an alternate space. Asagami Fujino appeared once more in the sky above the Einsburn estate, instantly drawing the gaze of the homunculi. Among them, the head of the Einsburn family, Jubstachite, widened his eyes and trembled upon seeing Asagami Fujino's figure in the sky. Why would a magus of the root appear here? Looking down at the Einsburns, Asagami Fujino said calmly, one sword style, modified, dragon twister. This was a swordsmanship technique from Zoro in the One Piece world, originally a skill that could only be used with the three-sword style. However, after Asagami Fujino absorbed all the skills of every sword-wielding heroic spirit in the Throne of Heroes, and with Megiko's fusion, an enhancement based on her own original swordsmanship, she had forcefully modified this dragon twister to be usable with the one-sword style, with no reduction in power. With just a simple swing, an unparalleled dragon twister descended directly upon the Einsburn estate, its violent winds beginning to wantonly destroy the grounds. Glancing at the Einsburn estate being ravaged by the dragon twister, Asagami Fujino sheathed the yubashiri. She had controlled its power. Although this dragon twister looked formidable, a few people would ultimately survive. After all, she still needed the Einsburns to participate in the Holy Grail War. Using heavenly movement, Asagami Fujino vanished instantly and returned to Fuyuki City. "Master, you're back." Sakuya approached as soon as she saw Asagami Fujino. "Sister Toko is looking for you, Master." "I happen to be looking for her as well." Asagami Fujino nodded and said to Sakuya, "Sakuya, go prepare some food." "Not too much." "Understood." Without asking further, Sakuya nodded and went to prepare the food. "I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone and let me know. Chapter 44, Midnight Blessing, a Homunculus. "Did you make her?" Aozaki Toko looked at Irisveal, whom Asagami Fujino had brought out, with surprise. Asagami Fujino shook her head. "I snatched her from the Einsburns to be my wife." "That's enough. It's only been a few days, and you've found another woman." Aozaki Toko was truly speechless at Asagami Fujino. She was clearly a girl herself. It was fine that she liked girls, but why did she want to start a harem like a man? "So what did you want with me?" Aozaki Toko sat down on a chair, rubbing her head with one hand. "Help me improve her constitution, and while you're at it, help me take out the Holy Grail inside her body," Asagami Fujino said with a smile. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Aozaki Toko felt a bit of an attitude. Asagami Fujino could clearly do these things easily herself, yet she insisted on dumping them on her. "Don't be angry." Asagami Fujino walked up to Aozaki Toko, reached out to embrace her, and whispered in her ear, "Toko is the best, just help me out. How about you get to be on top next time?" A while later, Asagami Fujino was kicked out of the workshop by Aozaki Toko. However, Toko had already agreed to her request. Though Fujino had paid a trivial price, she expected she'd have to be on the bottom for the next few times. Still, it wasn't so bad. Returning to the system room, Asagami Fujino directly opened the system shop. She hadn't browsed it since the last system update. Opening the shop, Asagami Fujino was instantly delighted. The prices of the items in the system gave her a huge surprise. There really was a massive sale, just as the system had said. For example, the Sharingan, which used to cost 1,000 points for just a single tomo, now only cost 10 points. The 3 tomo was only 30 points, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was actually only 100 points. The next level, the Eternal Mangekyo, was only 200, while the Rinnegan was only 500 points. The Tensegan from the same Naruto world was also priced at 500 points, and the even stronger Rinne Sharingan was only 1,000 points. It was practically a fire sale. However, buying these eyes didn't come with their original abilities. Those had to be purchased separately, which was a bit of a rip-off. Only Susanoo was an innate ability of the Mangekyo, and didn't need to be bought. System, can I directly buy the abilities of the Rinnegan or Mangekyo without buying the eyes? To the host, yes, but the power will be reduced. However, the system recommends buying them. Currently, the system has a buy more, get more feature. The more points the host spends, the more points the system will refund. That's great. Asagami Fujino almost shed a tear. She remembered her past self, who had risked everything hunting pirates just to buy a great swordsman's insight, nearly dying from exhaustion. But fortunately, she had finally made it. Not only did she have a girlfriend, but she also had invincible strength and immense wealth. System, I want to buy the Tensegan and Rinne Sharingan. along with the abilities Takama Masubi, Amena Minakanushi, Limbo, Border Jail, Tengai Shinsei, Chibaku Tensei, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, Kamui, Koto Amatsukami, and Amaterasu. Purchase successful. Due to the Buy More, Get More event, a portion of the points has been offset. The host has only spent 600 points, the system's electronic synthesized voice sounded. Just 600 points was negligible for Asagami Fujino, who now had nearly 800,000 points. Before the system upgrade, it cost 300,000 to unlock missions, leaving her with about 700,000, but killing many Einsburns earlier had provided her with plenty of points. System, fuse the abilities into the core. From now on, all purchased abilities will be directly fused into the core. Following Asagami Fujino's command, she felt several streams of heat emerge from her body and enter the core in her heart. Asagami Fujino spread her hands, and black spheres appeared, circling around her. The truth-seeking balls were formed based on yin-yang release, incorporating high-density chakra of all 7 attributes of yin-yang and the 5 elements. This was very simple for Asagami Fujino. As for the so-called chakra, she could completely replace it with her own magic power. The truth-seeking balls created this way were countless times stronger than the originals. There was a reason for creating them. After all, using the powers of Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion required these things to work in coordination. With a wave of Asagami Fujino's hand, the truth-seeking balls circling her disappeared instantly. What else should I buy? Now that she had a large number of points, Asagami Fujino's female instinct to shop till you drop was triggered. Ultimate hacking skill. Ultimate aerial split. Super high school level luck. Buy. Browsing the system shop with joy, Asagami Fujino's gaze was suddenly attracted by a string of numbers, 500, 000. She immediately became interested, to think there was an ability worth 500,000. She hurriedly clicked to open the description. In the next moment, Asagami Fujino fell silent. System, purchase Midnight Blessing. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 45, Sakura the Meta Family, one of the 3 great families. Asagami Fujino appeared here. With her appearance, the street where people occasionally passed by suddenly became empty. An aura of divine majesty like hell instantly centered on Asagami Fujino, enveloping the entire Matu estate. I'm back. Holding a little loli in her arms, Asagami Fujino walked straight into the house. Alice Kwanji's mansion was already considered her own property by Asagami Fujino. Passing through the entrance and entering the hall, Tuko, Aoko, Alice, and Jibril were all in the hall, while Sakuya was brewing tea. You actually abducted a little loli. Tuko glared fiercely at Asagami Fujino, wondering if she was some kind of lolicon. It had only been a few days, and she had already brought back 4 little lolas. There was also the homunculus Irisveal, who hadn't woken up yet. Kahaku and Hijui were understandable, and Tano Akiha was just for fun, but what was with this little loli? Leaving for sexy and beautiful women at home, and going out to find little lolas. This is Sakura, Tosaka Sakura. Asagami Fujino gave Tuko a beautiful eye roll as she explained, handing the Sakura in her arms over to Sakuya. The Tosaka family? Alice asked. Asagami Fujino walked between Tuko and Aoko, reaching out to hug them both. Tuko didn't resist, though Aoko resisted slightly before becoming still. But this child isn't called Tosaka Sakura anymore, Asagami Fujino continued. Why do you say that? Alice became interested. She was sent away by the current idiot head of the Tosaka family, Sakura's father, Tosaka Tokiomi. She was sent to the Meta family in Fuyuki City. Why send her away? Isn't she his daughter? Aoko asked in confusion. Although she had been in the magecraft world for some years, there were still things she didn't quite understand. It's simple, Asagami Fujino said. Tosaka Tokiomi has two daughters. One is Sakura, and the other is Rin. Sakura is a year younger than Rin, she's the younger sister. However, Sakura possesses high magical aptitude, and a rare fictional element, the imaginary number attribute. Isn't that a good thing? Aoko asked, puzzled. No, it's not like that, Toko explained from the side. It's somewhat similar to our family's situation, but also completely different. What do you mean? Aoko was a bit confused. A Magus family's magic crest can generally only be inherited by one successor, so the elder Rin became the heir to the Tosaka family, Asagami Fujino said. On the other hand, because the Meta family's magic circuits were gradually dying out due to being unsuited to the land, the head of the Meta family, Metazokan, asked the idiot head of the Tosaka family, Tosaka Tokiomi, to adopt someone with magic circuits as an heir to continue their lineage. To avoid wasting Sakura's magic circuits and to fulfill the alliance between the Meto and Tosaka families, Tosaka Tokiomi gave Sakura to the Meta family as an adopted daughter. Today was the day Sakura was to be sent there. I rushed over, snatched her, and wiped out the Meta family while I was at it. Why did you have to wipe out the Meta family? Aoko asked again. Because that Meta family researches worm magecraft, Asagami Fujino replied. Sakura's magical attribute doesn't match the Meto's, so they were going to modify her. And the method of modification was implanting worms in her body. Toko finished the sentence. That's disgusting. Aoko had a look of pure loathing on her face. All right, the Meta family has been erased by me. Sakura will be our sister from now on. Asagami Fujino patted Aoko's shoulder. Is that really okay? Isn't that Tosaka Tokiomi Sakura's father? In that case, I'll go kill everyone in the Tosaka family right now and snatch Sakura's older sister while I'm at it. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone and let me know. Chapter 46, The Convent. On a soft, large bed, a delicate little girl lay, her eyes closed. Fear occasionally flickered across her face, and sweat covered her forehead, dampening the hair at her temples. The little girl shouted, opening her eyes. Her blue eyes were filled with terror. Before being modified, Sakura had black hair and blue eyes. You're awake. A gentle voice came from the side. Sakura looked toward the sound and saw Asagami Fujino leaning against the wall. She was stunned for a moment before saying, "You're that big sister. You remembered." Asagami Fujino smiled and came to Sakura's side, placing a hand on her sweat-dampened hair and gently stroking it. "How do you feel? You were having a nightmare just now. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." Feeling the warmth on her head, Sakura felt an unprecedented sense of relief. It was as if something had been touched within her, her fear vanished, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Sakura responded softly. "That's good." Asagami Fujino smiled and asked, "How about staying by my side from now on, Sakura?" "Staying by big sister's side?" Sakura looked up into Asagami Fujino's eyes. "Yes, by my side." Sakura wouldn't want to go back to that place, right? Asagami Fujino's words triggered Sakura's memories. Scenes from before flashed through her mind, and her body began to tremble slightly. "Don't worry, I'm here." Asagami Fujino hugged Sakura, and gently patted her back. "Stay with us from now on, Sakura. I'll take good care of you." In the warm embrace, Sakura agreed. She had nowhere else to go. Sakura is so cute. Looking at Sakura in a black princess dress after her bath, Asagami Fujino couldn't help but want to hold her close and dote on her. "Am I cute?" Sakura's face had a faint blush, and she gripped the corners of her dress, lowering her head. Asagami Fujino gave a helpless smile. Children in Japan seemed too precocious. While helping Sakura bathe earlier, she had accidentally exposed a bit of her true nature, which made Sakura look at her differently afterward, like she was looking at a pervert. Asagami Fujino wasn't sure. She wouldn't go as far as using her ability to peek into Sakura's heart. "All right, Sakura, let's go out. I'll introduce you to the others in the family." "Okay, Sister-sama," Sakura replied. The reason she called Asagami Fujino Sister-sama was, of course, because of Asagami Fujino herself. It sounded quite nice, and Fujino was in a good mood. "All right, let's go. Sakura will be very happy here." "Okay, Sister-sama." The Tosaka family was a premier noble family in Fuyuki City, and as the head, Tosaka Tokiomi was an elegant man, and the administrator of the city's ley lines. However, at this moment, after hearing the report from his disciple Kirai Kotomine, his elegance had vanished. "What did you say?" Tosaka Tokiomi looked on in disbelief. "The Mata family has disappeared." "Who did it?" Although the Meta family had fallen into decline, Tosaka Tokiomi knew very well that even a declining Meta family was not someone anyone could easily deal with, let alone making the Meta family disappear so silently. "It should have been done by a magus," Kirai Kotomine said expressionlessly. "Which magus would be so bored as to destroy the Meta family?" Tosaka Tokiomi frowned. He had to take the existence of a magus seriously. "It's hard to draw a conclusion, but we found no traces at the scene. In this situation, we speculate that only a magus could have taken action," Kirai Kotomine said. "The magus closest to Fuyuki City is the fifth magus, but I heard she hasn't awakened yet, right?" Tosaka Tokiomi said. "Yes, but my father has a guess," Kirai Kotomine said. "Brother Risei." "What did he say?" Tosaka Tokiomi looked at Kirai Kotomine. "My father's speculation is that the person who acted this time should be the magus of the route, the one mentioned by the second magus, Mr. Zelrich, who can freely enter the route." "How can this be? Why would such an existence appear here in Fuyuki City?" Tosaka Tokiomi said, losing some of his composure. Tosaka Tokiomi thought of something. "I heard before that the magus of the route lives in Misaki City, so appearing in Fuyuki City isn't that much of a stretch, but why destroy the Meta family?" Tosaka Tokiomi asked Kirai Kotomine, "Did you see Sakura?" "No, Sakura was not found in the Meta family home," Kirai Kotomine replied, still expressionless. "Could it be that magus took Sakura away?" Tosaka Tokiomi guessed. This time Kirai Kotomine did not speak, watching quietly. On the other side, Asagami Fujino appeared in front of a monastery. "I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 47, Toy 1006 words. An old monastery had now turned into ruins. Asagami Fujino walked through the ruins, holding a silver-haired little loli by the hand. "Why do this?" the silver-haired little loli asked. "Because I like to," Asagami Fujino smiled. The silver-haired little loli asked again. "No, why, I just did what I wanted to do," Asagami Fujino replied again. The silver-haired little loli nodded gently. "So where are you taking me now?" The silver-haired little loli looked up. Her home had already turned into ruins. "This isn't your home. Just follow me from now on," Asagami Fujino said, stopping her steps. "Are you a lolicon?" the silver-haired little loli asked. "That's right," Asagami Fujino admitted directly. "So you're taking me back to raise me, and then eat me?" the silver-haired little loli asked, her face showing no emotion. "Pretty much, but if you want to right now, that's fine too," Asagami Fujino laughed, her purple eyes looking playfully at the silver-haired little loli beside her. "Do you like it here?" The silver-haired little loli pointed her hand at the ground. I haven't tried it, but there's a first time for everything, Asagami Fujino continued, but there's not even a bit of grass on this ground, it'll definitely be uncomfortable in a bit. The silver-haired little loli was silent for a while, then continued, can you turn into my size? Asagami Fujino looked at the silver-haired little loli, then her body quickly shrank, turning into the size she was when she first arrived in this world. You really can. The silver-haired little loli's voice carried some surprise, her golden eyes curiously examining the shrunken Asagami Fujino. I'm a bit out of practice. Asagami Fujino moved her current body, feeling a bit unaccustomed. How is it now? Asagami Fujino looked at the silver-haired little loli again. The silver-haired little loli didn't speak, she walked up to Asagami Fujino. Now that their heights were similar, they looked at each other face to face. The silver-haired little loli suddenly said this, her small face turning red, her bright eyes seeming to emit a faint light. Reaching out, the little loli grabbed Asagami Fujino's arm. Under Asagami Fujino's surprised gaze, the silver-haired little loli closed her eyes and leaned in, hanging onto Fujino like a koala, her soft cheek rubbing against Fujino's cheek. Why did you turn into this? Ayoko, who happened to be playing games in the living room, met Asagami Fujino, who had returned home using heavenly movement. Seeing the shrunken Asagami Fujino, Ayoko immediately put down her controller and curiously examined Asagami Fujino. You're quite cute in this form. Wow, your face is so soft. Aoko's hands kneaded Asagami Fujino's cheeks. The soft sensation made Ayoko reluctant to let go. Asagami Fujino didn't slap Aoko's hands away either, letting her play. Seeing that Asagami Fujino didn't resist, Ayoko increased the strength in her hands to get back for her previous grudge. However, Asagami Fujino didn't feel anything, it was like getting a facial massage. Most importantly, in her current size, facing the squatting Ayoko, she could just see the beauty hidden under her clothes. The personal feeling was quite good. Later, Asagami Fujino even activated her ability, and the feeling was suddenly different. Ayoko sensed something was wrong. Seeing Asagami Fujino's gaze constantly lingering on her body, and seeing where Fujino's eyes were focused, how could she not know what Asagami Fujino was up to? Her face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly let go of Asagami Fujino, stepping back and crossing her arms over her chest, looking at Asagami Fujino in annoyance. What are you embarrassed about? Asagami Fujino rolled her eyes at Ayoko. It's not like I haven't seen it before, what's there to be shy about? You bastard! Ayoko shouted in annoyance and then, with a wah, she actually started crying. Asagami Fujino was a bit bewildered. Why did she suddenly start crying? Looking at the tearing Ayoko, Asagami Fujino didn't know what to do, she had never seen a girl cry before. Gritting her teeth, Asagami Fujino felt she had to give it a try. She directly changed back to her original form, then pinned Ayoko to the ground, saying with feigned ferocity, "Stop crying, or I'll deal with you right here and now." You wouldn't want Alice to see, would you? Asagami Fujino thought this trick would work, but who knew Ayoko would cry even harder. In order not to attract the attention of Tuko and the others, Asagami Fujino directly took Ayoko, and the silver-haired little loli, who had been hiding in the shadows watching the show, back to her room. Fujino, why are you here? As soon as they returned to the room, they heard Jibril's surprised voice. Jibril was seen curled up in Fujino's quilt, her face flushed, and a strange smell permeated the air. How could Asagami Fujino not know what this fellow had done? Jibril had actually run into her room to do that. Jibril, you fellow. Asagami Fujino's face turned a bit dark. Jibril saw the situation was bad and wanted to escape, but found that space had been locked. Her body stiffened as she watched the slowly approaching Asagami Fujino, feeling that her life was in danger. Meanwhile, the crying Ayoko had stopped her tears at some point, watching Asagami Fujino and Jibril with interest, and the silver-haired little loli was also watching this scene curiously. By the way, who are you? Only then did Ayoko notice the silver-haired little loli on the side. Big Sister Fujino's toy, the the silver-haired little loli replied, leaving Aoko a bit bewildered. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 48, The Queen of the Celts. What on earth is going on with this child? How could you do this? Aoko looked at Asagami Fujino indignantly, leaving the other party completely bewildered. Tell me what I did first. Asagami Fujino asked, her hands not stopping the motion of tying up Jabril. Tell me why you're treating such a cute little girl as a toy. Are you a pervert? Aoko said indignantly, even using her body to shield the silver-haired little loli behind her. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Asagami Fujino rubbed her forehead and looked at Aoko helplessly. Am I that kind of person? Aoko didn't speak, only looking at Asagami Fujino warily. Forget it. At Asagami Fujino's command, Aoko found she couldn't move. Calm down. Asagami Fujino walked in front of Aoko, her body reverting from the little loli form, and poked Aoko's forehead with her finger. You actually believe whatever a child says? Asagami Fujino looked at the silver-haired little loli behind Aoko, and gave a kind smile. Colin, could you please explain? Facing Asagami Fujino's kind smile, Colin immediately chickened out. Plus, her foolish protective umbrella was incapacitated, so she had to nod weakly. I actually got tricked, and by a child. After knowing the truth, Aoko felt completely out of sorts. That's why I said you're an idiot, and you still didn't believe it, Asagami Fujino said mercilessly. Aren't you ashamed? A grown person getting fooled by a kid, sigh, it's really hey. Don't cry. Seeing Aoko's tears starting to flow again, Asagami Fujino's head immediately began to throb. How can a grown person cry so often? And she's supposed to be a magus. Asagami Fujino felt embarrassed for Aoko. All right, stop crying, you're a grown woman, Asagami Fujino said, taking some tissues to wipe Aoko's tears. Aoko didn't pull away, letting Asagami Fujino wipe them, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes that Asagami Fujino didn't notice. Who is this child, anyway? After her tears were wiped, Aoko looked at Colin unkindly. She felt she needed to give this little loli, who dared to trick her, a good lesson. This child's name is Colin Hortensia, Asagami Fujino said. Where did you snatch her from? Aoko asked directly. What do you mean snatched? Asagami Fujino tapped Aoko in annoyance. I'm saving her, okay. If I didn't get Colin out, her life would have been miserable later on. But being saved by you isn't much better, Aoko said. Being saved by a lolicon like you don't think I don't know what you're planning. You're going to make a move on them when they grow up, aren't you? Asagami Fujino looked at Aoko in surprise. When did this girl get so smart? Did she eat something wrong? What are you looking at? Aoko shouted, feeling uncomfortable under Asagami Fujino's gaze. Nothing, I just didn't expect you to actually become smart. Get lost. You've abducted another one. At the dinner table, Toko looked at the newly joined Colin and felt helpless. It hadn't been long since the last one was brought back, and now there was another. It's nothing, Asagami Fujino said nonchalantly. Look how cute Colin is. And Sakura, Kahaku, and Hizui are all so cute too. Hearing Asagami Fujino's praise, the four little lolas were very happy. However, Tano Akiha at the dinner table was immediately dissatisfied. Wasn't she cute? But because she couldn't afford to offend Asagami Fujino, she could only lower her head, feeling very aggrieved. Asagami Fujino naturally noticed, but she deliberately ignored it. Once she finished training her, she would give Tano Akiha some compensation. By the way, I'm going to summon another heroic spirit tonight, Asagami Fujino suddenly said. Don't we have Lia already? Tuko asked. Hearing Tuko's words, Lia put down her cutlery and looked at Asagami Fujino. Lia is certainly enough, Asagami Fujino smiled. It's just that this time, I want to summon someone rather special. Who is it? Tuko asked curiously. The little Lolas and the others also looked over in curiosity. The Queen of the Land of Shadows from Celtic mythology, Scat Hack. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Anastasia at night. Asagami Fujino prepared to summon a heroic spirit. Although it was called summoning, the entire Type Moon world could be said to be hers now. The so-called summoning was just for show. However, beforehand, Asagami Fujino turned off her control over the throne of heroes, her clairvoyance, and her permissions to the root. Otherwise, it would be boring to know what she summoned in advance. But with the super high school level luck she bought from the system, Asagami Fujino believed she was definitely a lucky gacha king. Taking out blood bought from the system shop for 1 point with 2 points returned, she drew a magic summoning circle on the ground. Although Asagami Fujino could skip these steps, it felt more ceremonial this way. After drawing the magic circle with blood, Asagami Fujino skipped the incantation entirely. The red magic circle emitted a brilliant blue light, carrying a faint aura of ice. Asagami Fujino's beautiful eyebrows arched, her tone a bit surprised. I didn't expect to actually summon her. As the brilliant light faded, a graceful young woman appeared on the magic circle. Servant, Anastasia, I have answered your summons. Are you my master? Yes, I am your master, Asagami Fujino replied with a smile. Anastasia, full name Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova, the last Grand Duchess of the Romanov dynasty of Tsarist Russia. Of course, this refers to the normal progression of history, the so-called pan-human history recognized by most. The one Asagami Fujino summoned, however, was a princess born from a different historical progression, Anastasia from a lost belt. Regarding summoning Anastasia, Asagami Fujino's feelings were actually quite complex. Before she transmigrated, she had never pulled Anastasia in the game. Later, she had prepared her Saint Quartz and was determined to pull this princess, but she hadn't expected to transmigrate instead. However, losing the virtual Anastasia in exchange for a flesh and blood one, Asagami Fujino felt it wasn't a loss, it was a huge win. Her beautiful long silver hair, and the bangs on her forehead covered her right eye. Asagami Fujino also really liked her blue pupils. Anastasia called out softly. Asagami Fujino's gaze made her feel a bit shy, her heart involuntarily racing, and her fair cheeks somehow flushed with a faint crimson. Forgive my rudeness. Asagami Fujino withdrew her appraising gaze, and stepped toward Anastasia. But for every step Asagami Fujino took, Anastasia, for some reason, took a step back. The corners of Asagami Fujino's mouth curled up as she quickened her pace. Seeing Asagami Fujino get closer and closer, Anastasia felt panicked and backed away, but soon she hit the cold wall. With nowhere to run, Anastasia watched Asagami Fujino walk right up to her, her face turning even redder. She didn't know why, but the master before her seemed to possess a special charm, one that could easily break through others' defenses. Is it because I've mastered the root? Asagami Fujino murmured softly. With the root permissions, Asagami Fujino was the master of this world. Even if Anastasia was a figure from a lost belt, she still belonged to this world. As the world's master, Asagami Fujino possessed unparalleled affinity or charm. While those who stayed by her side for a long time might not feel it as strongly, the effect was still there, just less obvious. For the newly summoned Anastasia, this effect was very powerful. Coupled with the fact that Anastasia was summoned by Asagami Fujino, there was a connection between them, plus Asagami Fujino's supply of magical energy, which led to Anastasia's current reaction. So cute, Asagami Fujino said softly, her purple eyes looking feverishly at Anastasia. The current Anastasia truly made Asagami Fujino's eyes light up her blushing cheeks, her blue eyes misty with shyness, and her softly bitten pink lips made Asagami Fujino want to possess her immediately. Pressing her hands against Anastasia's body, Asagami Fujino lowered her head and kissed Anastasia's soft lips. The startled, shy little creature's body instantly froze. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone and let me know. Chapter 50, The Bullied Scat Hack. 5636 words. This is already too much for you. Raising her head, Her Highness the Princess in her arms already had swirling eyes, looking even more enticing. Her eyes darted around, and Asagami Fujino stuck out her tongue to lick Her Highness the Princess's delicate cheek. Her Highness the Princess let out a cute cry, her body going limp as she fell. Truly adorable. Asagami Fujino reached out to support the falling Her Highness the Princess, a different look flashing in her eyes as she saw the marks she left on her face. No, not yet. Shaking her head to try and calm herself, Asagami Fujino told herself it wasn't time yet, and that she should take it slow. Her smile widened. Asagami Fujino decided to have some fun with this cute Her Highness the Princess. Good things should be savored slowly. Effortlessly creating a lounge chair, she picked up the unconscious Her Highness the Princess. Her soft body was something Asagami Fujino couldn't bear to let go of, but after holding her for a while, she still placed her on the chair. Returning to the magic circle, Asagami Fujino hadn't forgotten what she originally intended to do, summon the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Scat Hack. This time was different from before. Asagami Fujino clearly knew in her heart that she wanted to summon Scat Hack. Skipping the incantation, the magic circle lit up once more. Are you my master? As the light faded, Scat Hack, clad in a revealing bodysuit, appeared before Asagami Fujino, just as she remembered. Let's fight. Asagami Fujino showed an excited smile. Before Scat Hack could react, the two vanished, appearing in another space. Bounded field. This is practically creating a world. Scat Hack looked around in surprise. All around her was void, she was suspended in the air. Everything here was like the beginning of the world, nothing yet constructed. This is a small world I created. If we fight here, those two little loli won't nag us. Asagami Fujino's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Although she possessed invincible strength, it didn't mean she had no opponents. This made Asagami Fujino a bit bored. Even though Scat Hack, in Asagami Fujino's eyes, was still a weakling, and Asagami Fujino had to suppress her power to Scat Hack's level, she couldn't help it. Her hands were itching for a fight. Interesting, master. Scat Hack's red eyes also glowed with excitement. She couldn't see through her at all. The wisdom of the demon realm couldn't perceive anything about Asagami Fujino, who also possessed the terrifying ability to create a world. This was truly someone who could grant her death. Come on, master. Like a cannonball, Scat Hack, wielding her crimson demonic spear, charged towards Asagami Fujino. Asagami Fujino still wore a smile. A demonic spear identical to Scat Hack's appeared in her hand, and she instantly vanished from her spot. Their figures collided, and the surrounding space directly shattered. The world, not yet fully constructed, was undoubtedly fragile. Master is truly amazing. Scat Hack praised, her eyes full of surprise. The master before her completely surpassed her in spear mastery. Continue. The Queen of the Land of Shadows shouldn't only have this much skill. It wasn't enough, even with her strength suppressed. Asagami Fujino's martial arts far exceeded Scat Hack's. If it weren't to prevent the battle from ending so early, that strike just now with her demonic spear could have directly pierced Scat Hack's heart. Half a minute later, Scat Hack, her chest pierced by a demonic spear, floated in the air. Asagami Fujino sighed softly. She had just started to get into the fight and accidentally used a little too much power, and unexpectedly, Scat Hack was pierced by her demonic spear. She sighed again. Asagami Fujino didn't know why, but looking at the lifeless Scat Hack, Asagami Fujino began to revive Scat Hack. After all, Scat Hack was someone she liked. Although she accidentally killed her once, it could be considered fulfilling Scat Hack's long-held wish, couldn't it? After reviving Scat Hack using her authority, Asagami Fujino suddenly realized something. The demonic spear was still in Scat Hack's chest. "Sorry, I'll be gentler with you next time," she said helplessly, looking at Scat Hack, who was about to open her eyes, and gritted her teeth, pulling out the demonic spear. At this moment, Asagami Fujino suddenly realized another problem. She could have just made the demonic spear disappear. Asagami Fujino silently looked at the dripping demonic spear and Scat Hack, who had died again, and showed a carefree smile. "I'm sorry. Gomenasai. I can never summon Scat Hack, so I'm bullying her in the book. Don't mind it." The highest-ranking human doll master. Although her identity is that of a magus, she possesses strength close to that of a magus. Her personality is quite strange. She uses her glasses as a switch for personality conversion. When wearing glasses, her tone is gentle, but when she takes them off, her tone becomes cold. She bought a dilapidated, unfinished commercial building, and opened her current workshop, Garages of Emptiness. She is Makiya's boss and Kirituka's teacher. She once attended the Catholic aristocratic girls' school, Ri-yen. She possesses magic circuits that, despite being average in quantity, are overwhelmingly precise, innate mystic eyes, keen five senses that perceive the minute details of the world, and the intellect to properly handle matters without deliberately weakening her own uniqueness. She is an undeniable collection of talents. She did not need to interact with modern society at close range like other magi. She was purely raised as an egg of a magus. Her pure talent as a magus also attracted the attention of the association, but what drew their notice was not so much her own talent as it was her status as the successor to a magus. At only 10 years old, countless magi from prestigious families came to visit, and Tuko, who accepted all of this as a matter of course, made people increasingly anticipate her magnificent appearance when she truly became a magus in the future. Born into the Aozaki family, a prestigious clan with Japan's foremost spiritual land. Originally destined to be the successor to the Aozaki family's magic, she received strict training from her grandfather from a young age, and her eyesight deteriorated from excessively trying to meet his expectations. She harbored complex feelings towards her younger sister, who lived an ordinary life. However, at the age of 18, her grandfather suddenly decided to change the successor to her younger sister, Aoko, and so she killed her grandfather, who was also her teacher actually. It was the priest of the Wada Church, Fumizuka Iri, who killed him, as detailed in Tuko's perspective in Mahotsukai no Yoru, severing ties with her sister and the entire Aozaki family. Afterwards, through a magus she met during her training, she entered the Mages Association in London. Her artificial dual personality also formed during this period. Although she incurred massive debts as a result, she paid them off within 2 years. A few years later, she left the association due to a sealing designation, changed her name, and returned to Japan. The sealing designation from the Mages Association was due to her ability to create dolls identical to herself, always keeping one dormant self in reserve. If the living Tuko died, her memories would transfer to the standby body, and she would awaken. The awakened Tuko would then create another dormant body. Because the created bodies are indistinguishable from the original, even Tuko doesn't know which is the original body. She once used Schrödinger's cat as an analogy to explain that every one of her selves is the true self. Her classmate, Alba, described Tuko in the novel as follows: someone whose inheritance was stolen by her own sister, and who entered the church for revenge, is not suited for pure colors. Ironically, Aozaki received the position of red, contrary to her surname. It's a vulgar color, like her name. A color befitting the orange magus. It's a flawed red that can't quite become a primary red. Haha, isn't that a fitting title for that woman? Privately, she has a hobby of spending a lot of money to collect various magic-related items under her younger sister Aoko's name. Furthermore, due to a curse cast by Aoko and her teacher Kwanji Alice C. Mahotsukai no Yoru, Tuko can never return to her birthplace, Misaki City, unless the curse is broken. In the Mahotsukai no Yoru extra chapter, Tuko escaped the curse by creating a new body. Regarding Mikiya and Shiki's relationship, she always offered minimal assistance to the two as someone with experience. After the Shirazumi Ryo incident ended, Tuko disappeared immediately, because when Kurogiri went to find Shiki at the end, she had already sensed that whether alive or dead, those two would be together. In Tsukiheim, the mystic eye killer glasses Aoko gave Shiki were taken from Tuko. In Kara no Kyokai, she killed Cornelius Alba for directly calling her by her alias, Scarred Red, and said, "This is a rule I set long ago, anyone who calls me Scarred Red must die." Like her sister, she's someone who can't stay in one place for long. Tuko and Aoko to be raised as a successor to a magus, Tuko lived separately from her sister. Aoko lived at their parents' home, Tuko in her grandfather's workshop deep in the mountains. Therefore, Tuko had never been to school even at 18. Although she often met and spoke with her sister Aoko, Tuko was a genius girl who didn't even know the basic world. She didn't have the feeling of being a recluse, she had an excessive talent for magic. She was also a calm and good older sister. She would seriously give Aoko advice and comfort her after hearing about Aoko's strange failures. She had a complex sisterly love for Aoko, who lived as an ordinary person. One could say they were a warm pair of sisters. To inherit the Aozaki magic, Tuko's education and training leaned towards grand magic activation. However, she herself preferred more delicate things, not to move the world, but to remake what was left of it. Yet, it seemed she both endured special expectations and faced her grandfather, who was called a monster, with both fear and respect. After turning 15, in order to repay her grandfather's expectations, Tuko's eyesight began to decline. Although it was a rare mystic eye, it was still insignificant compared to magic. Despite this, the decline in her eyesight seemed to be kept a secret. Aoko was born into the world of magecraft, possessing magic circuits, but having mediocre abilities. She didn't need to be involved with magecraft and grew up cherished by her gentle parents. LCKY, I can push all my troubles onto my older sister now. Aoko, who was enjoying such an ordinary daily life, was suddenly informed on her 16th birthday, yes, Aoko is indeed the heir of the Aozaki family. Aoko was thus forcibly brought into the world of mages, working and training as an apprentice mage at the Kwenji family residence. Afterward, Tuko severed ties with the Aozaki family after various incidents, killed her grandfather, and was jointly cursed by Aoko and Alice, preventing her return to her hometown unless the curse was broken. After leaving the Aozaki family, Tuko joined the London Mages Association. She met Cornelius Alba and Araya Sauren. Although Tuko had to pay back many debts she incurred outside, she cleared them all within 2 years. In the novel The Clock Tower of 2015, her relationship with Aoko Aozaki improved to the extent that they could eat together. Even though it was already 2015, she still looked younger than 25. If you think about it, by 2015, Tuko should be in her 40s, almost 50. TSK, the Grand Puppeteer is truly terrifying. Aoko Aozaki is a character who appears in games such as Tsukiheim and Melty Blood, and is one of the heroines of Mahotsukai no Yoru. She is one of the 5 remaining magi in the world, the younger sister of Aozaki Tuko, the heir of the Aozaki family, and the user of the 5th magic. The Mages Association designated her as Mispel, codenamed Blue, one of the 3 primary colors. She is currently on a national tour. She has a carefree personality, acts spontaneously, and loves freedom. She can use magical energy most efficiently. Her magecraft attribute is magical energy release, which can destroy objects. Aoko Aozaki excels at high-speed incantation to launch offensive magecraft, possessing enormous talent in destruction. She has an interest in close combat. She likes rock music, has a guitar in her room, and the reason her room is relatively small is that she doesn't want to spend too much time cleaning it. She attends Misaki Private High School. Until she graduated from junior high, she was unrelated to magic, but because her grandfather suddenly decided to let Ayoko inherit the family business, Ayoko quietly became an apprentice magus. Tano Akiha, Soju Kazuhana, and Rin Tosaka are all based on Ayoko Aozaki. A pure witch born in England, Ayoko's roommate, and the owner of the Quenji residence. The opening line of the game Mahotsukai no Yoru, two witches live in the mansion on the hill, refers to the Quenji family's property. She is a second-year student at Rien Girls Academy, an alumna of Aozaki Tuko, the Eternal Princess, a girl forgotten by time, who stubbornly and rigidly adheres to her pride in solitude. As a witch, she specializes in fairy tale-themed curses, familiar command and protection spells. She possesses 3 extremely precious Demon Lord-level items left by the previous, which her mother Bridge Giant, Flat Snark, Scratch DMPTY, and a familiar that is a blue Robin. She is especially skilled in curses based on Mother Goose nursery rhymes. She is also Ayoko Aozaki's magecraft teacher. Her knowledge of magecraft is complete, and her magic circuits are of a special nature, astonishing in number, with magic circuits even engraved on her internal organs. The reason for this is that her species is more accurately witch than human. She values tradition, keeps promises, and lives purely as a mage while conducting research. She possesses a beauty that seems otherworldly, a coldness unlike a young girl, yet also some of the warmth that girls possess. She remains curious about things that interest her, but is also strictly demanding, such as not allowing Shizuki Sujuru to touch her teacup, and she has an unusual pursuit of romance. A girl who looks somewhat special, but is actually not that way at all. She loves collecting antiques, is very dedicated to her parents' relics, highly values the house she lives in, and can sleep peacefully on the floor of the house. Family background: the Quenji family she belongs to is not a mage family, but because her mother was a witch, Alice possesses the qualifications of a witch. Her mother was a witch passed down through generations, living in England. Her father was the eldest son of the Quenji family. He met Alice's mother while studying abroad. Due to Alice's mother's identity as a witch, their marriage was destined to end in tragedy, but Alice's father still married her and brought her back to live in Japan. Alice's mother died after giving birth to Alice, having fulfilled her duty of passing down the witch lineage, and Alice's father passed away several years after raising Alice. Her cohabitation with Ayoko is not due to friendship, but for the sake of the magecraft world's interests, which mages collectively protect. However, Ayoko is also her only friend. She met Ayoko's older sister, Tuko, even earlier, and did not wish to intervene in the conflict between the sisters. However, due to her position of guarding the energy river of Misaki Town, she still chose to fight Tuko, who was the intruder. At the end of the main story of Mahotsukai no Yoru, the future Ayoko used a curse she learned from Alice's future teachings that anyone stepping into Misaki Town would turn into a Madagascar rainbow frog, preventing Tuko from returning to her birthplace, Misaki City, for 10 years. Black Lancer: the legendary King Arthur, the Night King, herself. In reality, she is an endearing maiden knight who, just like in the legends, possesses both purity and nobility. Although widely known as the Holy Sword user, the Holy Lance she possesses is also extremely powerful, allowing her to manifest as a lancer. Furthermore, she may have manifested due to being afflicted by the Holy Grail's curse. She is the ruthless alternate side of the Night King when acting as a lance user. Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova, the last imperial princess of the Romanov dynasty of Tsarist Russia, born in 1901, the daughter of Tsar Nicholas II, the last Tsar of the Romanov dynasty, and his wife Alexandra Fyodorovna. She had 3 older sisters and 1 younger brother. In 1918, she and her family were executed in Ekaterinburg. However, later generations believed for various reasons that the Tsar's 3rd daughter Maria, or 4th daughter Anastasia, had not died, with the rumors of Anastasia's survival being the most numerous. By 2007, the remains of the entire Tsar's family had been found, confirming they all died during the execution. Over the nearly 90 years since, people claiming to be the Grand Duchess and people claiming to have seen the Grand Duchess have constantly appeared, leading to works based on the Grand Duchess or her impostors. This work adopts the version where the imperial princess died in 1918, but the Tsar belongs to a mage lineage. Class skills. Territory creation, EX fairy contract, a personal skills clairvoyance mystic eyes, D, absolute zero charm, B little devil, B. It was Anastasia's former nickname / Svibzik, meaning little devil, and also one of the abilities possessed by Vi. It turns all minor impossibilities into possibilities. Phenomena classified as pranks, such as moving an object held by the opponent to her hand, or causing a small patch of ground to crack and trip the opponent, can be realized. Although this ability sounds quite exaggerated, its effective range is very small, and it cannot kill or destroy the target. Noble Phantasm Running Spirit Eyeball / Running Spirit Eyeball. Type, Spirit Noble Phantasm Maximum Capture. Unleashes the full power of Vi's mystic eyes. The eyeball sees through everything, even capable of twisting causality to create the opponent's weakness. Fading Light, Citadel of Forbidden Blood / Fading Light, Citadel of Calamitous Blood Type, Castle Noble Phantasm. Range, 199 Maximum Capture, 11 people plus 1 creature. A recreation of the castle's Kremlin scattered throughout Russia. Anastasia, inheriting the bloodline of the Emperor Tsar, can summon an incredibly sturdy and magnificent castle to protect herself. Only those chosen by Anastasia can enter this castle. Those not chosen and intruders will be attacked by the entire castle. It is generally unusable in FGO. Character details. Come, let us slaughter together. In this world of absolute permafrost, turn into a statue of eternal sorrow. Let's kill together. Absolute permafrost world, statue of eternal sorrow. She is a descendant of Romanov, and a spirit user, the imperial princess, who rules the permafrost empire. Colin Hortensia Meta Sakura Tano Akiha. Irisveil von Einsborn Scathach, a servant who appears in the Android/iOS game Fate/Grand Order released by Type Moon. If one strike of the spear reaches the ultimate state, slaying a god is merely a matter of flipping one's hand. A woman who wields a demonic spear and possesses a kingly demeanor. She is also a talented teacher, training many disciples into warriors or mages. Perhaps as punishment for stepping into the divine realm in a human body, she has been afflicted by countless curses. Where is the person who can kill me? Living in the land of shadows, one of the Celtic wonderlands, she is considered the queen of the netherworld who accepts the dead and wandering spirits. Possessing skills that step into the domain of the gods and ancient rune magic, she has slain countless wraiths, humans, and deities. Perhaps as punishment for stepping into the divine realm as a mortal, she was struck by a curse that has haunted her for a lifetime. Known as a godslayer of the divine spirit rank, she has taught numerous warriors and magi, the most famous of whom is ch1-70. A warrior from the Celtic Ulster legends and also a queen. The queen and guardian of the land of shadows, the lord of the foreign realm and haunted ground, she is a genius in spear techniques and rune magic. She possesses the immense power to seal and rule over the gates of the land of shadows, which is filled with countless spirits. Legend has it that the Ulster hero ch1-70 took her as his master and received her teachings in his youth. Scathach imparted her skills to him without reservation, and even handed over her favorite magic spear to her disciple. ch1-70's son, Conla, also received her guidance. Proud and never catering to anyone, she belongs to the innate ruling class. Possessing a kingly disposition, she understands that she must reign over all things as a queen who grants happiness to her people. Gifted with talent, she is the one who best understands that she is different from ordinary people. Just as she understands herself, she possesses the quality and temperament to see through others, particularly an accurate eye for distinguishing whether the other party is ordinary or not. In other words, ch1-70 was a rare individual who possessed the genius worthy of her teaching. Having lived through vast ages, Scathach, who has transformed into a demigod, does not face death like a human, whether it be a beautiful death or an ugly one. She can only exist here until the world and its reverse side vanish together. If the Holy Grail is truly an omnipotent existence, then summon someone capable of killing me. If possible, I hope that person is the one wielding the magic spear I bestowed. Scat Hack trial quest. Along with Gouda and Mash, she cleans up remains in the dream of Fuyuki, summoning Fergus and Diarmuid from Celtic mythology as allies. They successively defeat various enemies the protagonist's group has encountered, including skeletons, dragonkin, demon pillars, and even the moon goddess. Fifth singularity, North American myth war. E pluribus unum. Originally a member of the Celtic army, she later left them to join the protagonist's side. After a duel with her corrupted disciple, ch1-70 Alter, she was heavily injured and prepared to activate her second noble phantasm. Because ch1-70 Alter knew his teacher's noble phantasm beforehand, he interrupted her in time and teleported her off the battlefield. She appeared again at the end of the story to fulfill her previous promise to Li Shuwen and engaged him in battle. Interlude, kill me if you can. At a certain point, Scat Hack takes the protagonist, Mash, and ch1-70 into the wild. She expresses her hope to use the opportunity of her summoning during the incineration of humanity to have ch1-70 kill her. However, because her fate of death cannot be found here, Guy Balg flies far away. Scat Hack scolds ch1-70 for becoming weak, while ch1-70 remarks that his power seems to have halved. Thus, Scat Hack begins to retrain ch1-70. After hunting a large number of wyverns and chimeras, she deems his strength restored and duels him again. However, in the end, when ch1-70 uses Guy Balg, Scat Hack uses Guy Balg alternative, causing both spears to be knocked away together. ch1-70 grumbles about whether his master has become stronger again, and Scat Hack says it can't be helped. As someone who wants to challenge the strong whenever she sees them, she has unintentionally become even more powerful. Finally, Scat Hack still expresses her anticipation for the moment she is killed. Interlude, an invitation to the land of shadows. In an attempt to experience death, she unintentionally pulls the protagonist, Mash, and ch1-70 into her memories. After fighting ch1-70, she is persuaded by him and stops looking back at the past. Final singularity, Grand Temple of Time. Solomon accepting the protagonist's summons, she joins various servants appearing from the North American singularity to stop the demon pillars at the arsenal. Under the influence of Karl der Grosse, heavenly voice assimilation, she becomes one of his subordinates. Character settings. Edit. A rare immortal type servant. She is both a reliable master transliterated from the Japanese shusho, and a queen, a beauty who somehow possesses the aura of a big sister next door. A sage who has grasped the causes and effects of all things in the world, yet remains silent. As for the reason for her silence, it is because she has already graduated from this world. Even in a world crisis, if she were to step in, it would be disrespectful to the people living in the current world, depriving them of the opportunity to grow. Therefore, Scat Hack basically does not participate in battles and usually only provides advice, or so she says, but because of her innate fanaticism for combat, she often deceives herself with strange reasons to participate in local skirmishes and reveal her ultimate techniques. After thus stealing the spotlight from other servants, she returns to her room to reflect. This has become the standard process. Big Sister Scat Hack. Even in her current form, she possesses the performance of a top servant, but it seems she has a spirit origin one stage above this. As a side note, regarding her name, there are legends that it originates from the Norse giantess and mountain goddess Skathi. Note, in Celtic mythological tradition, the goddess of shadows refers to Morrigan, the goddess of war and fertility, who also possesses prophetic abilities. The word Morrigan means queen of demons or phantom queen, or more elegantly translated, goddess of phantoms. Only the Ulster tradition mentions the female warrior Scat Hack of the Land of Shadows. Because she is ch1-70's master, her basic attire and style were already decided, because the order was to make her sexy, she ended up like this. Although it was unintentional during the design, it was later discovered she shares the same color scheme as Bizet. She simultaneously possesses the extremely high self-confidence and courage of a transcendent, with a clear distinction between herself and the world ordinary people. Her words and actions also make her a cold and complex character. So at Bond Max, there will be a home clothes mode. Just kidding. Class skills. Magic resistance, A invalidates magic of rank A and below, modern magi and magecraft cannot harm her at all. Personal skills. Wisdom of the haunted ground, A plus abyssal wisdom obtained by transcending humanity, slaying deities, and placing oneself on the reverse side of the world. Except for skills unique to certain heroes, she can display almost any skill with a proficiency of B to a rank. Furthermore, limited to those she recognizes as heroes, she can also impart skills to others. In battle, her most commonly used skill is predicting the situation through clairvoyance. In Ulster legends, she also frequently used this foresight to prophesy the future. Even the end of her beloved disciple ch1-70 was no exception. Primordial Rune, she has mastered the primordial runes of Northern Europe. The runes mentioned here are not the runes used in modern magecraft, but primordial runes with the power of the Age of Gods, discovered in the world by the great god of Northern Europe, Odin. Having taught the 18 primordial runes to ch1-70, she is both a warrior and a powerful magus. Godslayer, B. The gatekeeper of the foreign realm and haunted ground, the land of shadows, a skill that manifests her way of life as one who slaughtered numerous deities. Possesses special effectiveness against divine spirits, providing an attack modifier against divine spirits, wraiths, and servants with the divinity skill. Bondcraft essence facing the haunted ground. Do you want to know what kind of place the land of shadows is? It is exactly as the name implies. A haunted ground where shadows spread in all directions, a dark place where sunlight never reaches it, is the world of death. Looking back, ch1-70's arrival was truly ridiculous. You see, isn't that fellow the son of the sun? Within the land of shadows, there are 7 castle walls. No, this is not a literal meaning. It is like a symbol displaying the truths that you also know. That is to say, the dead shall never return. The residents of the land of shadows shall never cross the walls to appear upon the surface world. It should have been so. That is common sense. Well then. I look forward to the day you successfully save the world and coolly send me back to that country. Noble Phantasm Edit Guy Balg Alternative Rank, B upgrades to B+ after Noble Phantasm Quest Type, Anti-Personnel Noble Phantasm Range, 540 Maximum Targets, 50. Although similar in design, it is not the same spear as the one ch1-70 possesses. It is an older model of the same type of favorite spear she used long before Guy Balg. Furthermore, this spear is not unique. There are several other identical spears. Upon true name release, its performance is a supreme technique that combines ch1-70's noble phantasms, the barbed spear that pierces with death, and the soaring spear that strikes with death. First, she uses a melee attack with the first magic spear to pin the enemy to space and rob them of their freedom. Then she throws the second magic spear with all her might to end their life. Naturally, enemies on the trajectory of this thrown magic spear will also perish together. Incantation, Pierce. Guy Balg Alternative. Gate of Sky Type, Anti-Army Noble Phantasm Range, 250 Maximum Targets, 500 temporarily summons a massive gate leading to the land of shadows, the haunted ground and foreign realm severed from the world. All living beings within the range of effect will be sucked into the land of shadows, the domain she rules. Failure in mana and luck checks results in being sucked into the gate and immediate death. Those not recognized by StatHack cannot set foot in the land of shadows as living beings. Even if the resistance is successful, they will still suffer massive damage as their mana is rapidly absorbed. Related characters Edit ch1-70. Her former beloved disciple. In mythology, it is a simple master-disciple relationship with no ambiguity. From the bottom of her heart, she hopes to be killed and saved by him, but she also understands that this is impossible no matter how you look at it, so it is not a very serious hope. Queen Medb, a girl who loves playing hopeless pranks. She loves men too much. However, StatHack doesn't dislike such straightforward people. Fergus Mac Roach, he loves women too much. However, StatHack doesn't dislike such straightforward people. They might get along well, though she thinks this, they have never actually met. Because their educational policies differ, it might turn into a fight to the death. Character Supplement Edit Numerous lives. She truly robbed numerous lives in the past. Whether they were humans, wraiths, or gods. She confronted countless existences of all kinds, and then slaughtered them all. Battle, battle, battle. Kill, 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 kill. This body, drenched in the blood of enemies, became eternal. The land of shadows she ruled was eventually ejected to the reverse side of the world, and she herself became an existence little different from a divine spirit. No longer aging. Unable to die. She turned into something that exists forever. How much time has passed since she first took up the spear? She can no longer remember. No, this body that has always guarded the gate here has obtained the wisdom of the abyss. It is possible to measure time correctly. She simply does not want to know through such a method. It is not melancholy. Nor is it resignation. Is it regret? She doesn't know. It might be so, but she cannot say for certain. At the very least, an emotion she did not notice while slaughtering numerous monsters or teaching the Ulster warriors certainly exists in her heart now. Ah, indeed, she truly taught many warriors in the past. At the end of infinite time, where all things die and vanish completely, within the memories maintained by deliberate indifference, only one person, the figure of only one man, can still clearly emerge. Crimson pupils when the brilliance in that man's eyes flashes through her mind, her heart inexplicably softens. Even this body, which has become eternal, and can no longer produce any change, can feel warmth. Hoping to meet him again. That kind of wish does not exist. I can assert that. What is it then? If I had to say, it would be the desire to be killed by that man. I wish to embrace death as a human. Of course, this is only if that man, who has already become a heroic spirit, that existence who has lost the luster of life, still possesses the ability to kill even me, who can kill gods. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 51, The Imperial Princess Who Became a Body Pillow. Alright, don't be angry. I didn't do it on purpose. As Asagami Fujino nudged the Queen of the Land of Shadows, who was in a bad mood, her face showed no apology. Instead, she was smiling happily. Scat-Hack remained silent. She was in a very, very bad mood. Although her wish was for a warrior to kill her, and her master before her had indeed accomplished this, why did it have to be twice? Getting resurrected after being killed once was fine, but why did she have to be killed again? While Scat-Hack wasn't afraid of death, no one would feel warm and happy about dying an extra time for no reason. How about I let you stab me once, master? Asagami Fujino suggested with a smile, leaning close to Scat-Hack. Scat-Hack turned her head and met Asagami Fujino's eyes. She was slightly tempted by the suggestion, though it was just a fleeting thought. Forget it. Turning away, Scat-Hack's face was slightly flushed. The eye contact with Asagami Fujino made her, a person who had existed for who knows how long, feel her heart accelerate. Master, you look so cute when you blush. The warm breath exhaled from Fujino's mouth brushed against Scat-Hack's earlobe beneath her dark purple-red hair. In Asagami Fujino's sight, Scat-Hack's snow-white neck was tinged with crimson. I really want to eat you up. Saying this, Asagami Fujino exerted force and pressed Scat-Hack down onto the chair. Scat-Hack no longer looked like the legendary queen, she resembled a bullied young girl, which offered a unique kind of charm. Why you? Scat-Hack stammered, pinned beneath Asagami Fujino, the blush on her face deepening further. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Asagami Fujino suddenly released her and pulled Scat-Hack back up. Just kidding. Saying this, Asagami Fujino stood up, walked to the chair where the Imperial Princess had been sitting, and lifted the Imperial Princess into Imperial Princess Carrie. She looked back at the stunned Scat-Hack, who hadn't yet reacted. It's late, time to sleep. Come with me. Asagami Fujino then carried the Imperial Princess toward her room, while the bewildered Scat-Hack stared blankly at Fujino's retreating back. What was that all about? After all that, shouldn't they have proceeded to the next step? Why did she just leave? Scat Hack began to wonder if something had gone wrong. Wait, Master seems to be female. What should the next step be? The next day, warm sunlight shone through the curtains onto the quilt. Asagami Fujino's body shifted, hugging the person in her arms even tighter. Opening her eyes, the Imperial Princess was still a little dazed. A moment later, her eyes widened. She stared blankly at her master's sleeping face right in front of her, and her face immediately flushed red. Subconsciously, she tried to break free, but she was tightly held by her master's arms, unable to move. Furthermore, the Imperial Princess realized something: she wasn't wearing any clothes, and neither was her master. The two of them were pressed tightly together. Her previous struggle made the Imperial Princess deeply feel the softness of her master's body, and her face grew even redder. "You're awake." Just then, Asagami Fujino also opened her eyes, her purple pupils gazing languidly at the blushing Imperial Princess in her arms, a smile on her face. "Can you?" The Imperial Princess's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She kept her head down, afraid to look directly into Asagami Fujino's eyes. "No way," Asagami Fujino chuckled. How could she bear to let go of such a perfect body pillow? However, seeing the Imperial Princess's eyes, which were about to fill with tears, Asagami Fujino still let her go. Seeing this, the Imperial Princess quickly wrapped herself up tightly in the quilt, leaving nothing for Asagami Fujino to see. "Seriously, I at least helped you change clothes last night." With a smile, Asagami Fujino stood up. A flash of white light quickly passed over her body, and she was instantly wearing a set of black loungewear. The room door opened and Kahaku poked her head out from behind it. "Big Sister Fujino, it's time to eat. Also, Sister Scat Hack seems to be looking for you. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know." Chapter 52, The approaching fourth war. At the dining table, the Imperial Princess reluctantly ate the dishes Asagami Fujino placed on her plate. The Imperial Princess wanted to resist, but as soon as she looked into Asagami Fujino's eyes, she strangely became unable to refuse. Just like that, Asagami Fujino began feeding the Imperial Princess. Everyone else felt things were strange, and Jibril watched enviously, wishing she could be fed too. "What are you planning to do next?" Tuko put down her chopsticks and looked at Asagami Fujino. "Those people will be summoning their servants tonight." "Well, it's starting soon." Asagami Fujino also put down her chopsticks, letting the Imperial Princess go. The Imperial Princess quickly hugged Vi tightly in her arms. "Oh right, how is Irisville?" Asagami Fujino almost forgot. "It's all done. We can wake her up whenever. I've also taken the Lesser Grail out of her body," Tuko said. "Thank you for your trouble." Asagami Fujino smiled at Tuko. "By the way, where are Big Sister Lia and Scat Hack?" Aoko asked from the side. "They said they were going to spar, and they ate beforehand," Jibril replied. "No problem." Asagami Fujino shrugged, then looked at the Imperial Princess beside her. "Come, I'll feed you." "I can eat by myself," the Imperial Princess muttered quietly, lowering her head. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Asagami Fujino forcibly pulled the Imperial Princess closer, picked up her chopsticks, and fed her. Seeing the Imperial Princess look unhappy about being fed by Fujino only made Fujino think she was cuter. "Cute, wants to do it." This was Asagami Fujino's current inner thought. The people nearby watched the two of them helplessly, while the little Lolas looked on with great curiosity. At the Tosaka family residence, Kirai Kotomine was reporting to Tosaka Tokiomi. "Master, it has been confirmed that the Magus of the route is indeed in Fuyuki City. This information has been verified by Mr. Zelrich, the second Magus." "Is that so?" Tosaka Tokiomi looked at the scenery outside the window. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Do we know where the Magus of the Root is currently located in Fuyuki City?" "We know already. She is on Mount Enzo," Kirai Kotomine replied. "It's there of all places." Tosaka Tokiomi was slightly surprised. He remembered that area being completely empty before, yet suddenly the Magus of the Root appeared. However, thinking of the person's miraculous nature, Tosaka Tokiomi didn't dwell on it, as the person was capable of freely entering the root. The root is what magicians pursue their entire lives, yet the Magus of the Root possesses the ability to travel freely back and forth to the root. When this news was first released, it caused a massive uproar throughout the entire magecraft world. Many found it hard to believe, but when they learned it was spread by the second Magus, Zelrich, the credibility greatly increased. Later an image of the Magus of the Root traveling to the root was circulated from the clock tower, and at that point, all the magicians believed it. "Master, there is one more thing," Kirai Kotomine said. "The item you purchased is about to be delivered. It is expected to arrive in Fuyuki City this afternoon." "Very good." Tosaka Tokiomi nodded, feeling somewhat relieved by the news. On the other side of Fuyuki City, Waver, who was dissatisfied that his accomplishments were not recognized and wanted to prove himself, learned about the Holy Grail war ritual held in the Far East from a library. He subsequently stole the holy relic that his teacher and mentor, Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, had prepared for the Holy Grail war. After arriving in Fuyuki City, he used magecraft to hypnotize an ordinary elderly couple into believing Waver was their child, establishing this as his base of operations. Holding the wild chicken he had struggled greatly to catch, Waver looked up at the sky, waiting for night to fall. On another side of Fuyuki City, a fairy-like girl walked happily along a path covered in fallen leaves. The girl's face held an irrepressible smile, and she hummed something softly, like a song. Following behind her was a fox-eared girl wearing a blue Miko outfit. "I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 53, Main God Space. The Meta family, which had originally been wiped out by Asagami Fujino, now saw a white-haired man, his face etched with pain, clutching his abdomen while performing the summoning of a servant using the red magic circle on the ground. At the same time, similar yet distinct incantations resonated simultaneously in several locations across Fuyuki City. "It's starting. I really didn't expect that Mato Korea guy to still participate in the Holy Grail War. How interesting." Asagami Fujino wore a smile of unknown meaning. "Let's do something fun." As she spoke, the authority of the root was activated, and predetermined destiny quietly changed, heading down a brand new path. "Enjoy yourselves." With a hint of expectation, Asagami Fujino glanced again toward the direction of the Meta family before withdrawing her gaze. Opening the system shop, Asagami Fujino wanted to buy something again. Previously, buying the Midnight Blessing had cost her half her points. Although she received points back from the system, she didn't have much left. To remedy this, Asagami Fujino had Jabril hunt down and kill some evil magicians. Although these individuals were deeply hidden, it wasn't hard for Jabril to find them using the route. After killing around 300 magicians and some slightly stronger dead apostles, Asagami Fujino's point total had just exceeded 1,000,000. Scrolling through the system shop screen, she located the item she had previously favored. The Little Loli's Friend Halo, an essential skill for abducting Little Loli. The Wife's Friend Halo, an essential skill for destroying other people's families. A must-have for mother-daughter rice bowls. The Maiden's Friend Halo, an essential skill for seducing maidens. There's also the power of the Great Sword. Just by touching, it gives women the pleasure of an orgasm. Buy. After buying all sorts of miscellaneous things, the points also dropped to 950,000. Continuing to browse, Asagami Fujino saw an interesting item. Main God Orb, build the Main God Space, create Reincarnator with a long list of descriptions, Asagami Fujino was intrigued. This thing was a great toy. Her ability to travel between worlds meant she had access to infinite world resources. She could use the main god space to record and create reincarnator to enter and collect them, allowing her to reap the benefits later. Even if these resources weren't highly useful to her, they would be a great help to Tuko and the others. Moreover, Asagami Fujino already had an idea for selecting reincarnator. The Throne of Heroes contained a large number of entities that could be exploited. When setting up the main god space shop, wouldn't it be enough to add things those heroic spirits desired, such as body manufacturing, obtaining other heroic spirits' noble phantasm, abilities, and other random items? Asagami Fujino believed that those heroic spirits would then let her exploit them. Other candidates included the magician from the clock tower and people like Zelrich. It's decided. Asagami Fujino planned to definitely buy the main god orb, but not right now. Asagami Fujino didn't have enough points. Although she still had 950,000 points, the cost to buy the main god space was as high as 100 million. Looks like I'll have to get busy. But first, I should talk to those two silly little loli. I almost forgot about those two free laborers. A mischievous smile hung on her face. A certain pair of little loli who were playing suddenly felt a chill down their backs, sensing something bad was about to happen. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 54, Irisville. This feels really good. Leaning back on the sofa, and looking at the shy imperial princess in her arms, Asagami Fujino was delighted. The halo effects she bought were better than she imagined. The cute imperial princess at least wouldn't struggle when held in her arms. Combined with the power of the great sword, it was like she had been drugged. Initially, under Asagami Fujino's special control, it wasn't too obvious, just a slight blush. But as time went on, now the imperial princess was like a puddle of mud and couldn't stand up at all. Asagami Fujino could feel the imperial princess's heart wanting to leave, but being unable to move, and she could vaguely feel her thigh becoming cold, as if water had spilled on it. As for the effects of the loli and married woman halos, Asagami Fujino hadn't experimented yet. She had loli at home, and the effects were already impressive. For example, the little girl Tano Akiha had been fooled by her quite a bit during this time, and now the look in her eyes toward Asagami Fujino already held faint worship. And Sakura had already forgotten about Tosaka Tokiomi's group under Asagami Fujino's gradual instruction. Even if she asked Sakura to kill Tosaka Tokiomi, she could do it. As for the married woman halo, how should I put it? There were no married women at home. But that's not quite right. After all, there was a candidate for a married woman, Irisville. However, Irisville only gained the married woman attribute after having Ilia, and while possessing that attribute, she still retained the psychology of a maiden. After all, in the original timeline, Irisville became a mother shortly after starting her activities. Since she possessed both the married woman and maiden attributes, Asagami Fujino was very curious, would the effects of both halos work on Irisville simultaneously? This was a question worth pondering. Thinking of this, Asagami Fujino released the Imperial Princess. If she didn't let go, the Imperial Princess would collapse. Remembering something, the hand she had just released re-embraced the Imperial Princess. One hand supported the Imperial Princess's back, and the other passed through her tightly clasped, long legs. The smile on Asagami Fujino's face grew wider. The Imperial Princess in her arms turned her head away in shame, looking even cuter with her flushed cheeks. Let me help you change your clothes. Wearing wet clothes can give you a cold, you know, Tuko. I'm here. She instantly appeared in Tuko's room, and immediately hugged the person standing in front of the workbench. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy? Turning her head, Aozaki Tuko looked helplessly at Asagami Fujino, who was clinging to her like an octopus. She poked Asagami Fujino's forehead with her finger. Hurry up and get down, I can't move. With a chuckle, Asagami Fujino immediately got off the entity she was clinging to and pulled the entity to sit on a chair in the room. What do you think of me now? Asagami Fujino asked. What do you mean, how? Tuko looked at Asagami Fujino, puzzled, wondering what madness she was up to now. Thinking of this, Tuko felt a headache coming on. When she remembered the cold Asagami Fujino from the past, and then looked at this pervert who now enjoyed abducting little Loli, they were practically two different people. Tuko truly couldn't understand why Asagami Fujino had become like this, although she didn't dislike it. Don't you think I've become cuter? Asagami Fujino asked, pointing at herself. Tuko looked at Asagami Fujino suspiciously. Are you sick? You're the one who's sick. Asagami Fujino puffed up her cheeks unhappily. You were quite cute on the day you became a dead apostle, Tuko said, laughing as she looked at Asagami Fujino, poking the puffed-up cheek. It felt quite nice. She unhappily dodged Tuko's hand, wondering why the maiden's friend halo had no effect. Could it be that Tuko no longer belonged to the ranks of maidens? Tuko suddenly felt a bit annoyed in her heart. A feminine intuition told her that the source of this annoyance was Asagami Fujino, who was acting crazy right in front of her. Were you talking badly about me? Tuko, how did you know? You jerk. Tuko immediately clenched her fist in anger but then released it. She sighed and leaned back in the chair. Just tell me, what do you want? Irisville. I want a child. Is anyone reading this book? If you are, could you please throw some flowers? I've lost the motivation to write. She is an artificial life form girl who serves as the Holy Grail. She is the maiden master representing the Einsborn family in the Fifth Holy Grail War, and her servant is the berserker who traded rationality for immense power Heracles. She is the daughter of Kiritsugu Emiya and Irisville von Einsborn, the older adopted sister of Shiro Emiya, and the crystallization of alchemy born from the womb of the artificial life form Irisville. She is both a homunculus and a human. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 55, Ilya birth plan. Are you kidding me? Tuko practically roared out. Now she truly thought Asagami Fujino had gone mad. Relax, it's just a child. It's not like I'm asking you to give birth. Asagami Fujino laughed and held Tuko down. What do you mean? Tuko looked at Asagami Fujino. If she hadn't quit smoking, she would really want a cigarette right now. Irisville, Asagami Fujino said with a smile. Tuko frowned. You want to use her as a host body? What host body? That sounds awful. Asagami Fujino rolled her eyes. You should know that Irisville, as a homunculus, is still fundamentally a homunculus even if your treatment has made her infinitely close to human, right? Tuko nodded silently. Indeed, just as Asagami Fujino said, a homunculus was a homunculus. No matter how superb her technique was, she couldn't change the fundamental nature of Irisville's body, unless she extracted Irisville's consciousness, separated it from her original homunculus body to form two individuals, then created a human body and placed the consciousness back into it. That's exactly my method. You noticed the sorcery crests inside Irisville when you examined her, right? Asagami Fujino squinted at Tuko. Fujino, you want to use the sorcery crests inside her to have her conceive a new life for you using this body, then discard her original body and reconstruct a new one, right? Tuko took a deep breath, finding the idea somewhat insane. Close enough. Tuko, you should understand that at my current status, giving birth to offspring is nearly impossible. Asagami Fujino's tone grew heavy. After obtaining Megiko, her status had been elevated to a terrifying existence. Giving birth to offspring was incredibly difficult, though not absolutely impossible. One method was self-reproduction, using the power of her own bloodline power to conceive a child. However, this method was less about giving birth, and more about creating a separate entity differentiated from her own blood. Besides this, there was another way, system assistance, but this ability could only be used once Asagami Fujino completely controlled the system. Phew, fine, what do you plan to do? Toko looked at Asagami Fujino. You should be very familiar with that sorcery crest, and you know perfectly well that it absolutely cannot support the fusion of your bloodline and Irisveel's bloodline to give birth to a child, right? Yes, that sorcery crest cannot support it at all, Asagami Fujino said. But there is one way to make that sorcery crest withstand my bloodline, and only Irisveel can do it. What method? Toko asked. Irisveel's blood ratio will reach 99%, mine only 1. That's the limit the reworked ritual can bear. Finally, we fuse the spell with a pre-existing being perfectly compatible with Irisveel, and a child can be born, Asagami Fujino said earnestly. So after giving birth to a child carrying your blood, Irisveel's current body will collapse. You'll preserve her consciousness and place it into a brand new body, Toko continued, her gaze complicated. Fujino nodded. This decision had been almost a whim. She had suddenly wanted a child. Of course, other motives were mixed in as well. Fujino, Ilya is super cute. What's the success rate? At this point Toko approved of the idea. A baby surely adorable. She had considered children before, using alchemy to blend their blood and create a homunculus. But the chance of success was low, Fujino's blood was too fearsome. Any fusion would see the other half devoured, making balance impossible. 100%, Fujino smiled. Without absolute certainty she would never have brought it up. When do we start? Toko asked, barely able to wait. A child inheriting even 1% of Fujino's power would still be terrifying and surely adorable. Right now. Before the Holy Grail war heats up, let me bond with Alice. Fujino's eyes held anticipation. You'll probably have her in bed before the day's out, Toko teased. When that happens, do you want to join us and teach Alice a few things? Get lost. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 56, Plan succeeded. Alice, are you ready? In the room, Asagami Fujino looked at Irisveel beside her. Irisveel had just awakened. Like a child, she possessed vast knowledge thanks to her homunculus nature, yet her mental age was still that of a little girl. Fujino's powerful affinity drew Irisveel irresistibly. To satisfy her, Fujino used her authority to ferry them to a parallel world devoid of mystery, and slowed the flow of time. They spent a full year there together. To the main world, only a single day passed. During that year their relationship was settled, and Fujino explained her plan. Irisveel agreed. Lying on the bed, Irisveel nodded gently. Fujino, do you think our child will be cute? Of course, as cute as you are, Fujino said, sitting beside her and holding her soft white hand. Irisveel beamed. What shall we name her? Let's call her Ilya, Fujino answered with a smile. Irisveel murmured the name. That's it. Ilya will be a lovely child. Fujino nodded. Let's begin. When you wake, you'll meet Ilya. Irisveel closed her eyes. A faint light flashed from Fujino's hand, sending her into deeper sleep. The door opened and Toko stepped in. Fujino rose, placing a hand on Irisveel's abdomen. Silver-white sigils emerged. Fujino cut her finger. A drop of blood floated up. Toko moved to the other side, opening Irisveel's palm. Blood flowed, drawn by the sigils until the silver turned red. Fujino guided her own blood into the crimson symbols. They trembled on the verge of shattering. A gleam shot through Fujino's eyes. The sigils stabilized. A sphere of white light appeared, a tiny figure inside Ilya. This was the pre-existing being perfectly compatible with Irisveal. Though Irisveal's blood would dominate, even Fujino's 1% could overpower. The destined vessel was needed to receive Fujino's might. Inside the sphere was Ilya. Originally she had never been born because Fujino severed her cause. In the original timeline the Einspurn used Irisveal and Kiritsugu to conceive her. By destroying that cause, Fujino erased the effect, yet Ilya's existence could still be summoned. Using the root, she integrated every parallel Ilya into one, forging a unique new being, the hollow shell within the sphere. Ilya would exist because of Irisveal, a fresh cause and effect. Though higher karma was broken, this link remained under Fujino's power, making their compatibility supreme. The ritual balanced their blood, ensuring success. Guiding the sphere into the sigils, the red symbols coated it and merged into Irisveal's womb. All was done, now they needed only wait for the birth, however long it might take. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 57, The One Who Arrives. 2940 words. Everything went exactly as planned, and once news of Irisveal's pregnancy spread through the Western-style mansion, everyone's mood shifted. All of them doted on Irisveal, but have you ever seen the Queen of the Land of Shadows cooking in the kitchen? Or King Arthur preparing ingredients with her holy spear? You probably haven't, and you really don't want to. In just one day the kitchen was destroyed twice, and everything they produced looked like charcoal, utterly inedible. When Alice saw the wreckage, she nearly hurled a moon oil spell on the spot. Outside the lively mansion, Fuyuki City brimmed with hidden danger. The descent of heroic spirits heralded the imminent opening of the Holy Grail War. In a Fuyuki hotel room, the man known as the Magus Killer, Kiritsugu Amiya, gazed out of the window, eyes deep with unspoken thoughts. Kiritsugu. A woman opened the door and walked in. She approached him and asked softly, "What is it, Kiritsugu?" "It's nothing, Mia." He turned to look at Hizomiya, and his usually rigid face softened slightly. "Have you located this war's Lancer Master?" Kiritsugu asked. Mia nodded. "He's set up in the biggest hotel in Fuyuki. He's turned the place into his workshop." Kiritsugu nodded, walked to the bed, and pulled a metal case from underneath. "Mia, do you think we can trust the Einspurn? A grail that can grant any wish." Even though the Einspurn had been largely destroyed by Asagami Fujino, they still sought Kiritsugu out so they could complete the third sorcery through this Holy Grail War. Mia gave no answer, she simply stepped to his side and rested a hand on him. "I thought so." Kiritsugu allowed himself a rare smile, and opened the case to reveal neatly arrayed firearms. "By the way, where's Saber?" For this war the Einspurn had again provided the relic Avalon, summoning the legendary King Arthur. Kiritsugu disliked her knightly code. He'd originally hoped to summon a servant compatible with himself without relying on a relic, but the Einspurn had forced Arthur on him to secure an advantage. "I sent Saber to patrol outside," Mia replied. Kiritsugu assembled a weapon as he spoke. "Mia, I'll count on you from here. Stick to the plan, you pose as Saber's master while I eliminate the others from the shadows." "Understood." In Asagami Fujino's mansion, Fujino reclined against a pillow beside Irisveal, who wore a white silk nightgown. Because of the pregnancy and the overwhelming power of Fujino's blood, Irisveal's body prioritized the life within her. She slept to nurture the child, waking only about 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, she had to rest to ensure the baby's survival. Using her clairvoyance, Fujino observed Kiritsugu. After copying every clairvoyant heroic spirit in the Throne of Heroes, her ability had surpassed the EX rank. She could see a person's past and present at a glance, her sight reaching even the depths of the cosmos. Combined with her the demon eye of distortion, she could obliterate a planet. After all, those eyes depend on sight for power. In some ways this pairing surpasses even the mystic eyes of death perception, whereas those require striking a lethal point. Fujino's combination can kill from thousands of miles away. Kiritsugu hasn't changed. He'd make an excellent reincarnator. Fujino didn't dislike him, she had no comment on his wish for world peace, since every life is unique. Oh, they're finally here. A smile curved her lips. She'd been waiting quite a while. At the foot of the mansion's hill, a golden-haired girl and a fox-eared girl in a blue shrine maiden's outfit walked toward the estate. Please vote and leave flowers. The stats have stalled again. Tamamonome, a servant appearing in Type Moon's Fate/Extra, CCC, Extella, and F/Go. One of the selectable servants, debuting as a 5-star caster in the F/Go Halloween event, reaching up to 3 tails after Spirit Ron release. The Berserker version, Tamamo Cat, is not the main body but one tail split from her 8-tailed form, an incarnation of her relatively innocent side. Legend says she was first wounded by arrows then beheaded, so Archer-class servants are her natural enemies. Alignment, neutral. Evil representative color, peach. Specialty, breaking solemn atmospheres. Likes, happy 4.5 Tatama life 2. 25 ping, hot spring trips. Not the springs, home-cooked meals while cooking, presents for herself. The protagonist Hakuno Kishinami dislikes other versions of herself, dogs, half-hearted pretty boys, anything that disturbs a couple's world. Nemesis, dark handsome monster. Abe no Saimai. Around the protagonist she feels like the perfect wife, often coquettishly saying Maikon. Note, though the original Tamamonome is an ancient legendary yokai, her speech is very modern. She has participated in Moon Holy Grail wars before. Strictly speaking, she is a sorceress, not a magician, producing physical phenomena by programming her own body as material. She sees souls, not faces, so gender is irrelevant to her. While inside Sakura, the conversation with Lancer mentioned that she had brought down 5 dynasties, including the Shang. In CCC she claims her cooking is terrible, but in truth her culinary skill is so high she could run her own class, rivaling even Archer. The only reason she badmouths her own cooking is that Caster sets her ideal bar impossibly high. In F/Go she listed the other 8 tails as the luxury-loving Tamamo Gucci, the house-proud Tamamo model, the feral Tamamo cat, the capable beauty secretary Tamamo bitch, the pampered princess Tamamo princess, and the inexplicable Tamamo Arya. Karna once remarked that Caster's divinity surpasses his own, so he cannot afford to hold back. The striking technique Solar Face Burst, Femininity Revealed 8 can shatter the moon cell's 8-fold spatial barrier. She has more friends than one would expect, Aim no Yuzum, Princess Kaguya, Kyoheim, Osakabeheim, and the tongue-cut sparrow are all on good terms with her. Aim no Yuzum is her best friend, whom Caster simply calls. Apart from her peerless cooking, Caster is also an excellent dancer. She counts Abe no Saimai as her mortal enemy, dismissing him as a dark, handsome villain. Too beautiful, she says, to be Japanese. Nasu lately teased that she and Kuro share some uncanny similarities. Because every friend she had in life, including Aim no Yuzum, was a gifted singer, she insists she has no resistance to Elizabeth Bathory's murderous vocals, flatly calling the girl's singing a natural disaster. With divinity ranked A, she could struggle against Gilgamesh if he wields a noble phantasm that binds divine servants. Character history: Late Heian period, a celebrated beauty in the service of Emperor Toba, said to be the guise of the 9-tailed golden fox. Her childhood name was Wakamurasaki. At 18 she entered court, became a lady-in-waiting to the emperor, and styled herself Tamamonome. Her erudition soon won the emperor's favor. Accounts differ, but the emperor later fell ill. On Myoji investigating the cause exposed her fox identity and drove her from the palace. She fled to Nazuno, where her atrocities grew so infamous that an imperial army of 80,000 was sent against her. She scattered them, yet in a second campaign was defeated by human champions. Legend claims her remains became poisonous stones. Street lore calls Tamamonome a 9-tailed fox, but strictly she is a jackal, originally worshipped as the Inuri deity linking Amaterasu manifest trace, Dainichi Nurai Dharmakaya, and Akhenaten, hence also Yukonomitama. In the tale of the Haika, Tera no Kayamori is said to have seized power through rites to this Dakinetan. The extra Tamamo is a splinter of Amaterasu. Her true form is not a fox but a facet of a goddess. Classifying her as a heroic spirit is a gross error. She became a servant only to fulfill her wish to be a good wife, so her specs are sealed. If reproduced as a vengeful spirit, an Aramidamashi would be a great yokai able to slaughter 100 heroes without effort. One of Japan's 3 great monsters is not mere hype. Thanks to moon cell limits, she currently has only 1 tail. Originally each tail could birth a million-strong host, or so Castor insists, veracity unknown. Each tail regained multiplies her power 9-fold. If an A-rank servant's stats total 100 noble phantasms excluded, 1-tail Tamamo is about 9. 9 tails would be 9 to the 9th power. Golden white face, a 9-tailed sun deity, a petulant aspect of Amaterasu, not Castor transformed, but the primordial source from which she arose. Foxes were originally tomb guardians, embodiments of the earth's yin pulse. While feng shui speaks only of yang dragon's energy for the living, foxes were the more valued yin dragon's energy for the dead. The image stems from moonlight casting a white fox's shadow like a long dragon vein across the land. Mythological dress since antiquity, the sun's dawn path across sea or mist has been seen as serpent, dragon, or fox. That reflection sunlight incarnate on earth is part of her essence. The Tamamo stone is a mirror stone reflecting sunlight beneath a river. Eternal world-rending massacre realm Higanbana Seshosei 0 note, Tokoyo is the eternal land of the dead. Massacre realm refers to ominous hexagram currents. Ability settings parameters: strength, E endurance, E agility, B mana, A luck, D noble phantasm, B. Class skills territory creation, C as a magician she can build a beneficial workshop, but her personality makes even that difficult. In the sequel CCC, influenced by Lancer's SG2, wifely wish she installed a kitchenette in my room to cook for the protagonist. Fate/Go effect, own arts cards plus 6% performance. Divinity, A from the official mobile game. As a shard of a goddess she bears peak divinity, already multiply sealed. Fate/Go effect, own attack damage plus 200. Personal skills thaumaturgy, EX to Kineton methods, arts to gain status and wealth for men, to win a ruler's favor for women, to foresee death, etc. She avoids them, having suffered enough. Fate/Go effect, high chance to reduce one enemy's NP gauge by 1. In FGO it upgrades to multi-layered charms, broad sunlight, a high chance to reduce one enemy's NP gauge and raise all allies' NP damage for 3 turns self-excluded. Shapeshift, A also called borrowing a body to take form. A spell used by the 1000-year fox spirit of the celestial dynasty, regarded as equal to Tamamonome. It possessed and transformed into Daji during the Inzhou Revolution investiture of the gods period, but due to psychological trauma she prefers not to use it. Fate/Go game effect, greatly increases own DEF fox wedding, EX a cheat skill self-remodeled from item construction. She unilaterally declares marriage, makes a celebratory sunshower rain, and hands gifts to any nearby allies demanding blessings. Note, in parts of Japan a sunshower is called a fox's wedding. Fate/Go game effect, increases one ally's arts card performance. After clearing the skill strengthening quest, increases one ally's arts card performance and restores HP noble phantasm details Suiten Nikko Amaterasu Yeno Shizuishi Suiten Nikko Amaterasu Yeno Shizuishi Suiten Nikko Amaterasu Yeno Shizuishi rank, D downgraded from EX. Type, anti-army range, 3 to 30 maximum targets, up to 100 the mirror Tamamonome carries. Temporarily releases the divine treasure among divine treasures known as the Tamamo stone. A barrier that curses away the laws of the mundane world. Inside, all mana costs become 0. Because her own spiritual rank has fallen, the noble phantasm's rank dropped as well. Originally an EX-ranked anti-world noble phantasm, whose range could cover an entire country. The stone was enshrined in Izumo, said to be a divine treasure brought from the heavens by Takamikazuchi, and the very body of the great deity of Izumo. According to the Neon Shoki, it was taken from Izumo at the court's request and enshrined in Kawachi. It is believed to be the later Yada mirror, the divine body of Amaterasu Amikami. Moreover, the stone is thought to be the prototype of the Mononobe's 10 sacred treasures, possessing the power to vitalize souls and life force. In theory it could even resurrect the dead, but in her servant form she lacks such authority. Fate/Go Game Effect reduces skill cooldowns for all allies by 1 and restores 1000 HP after clearing the interlude, 2000 HP at LV. 1. Also increases NP effect rises with overcharge incantation. This is my land, a divine land, the fertile central land of reed plains. The country pours its waters into the bays, circles the high heavens, circles the yellow springs, circling Sutton Nico. I shall shine upon it. Upon the eightfold rings of the bountiful reed plain land, add yet one more ring ninefold, Amaterasu. Sway 10 Nico Amaterasu Yano Shizuishi. Exclusive desire exactly what one would expect. There are similar SGs like a confinement wish, but this one is less dangerous. Since Caster's top priority is her master's happiness, she can't truly bind him when it matters. I want him all to myself. I want him to love me forever. Frankly, I refuse to lose to any other woman in love. I'll kill both the cheater and the one he cheated with. She says this with a smile, but it's only a metaphor, she'd never actually do it. Skilled cook Caster only thinks she's bad at cooking, in reality she's quite capable. Because the culinary level she idolizes is impossibly high, she's developed a mistaken inferiority complex. Though she seems free-spirited, her ideal family image is modest and virtuous. To serve her husband delicious meals, she attends cooking classes diligently every day. When the Holy Grail War began, she couldn't even boil water. Love is a magic that turns a woman, who only knew how to microwave ready meals, into a devoted wife and mother. Will the day ever come when an apron-clad Caster feeds her husband, mouth open, saying ah? There's a 99% chance it won't happen, but she still believes her dream can come true. Golden fur, white face, unable to recall Caster's true name, no one knows what her true form is. Yet what appeared in that dream was unmistakably close to her real name. Deified as a natural phenomenon, her scale of power dwarfs ordinary heroic spirits. When tornadoes, tsunamis, and earthquakes are personified, they become visually immense. The nine-tailed princess god possesses the cold cruelty of an ancient deity, yet at heart she's as mischievous as Caster, fond of whimsy. Perhaps male gods value reason while female gods follow emotion. Foxes were originally spirits guarding hills and grave mounds, the yin aspect of the dragon ley lines. Feng Shui speaks only of the yang dragon energy for the living, but foxes are the yin dragon, energy for the dead, equal in stature. Their origin lies in moonlit nights when the afterimage of a white fox racing across the land looks like a long, continuous dragon vein. Since ancient times, the sunlit path that appears over the sea at dawn, piercing the morning mist, has been likened to a serpent, a dragon, or a fox. Sunlight reflected by water, the sun's terrestrial double, is counted as one of her essences, just as the Tamamo monolith is a mirror stone reflecting the sun beneath the river. In this aspect, the mirror is emphasized above all, followed by its sun-inspired, perfectly rounded shape. Character data name, Caster. But only for my master, of course. Birthplace, Japan. Well, let's call it Japan, shall we? Birthday, unknown. Sadly, human calendars don't quite fit. Oh, let's just say it's today. And my birthday wishes for you too. Ow. Height, 160 centimeters not counting my adorable Micon ears. Roughly 160 centimeters. Please pet me. I beg you, pat my head. Weight, 49 kilograms. This tempered body has nothing to hide. Measurements, B86/W57/H84, a figure of ultimate cuteness, or so I thought, but everyone here's a monster, haven't they heard of average? Weakness, my tail's a bit embarrassing. Little Tamamo thinks her tail is kinda shy. So please declare, before MOFR, I'll devour you first. Likes, soul fetish. Tama fetish. A pun on soul and Tama. A fetish for souls, Tama fetish for short. Cool souls are my kryptonite. What I ask of a partner? Whatever you wish, whatever you desire. Supporting you from the side is this good wife's duty. Favorite lingerie color? The truth lies in the bath. Master, you're unusually forward today. The truth awaits in the bath. Bath time, let's go. Why haven't you come in yet? How I spend free time. Attending Codain May's cooking class. I take lessons at Codain May's kitchen. By the way, Master, what dish do you love most? Character comment, Kinoko, so fluffy. So fluffy. Kinoko, the kimono made her the perfect wife. I wanted a beauty devoted to her husband, with a dark past. Though she's devoted, she'll still deliver a sterilizing kick. Swinging from perfect wife to she-demon was fun to draw. Mythic costume comment, Kinoko. Left black text, transparent right black text. The ribbon at her waist looks like butterfly wings from the side red text. Tail exits here Kinoko. Castor's mythic outfit is simple, Casfox is the sun, plus the southern hemisphere of her breasts. I mixed Japanese and Indian myth vibes, then added self-styled shrine maiden spice. Kinoko, her casual clothes are cute enough to shake the servant industry. That outfit is all Takeuchi's hobby. So sexy, peek come on, into the futon. Character comment whoa, I thought it was a joke then the order really came. The final design differs, the setting sheet is official. If I get the chance, I'd love to fix the ED. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 58, 9. Master, is this the place? Yes, and remember, no touching the princess, got it? Ah, why not? You're so mean, Master. While they talked, they arrived at the Western-style mansion. As expected of Her Excellency. The fox-eared girl's cheeks flushed, her tail flicked restlessly, long legs beneath the shrine Miko habit pressed tight together. Behave yourself. The blonde beside her raised a hand to knock the lustful fox sober, and debated a command sealed to send her back to the throne of heroes. Why had she summoned this thing? Just then the mansion's door opened. Asagami Fujino stood behind it, smiling gently. You're here, come in. The instant Fujino appeared, the fox-eared girl stiffened, convulsed, and collapsed, face crimson, a damp patch darkening her hakama. Almost forgot. Fujino gave a wry smile. The fox could see souls, and the blaze of Fujino's had overwhelmed her, amplified by the power of the great sword. Fujino stepped forward, erasing distance, and stood before them. Sagiu Aika, what a lovely child you are. Praised by the very light of her life, Aika's cheeks tinted pink. Fujino took Aika's hand without invoking the great sword and whispered, let's go inside. A shy nod, a breeze passed, and both girls and the fox on the ground vanished as the door closed behind them. At night, a dark figure moved along the walls of the Tosaka family residence with a series of difficult acrobatic maneuvers. That was too easy. Just as the dark figure spoke and prepared to slip into a room and leave, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the dark night. Before the figure could react, the golden light pierced through it. It was a golden longsword, pinning the dark figure directly to the wall. How is this possible? The dark figure cried out in alarm. A handsome blonde man clad entirely in golden armor appeared floating in front of the dark figure. Several golden ripples shimmered behind him, from which numerous weapons emerged. Every single one of these weapons was a noble phantasm. Damn it, Kirii, you set me up. The dark figure wailed, and was instantly disintegrated into scattered light particles by the countless projectiles launched from the golden ripples. Utterly boring trash. Leaving this single sentence, the golden man vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the familiars sent by the masters of this Holy Grail war, who had been hiding in the shadows, quietly retreated. How boring. Inside the Western-style mansion, Asagami Fujino watched the Golden Man, the archer of this Holy Grail war, the legendary hero King Gilgamesh. Where did that Mata Korea guy run off to? I gave him such a huge boost, why hasn't he attacked the Tosaka family yet? Saying this, Asagami Fujino prepared to switch her view to see what Mata Korea was actually doing. Suddenly, Asagami Fujino felt something hug her body. She closed her clairvoyance and looked down. A fox-eared girl was tightly embracing her, her tail wrapped firmly around her body. This was the servant summoned by Aika, the great yokai Tamamonome from history. Little Tama, can you let go for a moment? Aren't you afraid Aika will kill you? Asagami Fujino said helplessly. Although beast-eared girls were nice, having one constantly cling to her made Asagami Fujino uncomfortable. Moreover, ever since she was brought back inside and woke up, Tamamonome had completely latched onto Asagami Fujino. Aika had been tempted to strike several times. She hadn't even gotten intimate with Asagami Fujino yet, but a servant beat her to it. How infuriating. Saying this, little Tama hugged her even tighter, looking up at Asagami Fujino. Master doesn't need to worry about Aika. I pulled some strings, and she won't find out. Hearing this, Asagami Fujino was curious. Seijo Aika was connected to the root, practically omniscient and omnipotent in this world. Drugging her was certainly impossible, and magecraft wouldn't work either. What exactly did little Tama do to be so sure Aika wouldn't find out? Soon, Asagami Fujino realized what happened. She looked helplessly at Tamamonome in her arms. This girl actually used her, no wonder Aika fell for it. Seriously. Asagami Fujino sighed, it's you, isn't it? Nine-tailed fox Tamamonome. Tamamonome's eyes seemed to lose their light, and a wave of energy emanated from her body. Asagami Fujino made no move, simply watching. Then, the scene before her changed. Asagami Fujino found herself inside a magnificent great hall, where a massive figure lay resting, its 9 tails gently swaying behind it. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 59, Amaterasu. By the way, can you shrink down a bit? I really hate how uncomfortable this size is. Asagami Fujino said, looking at the gigantic Tamamonome before her. The gigantic Tamamonome smiled brightly, a smile capable of captivating all beings. Then, her massive form rapidly shrank until she was roughly the same size as Asagami Fujino. Alright, tell me, what business do you have controlling little Tama to find me, Amaterasu? Asagami Fujino looked at the Tamamonome before her, or rather, the woman named Amaterasu, who was also a beast of this world. The previous little Tama was merely a divided spirit of the woman before her, or perhaps the manifestation of one of her tales, an existence from the past. This one only wishes to escape this place. The soft, enchanting voice echoed throughout the extremely empty great hall. Amaterasu slowly approached Asagami Fujino, and an alluring fragrance wafted towards her. Then, are you prepared to pay the price? Asagami Fujino grasped Amaterasu's soft, boneless hand and pulled her closer. The distance between their faces was only a few centimeters. Of course. Amaterasu looked at Asagami Fujino, who was inches away. A faint mist covered her golden eyes. Little Tama possessed the ability to see through souls, and Amaterasu, as their origin, naturally possessed this ability, only stronger than little Tama's. The soul, radiating dazzling light, was something one dared not look at directly, yet it compelled others to want to caress it, touch it, and possess it. It seems you've made your preparations. A smile played on her lips. Asagami Fujino looked at the beautiful, captivating face before her, leaned forward, and kissed Amaterasu. Amaterasu passionately responded to Asagami Fujino. Her 9 tails grew larger, enveloping the embracing pair. That hateful creature. In the Throne of Heroes, Gaia watched the mirror, which had lost its image, in a fit of rage. She never thought that a moment of carelessness would allow that wretched, seductive fox to seize an opportunity. Well, it's already happened. What else do you plan to do? A silver-haired little loli appeared behind Gaia, her tone somewhat helpless. Alea was the collective consciousness of humanity. But ch1, Gaia turned around, intending to say something but ultimately didn't. Indeed, the matter had already occurred, and there was nothing they could do to change it. Come on, look on the bright side. Even if she escaped, won't Lady Asagami Fujino keep her in line? You're right, ch1. Saying this, Gaia smiled. With that lady present, that seductive fox wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. She had almost forgotten. By the way, ch1, what have you decided about that matter? Gaia looked at Alea. I've thought it through. Of course, I agree, Alea smiled. To be free from the constraints of the world, Gaia, haven't you already made your choice? Gaia walked up to Alea. Then let's work hard together from now on, little sister. Alea looked at Gaia. Why are you the older sister? Because I'm older than ch1. Gaia chuckled. But you're dumber than me. I'm the older sister, you can just be the idiot little sister. Sigh, ch1, how can you say that? I'm clearly the older sister. In Fuyuki City, inside the Mata family residence, Matakaria leaned against the wall, his face pale with pain, one hand clutching his abdomen as he endured the intense agony. Master, you won't last much longer like this. A tall figure appeared beside Matakaria, placing a hand on his shoulder. Warm prana, like the sun, flowed into Matakaria's body. The pain quickly vanished, and his pale complexion regained some color. Thank you for your trouble. Matakaria thanked the servant beside him. Master, I must remind you, your body won't hold up for much longer. Although I don't understand why you use that kind of thing to modify your body, this is undoubtedly an act of suicide. I know, Matakaria murmured. But to take revenge on that man in the future, I must do this. Karna, I trouble you. Karna remained silent, increasing the output of prana from the hand resting on Matakaria's shoulder. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 60, Doubt. 1238 words inside Asagami Fujino's room, Asagami Fujino and Amaterasu suddenly appeared. Is this the outside world? I really got out. Amaterasu looked very happy, seeing a place that wasn't the unchanging Great Hall. All right, quickly bring little Tama out. Asagami Fujino placed a hand on Amaterasu's shoulder. Because Amaterasu had been brought back to the Great Hall by Asagami Fujino, the powers that had been divided off were naturally reclaimed by Amaterasu, meaning little Tama no longer existed. But Asagami Fujino was unwilling to accept that. I know. You have this one, yet you still yearn for other little foxes. Amaterasu looked at Asagami Fujino with resentment, but Asagami Fujino was unmoved. How could just one be enough? She wanted to enjoy double the happiness. It should be triple. Asagami Fujino remembered that besides little Tama, Amaterasu had another divided spirit Tamamo cat. She was cute, a great cook, and wore a naked apron. Naturally, Asagami Fujino wouldn't miss out. Hearing that Asagami Fujino wanted another one, Amaterasu's expression grew even more resentful, but she obediently brought out the two divided spirits. Tamamonome and Tamamo cat opened their eyes. They saw Asagami Fujino, and after a brief moment of shock, they both simultaneously lunged toward her. As divided spirits, their memories were shared when they were reclaimed by Amaterasu, including what Asagami Fujino and Amaterasu did in the Great Hall earlier. It could be said they experienced it personally. The two tightly embraced Asagami Fujino, their tails firmly wrapped around her body. At this moment the room door opened. It was Aika. When the divided spirit was reclaimed, the contract between Tamamonome and Aika naturally vanished. Furthermore, Tamamonome had previously lied to Aika Sagiu, saying that Asagami Fujino wanted her to wait in the room that night. By involving Asagami Fujino's existence, Aika Sagiu couldn't determine if Tamamonome was lying. After waiting for so long, Ika Sagiu still hadn't been sought out by Asagami Fujino. Unable to wait any longer, Ika secretly came to Asagami Fujino's room to see if she had forgotten or fallen asleep. If Asagami Fujino was asleep, Ika Sagiu planned to launch a surprise night attack and quickly claim her. Having learned that so many others had already made their move, and that there was even a child, Ika Sagiu was furious, wishing she could turn Tuko and the others into corpse princesses. As for the child, she would properly raise them to be the next princess. However, Asagami Fujino had warned her not to lay a hand on Tuko and the others, or she would reject her. Reluctantly, Ika Sagiu had to compromise, as she didn't want the princess to dislike her. But upon opening the door, what she saw were two foxes. Wait, and one that looked like a cat. But how could they resemble Tamamonome so closely? And why were these two tightly hugging her princess? Why was there another Tamamonome standing on the side, watching the show? For a moment, Ika Sagiu was completely bewildered. What happened? Why did three Tamamonomes suddenly appear? Alright, you two let go of me quickly, or I'm going to get angry, Asagami Fujino hurriedly told the two figures clinging to her, looking at the stunned Ika Sagiu. Seeing what Asagami Fujino said, the two quickly let go of Asagami Fujino and stood aside, though they deliberately kept some distance from Amaterasu. Although Amaterasu is a split spirit, a part of their past selves, both Tamamonome and Tamamoket deeply disliked this current version of themselves. She pulled over Ika Sagiu and gave a thorough explanation. Then, because of the lies Tamamonome had told Ika Sagiu earlier, Asagami Fujino promised to take Ika Sagiu out on a date tomorrow as compensation. This made Tamamonome and Tamamoket, who were standing nearby, cry out about favoritism. Left with no choice, Asagami Fujino also promised to take them out on dates later. Asagami Fujino had never experienced dating before, and figured it should be quite nice. Now there was another big problem. With two sudden additions, the rooms in the Western-style mansion were insufficient. Asagami Fujino knew that Tuko would complain again tomorrow, asking how she had brought back two people just today, and then two more overnight. Thinking about this gave Asagami Fujino a headache. In the end, Asagami Fujino had no choice but to use her spatial ability to enlarge the rooms. Originally, Asagami Fujino wanted Ika Sagiu to go home to sleep, but Ika Sagiu immediately jumped onto a bed and refused to leave. Even Amaterasu stayed, and even little Tama and Tamamoket, who disliked Amaterasu, insisted on staying. However, because she had lived with Alice in a parallel world for a period, Asagami Fujino had developed the habit of needing to hug something to fall asleep at night. Previously, Asagami Fujino always slept hugging Alice, but now that Alice was pregnant, she was arranged to sleep with Sakuya, as Asagami Fujino was not very good at looking after people. On the other side, one of the participants of the current Holy Grail War, the Black Shadow who previously tried to ambush the Tosaka family, the assassin of this Holy Grail War and his master, Kirai Kotomine, having lost his servant, joined the church to enjoy its protection. 0 inches the hotel, Kiritsugu Amiya was deep in thought. He felt that something was amiss. He had previously reviewed Kirai Kotomine's profile. Kirai Kotomine was the son of Risei Kotomine, the supervisor of this Holy Grail War. He was highly skilled in Bajiquan, and was once a top-tier executor of the Holy Church. Kiritsugu Amiya had previously thought Kirai Kotomine would be the most difficult master to deal with in this Holy Grail War, yet such a person had withdrawn so hastily. Years of intuition told Kiritsugu Amiya that there must be a problem, but he hadn't discovered it yet. I can only proceed cautiously. Kiritsugu Amiya took a deep drag from his cigarette, and the white smoke slowly dispersed throughout the room. On the other side, Waver, the master of Rider in this Holy Grail War, was extremely happy after receiving news of Assassin's withdrawal from the familiar he had sent out. He hadn't expected that so soon after the Holy Grail War began, one servant had already withdrawn. This slightly eased his previously nervous heart. It seemed the so-called Holy Grail War was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Rider, the assassin of this Holy Grail War, has withdrawn, Waver said excitedly to the red-haired giant behind him. That was his servant, the legendary Alexander, the king of conquerors recorded in history. Assassin actually withdrew. Alexander rubbed his chin, pondering something. He patted Waver's shoulder with such force that Waver nearly fell to the ground. My little master, how did Assassin withdraw? How did he withdraw? It seemed like a golden servant emitted several golden flashes, and then Assassin withdrew, Waver replied, rubbing his shoulder. Golden flashes? What kind of golden flashes? I don't know either. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 61, Chapter 61. 1764 words Fuyuki City. Two beautiful maidens walked hand in hand down the bustling street. The girl on the left had short blonde hair, a divinely beautiful face constantly beaming with smiles. The girl on the other side had long, brilliant blue hair like the starry sky, purple eyes, and a beauty comparable to the girl beside her. Her gentle smile made hearts flutter. This pair of women constantly attracted the gaze of countless passers-by on the street. This pair was naturally Aika Sagiu and Asagami Fujino, and they were currently on a date. Mentioning this, Asagami Fujino couldn't help but recall the resentful looks everyone gave her that morning when she announced she was going on a date with Aika Sagiu. Those who hadn't yet entered a relationship with Asagami Fujino, such as Alice, Leah, Her Royal Highness the Princess, and Scathach, were relatively fine. But Tuko and the others had strong objections, immediately launching into a barrage of complaints against Asagami Fujino. Just as expected last night, Tuko brought up the issue of two more people joining the household. Her Royal Highness the Princess, who had been teased by Asagami Fujino, kept interjecting to undermine Asagami Fujino. In the end, Asagami Fujino had to swear that she would properly date them all before Tuko and her group let her go. Asagami Fujino had used the power of the Cosmic Dragon King to change her original purple long hair to blue, wanting a change of pace. It seemed the effect was quite good, but seeing many people on the road staring at her and Aika still made her feel slightly uncomfortable. Fujino, where are we going now? After being corrected before heading out, Aika no longer called Asagami Fujino princess in front of others. After all, Asagami Fujino still felt a bit embarrassed being called that in public, so she had Aika call her by her name directly. Aika, let's go have some fun over there. Asagami Fujino pulled Aika's hand and walked toward a shop not far away, a maid cafe. Okiri, Goshijin-sama. Welcome home, my master. Upon entering the shop, they heard the maid's pleasant voice. Should one say this was worthy of the two-dimensional world? Even the looks of the ordinary staff were quite good. However, compared to Sakuya, they were far inferior. But Asagami Fujino wasn't picky, she was just trying it out. She had wanted to go before, but facing the dual problems of lack of money and lack of time, she couldn't fulfill this wish. Now that she had both, she naturally had to give it a try. Asagami Fujino and Aika appearing in the maid cafe attracted the attention of everyone inside, as their looks were far more beautiful than any of the maids in the shop. Asagami Fujino and Aika Sagiu casually found a window seat and sat down. Fujino, why did we come here? Aika Sagiu looked at Asagami Fujino, confused. This deviated somewhat from the plan she had envisioned. Shouldn't they be going to a secluded hotel or something, setting up a candlelight dinner, and then, in a good atmosphere, she would passionately confess her love to her princess? Why a maid cafe? What are you thinking about? It's only morning. Why are you setting up a candlelight dinner? Asagami Fujino looked helplessly at Aika Sagiu. Out of curiosity, she briefly read Aika's mind, only to find Aika was thinking about all these strange things. Fortunately, Asagami Fujino had only read Aika's mind superficially. If she had continued reading deeper, Asagami Fujino would have discovered Aika's more profound thoughts. Fujino, why would you do that? Aika looked anxiously at Asagami Fujino. If Asagami Fujino had read her true thoughts, she would definitely be hated. All right, I won't read it again. It was just curiosity, Asagami Fujino quickly said. Aika replied softly, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Judging by her princess's reaction, she must not have read those things in her heart. That was good. Goshijin-sama, what would you like? The maid attendant walked over, a sweet smile on her face. Let me see. Asagami Fujino picked up the menu, flipping through it while asking Aika, what would you like to order? Fujino, just decide for me. Aika rested her chin on her hands and smiled. Looking at her princess from this distance, Aika felt that the princess was truly adorable. Then I'll have 2 servings of omurice, plus 2 glasses of apple juice. Also please write this sentence on the omurice. Asagami Fujino leaned in and whispered a few words into the maid's ear, causing the maid's face to instantly turn red. Thank you for your trouble. Asagami Fujino smiled at the blushing maid, pressing her palms together. The maid nodded quickly, her face red, and shyly hurried away. Fujino, what did you say to that woman? After the maid left, Aika's face was filled with displeasure. They were supposed to be on a date, yet her princess was being intimate with that little maid. Just now, Aika had barely restrained herself from humanely destroying the maid, making her completely vanish from the world. It's a secret. Asagami Fujino tried to cutely blink her eyes. After doing so, she felt a little disgusted. As a big man in her past life, she had never performed such a gesture. However, it seemed to work wonders on Aika. Her face instantly flushed red, and she lowered her head, her hands intertwined and resting on her skirt. Seeing Aika in this state, Asagami Fujino couldn't resist the urge to tease her, but suddenly her attention was drawn to someone else. Golden short hair, a standing ahogue, and a black suited was none other than the saber of this Holy Grail war, the famous King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon. The 2 girls were noticed by Saber, who possessed A-rank instinct. However, Saber's gaze only lingered briefly on Asagami Fujino's brilliant blue hair, which resembled the starry sky, as such a hair color was truly rare. She quickly withdrew her attention. There was no trace of prana on either of them, and her instinct had no reaction. Saber simply regarded them as a pair of beautiful, ordinary girls. Saber, what's wrong? Miyahizo, who was beside Saber, asked. It's nothing, Saber shook her head. Just a pair of ordinary girls. Is that so? Miyahizo looked towards where Asagami Fujino and Aika Sagiu were sitting. She only saw Asagami Fujino's long hair and Aika Sagiu's face, and felt a hint of astonishment in her heart. That hair color was truly beautiful and eye-catching. Miyahizo quickly withdrew her gaze. Since she sensed no prana, Miyahizo also regarded Asagami Fujino and Aika Sagiu as ordinary people, just like Saber did. Saber, let's go. There's a buffet ahead. Let's settle our meal there, Miyahizo said. She had witnessed Saber's terrifying king's stomach back at Einsburn. It would be difficult to satisfy her at any other restaurant. By contrast, an all-you-can-eat buffet was much more convenient and cost-effective. Hearing there was food, the ahogue on Saber's head instantly stood up like an antenna. Although she was excited inside, she maintained a calm facade and said, indeed, hunger is the great enemy. Miyahizo was used to this look. It was quite amusing to see that the legendary King Arthur had such a side to her. Let's go. Great, they're finally gone. Seeing Saber and Miyahizo disappear, Aika was very happy. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about a fight breaking out and ruining her date with the princess. All right, don't worry about them. Patting Aika's little head, Asagami Fujino used her authority over the route to ensure Saber's group wouldn't appear before their date ended. Master, here are your meals. The maid who had left blushing earlier now walked over carrying a tray. Quickly setting down 2 servings of omurice and 2 glasses of apple juice, the maid hurriedly retreated with her tray. If she stayed any longer, she felt she might turn bent. Of course, Aika's piercing gaze from the side also made her feel a bit afraid. The body of enchantment combined with world affinity was incredibly lethal to ordinary people without mystery. If Asagami Fujino hadn't suppressed its power before coming out, the maid would have already become her loyal servant, the kind she could play with at will. That was also why she had blushed earlier. 2 servings of omuris, one of which had mystery written on it in ketchup. Here, Aika, this one is for you. Asagami Fujino smiled and pushed the one with ketchup writing in front of Aika. This is. Aika covered her mouth with both hands, her fair cheeks turning red like the evening sunset. Do you like it? Asagami Fujino propped her cheek with one hand, her lips curling into a smile as she admired the beautiful sight of Aika. I love it. Answering firmly, 2 lines of tears slowly trickled down from the corners of her eyes. Outside the cafe, in a corner of an alley not far from the maid cafe, Aoko was wearing dark sunglasses, and was wrapped tightly in a black coat. She peeked out from the alley, looking at where Asagami Fujino and Aika were sitting. Why is that girl crying? With her excellent eyesight, Aoko could see the tears on Aika's face. Of course, that was all she could see, other details weren't very clear. Aoko didn't dare use any magecraft, as Asagami Fujino would surely notice. She had originally just come out for some fresh air, and to take Sakura, and the other little Lolas out to play, but she hadn't expected to run into Asagami Fujino and Aika walking into the maid cafe. Unable to resist her curiosity, Aoko let Sakura and the others play on their own while she secretly followed to observe. As for the safety of Sakura and the others, Aoko wasn't worried. After all, Scat-Hack and the others had taught them when they were free. Although they were just little Lolas, they possessed abilities close to a grand magician, largely because Asagami Fujino used her power to cleanse their bodies and enhance their potential. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 62, Meto Korea and Sakura meet. In an arcade in Fuyuki City, Sakura and Colin were having a great time playing a game. They used hypnosis to make everyone in the shop subconsciously ignore their existence, so they wouldn't be kicked out for being children. Sakura, I won again. Colin stopped her movements and crossed her arms, striking a winner's pose. It was just luck this time. Sakura refused to admit defeat and challenged Colin again. Sure, but... Colin wasn't afraid of Sakura's challenge, but it would be more interesting to get some benefits. But what? Sakura looked at Colin in confusion. Colin didn't speak, but with an ambiguous smile, she leaned in and whispered a few words into Sakura's ear. Then she pulled away and looked at Sakura's embarrassed expression, laughing. Well, do you agree? How do you know about that? Sakura looked at Colin indignantly. She never expected that such a secret matter would be known by a third person. You don't need to worry about that. Just say if you agree. If you lose, give me one. If you win, I'll give you one. It's fair, isn't it? Colin said, not worried about Sakura refusing. Sakura agreed. If she won, she'd be the one profiting. Sakura believed she would definitely win this time. Losing was not an option. The previous round was just a momentary lapse. Seeing Sakura agree, Colin was overjoyed. Let's start. Inserting a coin, a new round began. Sakura immediately chose Orochi, while Colin unhurriedly chose Iori Yagami. Game start. Go. Sakura started by operating Orochi to release a black particle. A cold smile curled on Colin's lips. She had practiced for a long time, how could she lose to Sakura? Dodging the black particle, she followed up with an explosion of hand speed, frantically operating the joystick. First a Gashiki, Yumabiki, then a quick dash forward, followed by a Hayakushi, Aniyaki Hayakujishiki, Kodetsuki in Kazukes, Kinsen Hayakujishiki, Yo Otome. This combo was just written randomly, it's been a long time since I played. After a series of moves, before Sakura could even react, her Orochi had lost more than half its health. Taking advantage of Sakura's daze, Colin seized the opportunity to unleash an ultimate move, Yura Hyakuhakashiki, Yasakazuki, jumped back, followed by another Hyakujishiki, Kotetsuki-in, and finally a low kick to end the battle. The battle ended instantly, and Sakura realized she had lost. You. Sakura turned her head, wanting to say something to the triumphant Colin, but a familiar voice came from behind. The voice from behind was filled with excitement and some doubt. Sakura found it familiar and turned her head to see a figure that was somewhat strange yet familiar. Are you Uncle Kariya? In the maid cafe, Asagami Fujino wiped the traces from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, stood up, and said to Aika, "Let's go, Aika." The two walked out of the shop to the voices of the maids. As for the meal, they didn't spend a penny. Under the protection of the world, Asagami Fujino didn't need to bring money to eat out. There would always be a lottery win or being a lucky customer to get a free meal. This time was similar, except that because Asagami Fujino and Aika caused a surge in foot traffic, the female shop owner not only waived their bill but also gave them a lifetime half-price coupon. Standing outside the shop, Asagami Fujino cast a subtle glance at the nearby alley, which was exactly where Aoko was hiding. She had discovered her long ago. The mana in Aoko's body was all derived from the mana seeds she had distributed. Aoko's presence to Asagami Fujino was as bright as a flame in the dark. However, Asagami Fujino didn't point it out. Ignoring Aoko, she took Aika's small hand and smiled. "Aika, let's go to the amusement park next." Hearing Fujino's words, Aika's heart fluttered. An amusement park, the legendary holy land for dates. Books said that when two people in love sit together on the Ferris wheel, and it stops at the highest point, they will commit double suicide. They will kiss passionately under the glow of the setting sun. What a romantic thing. Yes, we must go. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 63, Taking Action. Aika, wait. Stopping the excited Aika, Asagami Fujino sighed helplessly. Fujino, what's wrong? Are we not going to the amusement park? Aika's brow furrowed. She had already planned what to do at the amusement park to win over the princess. If they suddenly weren't going, wouldn't all her planning be in vain? Something happened. The trip to the amusement park might have to be postponed. Something came up. Gilgamesh ran into Sakura and Colin, and now they've started fighting. Asagami Fujino was speechless. Just now, the little Loligaya told her that Gilgamesh had encountered Sakura and Colin, and Matokuriya was there too. After Matokuriya found out Gilgamesh was Tosaka Tokiomi's heroic spirit, he immediately had Karna and Gilgamesh start fighting. Usually, Asagami Fujino kept her observation haki turned off. Unless something happened, she generally wouldn't use it to know everything that would happen in the future. Knowing everything and losing the sense of the unknown and novelty was too boring. Thus, she hadn't expected this to happen. If she had known, Asagami Fujino would have activated her super high school level luck. That way, everything would have gone according to her original plan. How could she have run into such a situation? However, in a way, it was a good thing. Asagami Fujino was almost tired of this world, and it was time to end the Holy Grail War and start her next plan. Gilgamesh would just be a sacrifice for the start of the plan. She hadn't fought in a while, although Gilgamesh was a bit weak. If she suppressed her strength, he should at least be able to withstand a few moves. Alright, Aika, let's go settle this first, and then we'll go to the amusement park. Facing the request of her princess, even if Aika had some minor emotions in her heart, she knew it was more important to handle the matter first. At the same time, Aika made a mental note of Gilgamesh, who had ruined the good time between her and the princess, vowing to make this guy wish he were dead. Let's go see Ayako first. Is she here? The once bustling street had now been reduced to ruins. The battle between two powerful heroic spirits had turned the street into a ruined battlefield. The ordinary people who were passing by before had all become corpses. Mystery is not allowed to be leaked. Fortunately, everyone nearby had died, so no one would leak it. Not far from the ruins, there were still 3 survivors under a protective shield amidst the aftershocks of the battle. Matokuriya looked at the ruins around him, feeling deep regret. After learning from Gilgamesh's mouth that he was Tosaka Tokiomi's heroic spirit, Matokuriya, who was already eager for revenge against Tosaka Tokiomi, had Karna take action directly without considering that this was a crowded street. However, what surprised Matokuriya even more was that Sakura, whom he thought had been hidden away by the old worm, had appeared before him again and possessed such formidable strength. Unlike Matokuriya, Sakura and Colin were suffering. They had originally just come out to play, but now such a thing had happened. They would definitely be criticized by Big Sister Fujino when they got back. All right, I won't blame you. A familiar voice sounded from behind, and both Sakura and Colin turned their heads to look. Big Sister Fujino, and Aika and Big Sister Ayako. The two of them lowered their heads guiltily upon seeing Asagami Fujino. They also knew that Asagami Fujino was on a date with Aika today, and it seemed like the date had been ruined by them. All right, I don't blame you. Asagami Fujino came to Sakura and Colin's side and knocked Matokuriya unconscious along the way. She had already given him cheats, so why couldn't he just go for it? He had been dawdling for a day or two without any action. Was he even a man? All right, go back to your big sister Ayoko's side. I'll handle things here, and we'll go to the amusement park together in a bit. Looking at the street that had been turned into ruins, Asagami Fujino first used her root authority to directly block off this place, lest some people recklessly run in, which would require using root authority to modify things later. Karna, who was fighting Gilgamesh, noticed his master being knocked unconscious. With a swing of his god-slaying spear, he first repelled Gilgamesh, and then hurriedly rushed toward Asagami Fujino. It seems I tuned the favorability toward Matokuriya a bit too high. With a light chuckle, Blood Walk, which hadn't appeared for some time, manifested in her hand. One sword style, World Severance. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 64, You've been buffed. A white light flashed, and the world seemed to have been put on mute. A massive gash extended outward from Karna's abdomen, growing longer and longer, as space itself was sliced open by this single sword strike. After an unknown amount of time, the faint sound of wind reached the ears of Ayako and the others again. Everything returned to normal, but the rift in the sky sliced open by that sword was still extending outward. How is this possible? In midair, blood gushed from the wound on Karna's abdomen, and he fell powerlessly and heavily to the ground. The power was still too great. Asagami Fujino looked troubled at the rift that was still expanding inside. It seemed that being too strong was also a bit disadvantageous, as she couldn't fight with her full power at all. Even though she had suppressed her strength for that last move, the damage caused was still too significant. If she hadn't specifically diverted the power of that sword strike from Karna's body to the space around him, Karna would have directly returned to the throne of heroes just now. Let's fix this first. Looking at the rift that had grown quite large, Asagami Fujino had a thought, and the world began to repair itself. The massive rift quickly shrank and closed, finally returning to its original state. Asagami Fujino walked up to Karna. At this moment, Karna was on the verge of death, his eyes closed and his chest barely moving. If it weren't for the fact that Karna was still of some use to Asagami Fujino, he would have already dissolved into points of light and dissipated. He wouldn't be forced to hang onto a breath of life by Asagami Fujino now. Although she had given Meta Korea cheats, he was truly too useless and provided no entertainment at all. He had even ruined her date today, so Asagami Fujino decided to have him withdraw from the Holy Grail War today. However, there was still something to be done before that. With one hand pressed against Karna's chest, the mana within her surged, and brilliant blue mana flooded into Karna's body. Simultaneously, centered on Asagami Fujino's hand, a complex magic circle emerged on Karna's chest, then sank into his body, followed by another magic circle, and so on. At this moment, Gilgamesh manifested in mid-air. Looking at Asagami Fujino beside Karna, he said coldly, "You're the one who caused this, aren't you? I didn't expect that in this boring era, there would actually be an opponent like you." Asagami Fujino acted as if she hadn't heard Gilgamesh's words, but the curve of her lips grew wider and wider. As the final profound magic circle merged into Karna's body, Karna's closed eyes snapped open. His original heterochromatic eyes, one red and one green, had both turned completely crimson. Asagami Fujino withdrew her hand and looked at Karna with a smile. "You've been buffed." Letting out a furious roar, Karna instantly vanished and reappeared in front of Gilgamesh. "How is this possible?" Gilgamesh was instantly shocked, but before he could react, the red-eyed Karna had already thrown his fist. Countless fist shadows rained down unreservedly upon Gilgamesh's golden armor, much like Luffy using his rubber gatling. "Honestly, hit his face. Why are you hitting the armor?" Asagami Fujino muttered. Summoning the chains of heaven to bind Karna, Gilgamesh hastily pulled away, retracting the golden armor that was already on the verge of being scrapped. Behind him, countless golden ripples appeared, and numerous noble phantasms were aimed at Karna and fired all at once. "Zero, it's useless." Asagami Fujino, watching the scene, said indifferently. Among the magic circles she had cast on Karna earlier, besides a berserk effect, there was also an ability similar to an indestructible body. Unless it was a noble phantasm of A rank or higher, it could only cause a certain amount of damage, and even then, the noble phantasm would need to be released. Simply firing them out was of no use at all. Countless C-rank noble phantasms bombarded Karna's body, but not only did they fail to cause any damage, they didn't even leave a mark, instead shattering into pieces directly. "No effect. Then this time we'll use B rank, no, A rank to see if you can block it." An enraged Gilgamesh completely opened his gate of Babylon, with countless golden ripples expanding behind him. Various swords, spears and staves emerged from the ripples. These were undoubtedly all A-rank noble phantasms. Asagami Fujino, watching the spectacle, wasn't worried at all. Instead, she teleported to the side of Aoko and the others, produced 3 lounge chairs and several buckets of popcorn, and sat comfortably while holding the 2 little Lolas, Sakura and Colin. Not far from this street in Fuyuki City, Saber, whom Asagami Fujino had seen before, was now driving a black motorcycle and rushing here at high speed. The battle between Gilgamesh and Karna had undoubtedly attracted this heroic spirit. Not just Saber, but the rider of this Holy Grail war was also rushing toward this location. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 65, Symphony 1156 words. Countless A-rank noble phantasms were fired simultaneously. Karna, bound by the chains of heaven, struggled desperately, trying to break free from the restraint of Gilgamesh's chains of heaven. However, because of Karna's high A-rank divinity, he was bound tightly by the chains of heaven. The chains of heaven were the chains that once captured the bull of heaven, that had plunged Uruk into 7 years of famine. They were given to Gilgamesh by Enkidu. Their ability is that of a binding of the gods. The higher the divinity of the target captured by the chains of heaven, the harder it is to break free. So in the Type Moon world, divinity is a debuff, countered in various ways. However, how could Asagami Fujino not have thought of such a thing when she was buffing Karna? A blue light lit up on Karna's chest, and the previously tightly bound chains of heaven were directly broken out of by Karna. Suppression. The effect of another magic circle Asagami Fujino had placed on Karna suppressed a certain power within his body to the minimum. Under this effect, the divinity within Karna's body became extremely weak. Combined with his strength, which had reached A rank under the berserk state, breaking free was simply too easy. Freed from his restraints, Karna instantly vanished from his spot, and appeared directly in front of Gilgamesh, swinging his fist. Swiftness. Another reinforcement effect Asagami Fujino had granted Karna. With his already A-rank agility, he reached the pinnacle of the A rank. Having anticipated such a situation, Gilgamesh did not appear overly flustered. A small, exquisite golden shield stood before him, blocking all of Karna's fist shadows. Behind him, the A-rank noble phantasms that had been ready to fire shot out in a volley, striking Karna's body. The next moment, Gilgamesh was stunned. Under the bombardment of so many A-rank noble phantasms, they only managed to leave behind countless white marks. That's about enough. Asagami Fujino had seen enough. It was time to end this. With the numerous noble phantasms within the gate of Babylon, even a reinforced Karna would find it troublesome to face various defensive treasures. Countless lights suddenly erupted from Karna's chest. At this moment, the magic circles Asagami Fujino had previously planted all detonated. Monstrous strength, shield breaker, immolation, slowness. All sorts of magic circles played their roles at this very instant. With one punch, Karna shattered the shield standing before Gilgamesh. The golden shield turned into countless fragments, scattering through the air. With another punch, he finally struck Gilgamesh's body. Immense power exploded from his fist, and with a loud boom, Gilgamesh was knocked straight from the air to the ground, smashing out a large crater. His originally handsome face was completely ruined, his entire visage twisted out of shape. Asagami Fujino and the others all wore wicked smiles. The matter hadn't ended there. Karna, still in midair, was not finished with Gilgamesh. He instantly arrived before the dying Gilgamesh, who had been crippled by a single punch, and swung his fist again. Seeing this, Asagami Fujino quickly applied a rapid healing effect, similar to Wolverine's, to Gilgamesh. The collision of fist and cheek produced a dull thud. The rapid succession of impacts caused a change. Those dull sounds were like a unique symphony rising and falling within this shielded space. The onlookers undoubtedly wore wicked smiles, delighting in the scene, especially Colin, who enjoyed watching others suffer, and was clearly the happiest of all. At the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi, the current head of the Tosaka family, had long since thrown his so-called elegance to the winds. Irritation and anxiety were written all over his face, as he paced urgently back and forth in front of his desk. Just moments ago, he had completely lost contact with his heroic spirit, Gilgamesh. It wasn't that their contract had been severed, the command spells on his hand were still there, and he could feel his mana being drained, yet he could not sense Gilgamesh's condition. Even using a command spell had no effect. His 3 command spells had been wasted in vain during his previous attempts to summon Gilgamesh back. It was as if the connection between Tosaka Tokiomi and Gilgamesh had been unilaterally blocked. The contract between them remained, but the command spells had lost their function, and Tosaka Tokiomi had been reduced to a mere mana battery. What on earth is going on? Even though he had already sent his disciple, Kirai, to investigate, a long time had passed without any word. No need to wait any more. A cold female voice came from behind. Tosaka Tokiomi was startled, and one hand immediately reached into his pocket, tightly gripping a magic gem. "Who are you?" Tosaka Tokiomi asked in a low voice without turning around. At the same time, the mana within his body flowed, as he prepared to use the magic gem in his hand at any moment. There was no response. Tosaka Tokiomi frowned and turned around, the gem in his hand already beginning to emit a faint glow. Tosaka Tokiomi looked in surprise at the empty space behind him. What was that? Something was lying on the ground, and Tosaka Tokiomi found it somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Tosaka Tokiomi felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. His consciousness began to fade into darkness. At the moment he collapsed, he saw clearly who the person on the ground was. It was his disciple, Kirai Kotomine. That's about it. Everyone's almost here. Casually tossing the finished popcorn onto the ground, Asagami Fujino stood up from her lounge chair and clapped her hands. Karna, who had been tirelessly punching and kicking Gilgamesh, collapsed like a deflated doll next to the bloody mess that was Gilgamesh. Asagami Fujino also took the opportunity to cancel the healing effect on Gilgamesh, let him live in this state for a while longer. Alright, Aoko, do you want to have a fight? Asagami Fujino turned back and looked at Aoko with a smile. With whom? Aoko was also somewhat excited, punching her palm as she felt eager to try. It's fine, I'll have some fun with him. Aoko's current strength was far beyond what it used to be. Watching the battle between Karna and Gilgamesh earlier had ignited the fighting spirit in her heart. They'll be here soon. She created a few loopholes in the shielding of this space, otherwise, those people wouldn't be able to get in. Everything was about to end. It was time to start building the main god space. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone and let me know. Chapter 66, Gathering Heroic Spirits. Is it here? Saber, wait, don't go over yet. Miyahizo took out a communicator and began to contact Kiritsugu Amiya, but soon her expression turned slightly grim. Over 10 seconds had passed, but the communicator still hadn't been picked up. This was something that would normally never happen. The communicator connected, but Miyahizo's expression grew even worse because it wasn't Kiritsugu Amiya's voice but a woman's. Who are you? Miyahizo quickly calmed down and began to ask. You don't need to know. In short, the Kiritsugu Amiya you're looking for is in my hands. If you want him, come here yourself. The voice on the communicator said only that much before hanging up. Miyahizo suddenly felt like smashing the communicator on the ground, but she couldn't do that, or she wouldn't be able to contact the person who kidnapped Kiritsugu Amiya. Mia, wait. I think I've found Master. Saber said slowly, her eyes fixed on the depths of the ruins. That's right, Saber was Kiritsugu's heroic spirit, she should be able to sense Kiritsugu's location. But seeing Saber's gaze fixed on the ruins, Miyahizo also understood that Kiritsugu was likely inside. There are several powerful presences inside, Saber said with a serious expression. Mana surged within her body, and her black suit transformed into silver-white knight armor, an invisible sword held in her hand. Are they other heroic spirits? Miyahizo asked. Saber, are you sure they aren't heroic spirits? Miyahizo's brow furrowed even deeper. Had the Mages Association intervened in this Holy Grail war? Why would this happen? Was Kiritsugu also taken by the Mages Association? A mountain of questions swirled in Miyahizo's mind, but there was no more time to think. Kiritsugu Amiya's safety had disrupted her normally calm head, and at this moment, she had no other choice. Saber, let's go in. Under an already darkening sky, this war's rider, Alexander the Great, was driving his noble phantasm, Gordius Wheel, bringing his master along as they also rushed toward these ruins. How could this happen? Atop the Gordius Wheel, Waver suppressed his fear of heights as he looked down at the streets that had been turned to ruins, his heart feeling cold. Ha ha ha. Unlike the terrified Waver, Alexander the Great laughed with great excitement. It seems some extraordinary heroes have arrived this time. What's wrong, little master? You're not scared, are you? Alexander the Great swung his massive palm and slapped Waver's shoulder. The sharp pain from his shoulder also helped diminish much of the fear in Waver's heart. Rider, what are you doing? Waver rubbed his shoulder, which felt like it was about to be shattered by Alexander the Great, looking ready to cry. This wasn't the first time. Waver felt that even if he survived this Holy Grail war, his shoulder would probably be useless. Little master, let's go. My blood is already boiling. Saying this, without waiting for Waver to respond, he yanked the reins hard, and the Gordius will accelerated directly toward the center of the ruins. Waver's shrill voice echoed through the dim sky. In a grand hotel in Fuyuki City, Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald, the genius master from the Mages Association, who had come to Fuyuki City to participate in the Holy Grail War, fully confident that he could win, and the master of Lancer in this war currently had a face full of rage. His gloved hand gripped a piece of paper covered in writing tightly, and the sound of his teeth grinding was clearly audible in the room. Let's go, Lancer. Yes, master. Down in a dark alleyway within a secret room, Yurio Ryunosuke, the serial killer, who had recently been terrorizing Fuyuki City, was with Castor, Gillis de Rice, whom he had accidentally summoned using a spell from an ancient family book. Together, they were looking at an envelope that had appeared out of thin air. It's Jean. Is it you? Jean has finally returned to this world. Gillis de Rice held the envelope with trembling hands, his large eyeballs twitching. Old man, what's wrong with you? Yurio Ryunosuke looked at the convulsing Gillis de Rice with confusion. Ah, Ryunosuke. Are you coming? Come witness the true art of this world. Yurio Ryunosuke looked at Gillis de Rice excitedly. Yes, Ryunosuke, we must go. True art waits for no one. Yes, old man. In the center of the ruins, Asagami Fujino, using her clairvoyance to observe the movements of all the heroic spirits, gazed at the gradually darkening sky, a strange curve hooking her lips. What are you laughing at? Tuko came to Asagami Fujino's side, unable to help shivering at the sight of Fujino's eerie smile. Ever since Asagami Fujino decided to end everything today, she had sent messages to the people in the Western-style mansion, asking them to come and help. Tuko, do you still have that thing? Asagami Fujino turned her head and smiled at Tuko. What thing? Tuko took a small step back. Asagami Fujino's current appearance was truly a bit strange. The drug you had Sakuya give me before. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 67, Tosaka-chan-zi. I do have a little bit left over from before, but what do you want it for? Tuko looked at Asagami Fujino in confusion. Of course it's useful. Give it to me quickly. Where did you put it? Asagami Fujino said. Don't be in such a hurry, I'll get it for you. Tuko said as she reached into her cleavage, then pulled out a bottle containing a liquid. Asagami Fujino wasn't surprised by this situation. It's the 2D world after all, it's normal. Pulling guns from under a skirt has happened, so storing things in the chest is just a basic operation. Taking the bottle, she examined it. Magic power surged from her hand, and the liquid in the bottle instantly boiled, returning to calm a moment later. You optimized it? Tuko asked curiously. Yes, I made its effects stronger, about 10 times more than before. Asagami Fujino laughed. 10 times? Tuko frowned. What exactly are you trying to do? With 10 times the potency, you're going to send someone to heaven. The original potency was already several times stronger than anything sold on the market. Although Tuko hadn't tested or compared it herself since she's a woman, after all, and had only made the thing out of a momentary curiosity and it had no effect on Asagami Fujino, Tuko was certain the value was high. Now, increasing it by 10 times. Someone was definitely going to die. Just don't ask, you'll find out in a bit, Asagami Fujino said with a smile, her eyes fixed on the bottle in her hand with an indescribable strangeness. Tuko shook her head helplessly, and didn't bother asking further. Anyway, it would be someone else who was unlucky, she would just enjoy the show. Fujino, how should we handle this person? Lia walked over, carrying a large burlap sack in her hand, inside of which was the bound Kiritsugu Amiya. Just throw him on the ground, he's still of some use. Lia swung her hand and threw the large burlap sack directly next to Metakaria, who had been knocked unconscious by Asagami Fujino earlier. I'm back. Scat Hack also jumped to Asagami Fujino's side at this time, similarly carrying a large burlap sack, though the one in Scat Hack's hand was even larger than the one Lia had held. Master, please open it, Asagami Fujino laughed. Addressing Scat Hack as master was an old habit. Scat Hack had once requested that Asagami Fujino not call her master, because she had been defeated by her, but Asagami Fujino refused, and Scat Hack let her call her that afterward. Scat Hack swung her demonic spear and sliced open the large sack, revealing two unconscious people inside, Tosaka Tokiomi and Kirie Kotomine. Hee hee, you're exactly what I was waiting for. The chilling, eerie laugh gave even Scat Hack and Lia a case of goosebumps. Fujino, what are you going to do? Lia asked. Hee hee, you'll know in a bit. After saying that, Asagami Fujino looked toward Aoko, who was closest to Metakaria, and shouted, Aoko, help me kick that person over here. The middle-aged man with white hair. Metakaria's body traced a graceful arc through the air, landing perfectly on top of the bodies of Tosaka Tokiomi and Kirie Kotomine. Fortunately, all three had been dealt heavy blows. They showed no signs of waking up even after such rough handling. Hee hee, now all the components are gathered. Reaching out to toss the Metakaria lying on top to the side, Asagami Fujino directly lifted Tosaka Tokiomi with one hand. Midnight Blessing. Midnight Blessing. The full name should be The Blessing of Midnight, comes from a game called Darkstalkers. It is the ultimate move of the vampire Dimitri. Based on the logic that everything can be gender-bent, as long as a male target is hit by Midnight Blessing, their gender will be forcibly changed to female. Even their clothing will transform into female attire. When used on females, it forces a change of clothes. It is practically a broken ability, completely ignoring differences in strength. Once hit by this move, there is no other way to reverse it unless the altered body is destroyed and remade, or the caster cancels it themselves. Of course, it's not without weaknesses. Midnight Blessing is ineffective against genderless creatures. Even if they look male, if their essence is genderless, it will have no effect. The ability activated. Under the astonished gazes of Lia, Tuko, and Scat Hack, Tosaka Tokiomi's well-built body rapidly underwent changes. His masculine facial features began to soften, his Adam's apple disappeared, his flat chest began to swell, and his figure became slender like a woman's. The red suit on his body also turned into a woman's suit, which, combined with the current Tosaka Tokiomi, looked quite heroic. Then, Asagami Fujino set aside the gender-bent Tosaka Tokiomi, now Tosaka Chinzi. She tapped her finger lightly on Kirie Kotomine's forehead, and his closed eyes snapped open instantly. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 68, Relia 1103 words. I understand. Thank you, lady, for granting me such supreme glory. Kirie Kotomine had a look of fanaticism on his face, and the hand placed over his chest was trembling slightly. Then I'll leave it to you. Asagami Fujino smiled. Turning Kirie Kotomine was simply too easy. Spending 5 points in the system shop to purchase a full HD camcorder, she handed it to Kirie Kotomine and smiled. You know how to use this, right? Please rest assured. Kirie Kotomine revealed a joyful smile. Then I'll count on you in a bit. Next, Asagami Fujino turned back, her eyes shining as she looked at Metakaria on the ground. Taking out the bottle of potion, she uncorked it, and then used her hands to force Metakaria's mouth open, pouring the entire contents down his throat. She also cast a life-saving spell on him, just in case he actually died, which would be quite dull. After injecting a surge of mana into Metakarea's body to temporarily suppress the potion's effects, Asagami Fujino tossed him directly to Kirai Koto Mine. "I'll leave the rest to you." With those words, Asagami Fujino swiped her finger through the air, opening a portal to another dimension. Closing the portal, Asagami Fujino clapped her hands with a smile. "You really have a wicked sense of humor," Toko's lips twitched. She never expected Asagami Fujino to use the potion for something like this. "Isn't this fine? Metakaria hates Tosaka Tokiomi, doesn't he? Now he has a perfect chance to completely defeat him." Toko looked at Asagami Fujino and ultimately gave up on saying anything. She couldn't afford to provoke her. Nearby, Lia and Scathach also looked at Asagami Fujino with strange expressions. This method was indeed a bit something. "All right, never mind that." Asagami Fujino walked over to Lia and affectionately hugged her arm. "The King Arthur of this Holy Grail war is arriving soon. I'll leave that to you, Lia." Lia nodded. Her casual home clothes were replaced by menacing black armor, and a pitch-black holy spear appeared in her hand. Everything was ready, waiting only for the target to appear. "What about me? What should I do?" Scathach asked from the side. "You, master. Just enjoy the show," Asagami Fujino said with a laugh. Asagami Fujino held an ancient book in her hands. It was Gilles de Rice Noble Phantasm, Prelati's spellbook. Prelati's spellbook was bound in human skin, with the cover depicting a face contorted in pain. Rumor had it that the book recorded forbidden magic wielded by ancient evil gods from before the birth of humanity. These so-called ancient evil gods could also be called the Great Old Ones, or outer god supreme beings independent of the universe, possessing unimaginable power, and minds incomprehensible to humans. Any human who merely witnessed their presence would descend into inescapable madness. The Great Old Ones possessed unquestionable power, and once ruled the universe in ancient times. However, they were later defeated by the Elder Gods. Due to their immortal nature, they could only be imprisoned in various parts of the universe, only to be summoned into this world by incantations when the stars were right. All things have an end, but they are eternal. Among the Great Old Ones, the most unfathomable is their leader, Azathoth. Azathoth bears many titles: the Blind Idiot God, the Nuclear Chaos, the Demon Sultan, and the Lord of All. Azathoth is the creator of the entire Cthulhu mythos worldview, the ultimate creator of all dimensions, all space-time, all universes, the infinite outer gods and Great Old Ones, the ultimate void, and the ultimate abyss. He resides in the ultimate abyss far above the multiverse. His essence is indescribable and incomprehensible, an absolutely unknowable, undiscussable, and inconceivable existence. He is accompanied by an infinite number of formless pipers, each of whom is a powerful outer god. And the source of the forbidden magic recorded in the Prelati's spellbook held by Asagami Fujino was a highly famous existence among the Great Old Ones, Cthulhu. Cthulhu, also known as the Sleeping God and the Lord of the ancient city of Relia, is one of the beings symbolizing water. In Asagami Fujino's previous world, he was even personified as a cute green-haired little loli. One must admit the power of otaku culture is terrifying. Cthulhu sleeps in the underwater city of Relia in the South Pacific. However, due to cosmic phases or other external factors, the seal sometimes unlocks automatically, and the city appears on the sea. But because the seal is not fully broken, Cthulhu cannot leave Relia. When the stars change and the seal's power is restored, he returns to Relia to continue his long slumber. What Asagami Fujino intended to do was use the forbidden magic in Prelati's spellbook to reach the ancient city of Relia, allowing her consciousness to enter. Relia contained countless ancient texts, which recorded innumerable magical and forbidden knowledges. These were Asagami Fujino's targets, though they were secondary. Her main goal was to meet the legendary Cthulhu, this Great Old One. To enter the ancient city of Relia, one needed to use Prelati's spellbook and sacrifice several lives to summon a sliver of Cthulhu's will to facilitate the spell. The targets for sacrifice were already available: the unconscious Karna and Gilgamesh on the ground, along with the soon-to-arrive writer Alexander the Great and Gilles de Rice. As for Saber, She was to be sent directly back to the throne of heroes by Lia. The others would simply serve as sacrifices. After all, they were just projections of their main bodies in the throne of heroes, so there was no real loss in sacrificing them. Are you really going to do this? Scat-Hack walked over, looking at Prelatai's spellbook in Asagami Fujino's hand with concern in her eyes. Having lived for so long, Scat-Hack also understood what those beings were. Their descent into a world would be an irreversible disaster. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Asagami Fujino wasn't worried at all. This was also an experiment and an attempt for her. If something really went wrong, she still had the system. She could also test whether the system, or the great old ones were stronger. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 69, Everything is ready, they're here. Closing Prelatai's spellbook, Asagami Fujino looked into the distance. Only Tuko, Aoko, Lia, and Scat-Hack remained in these ruins. Asagami Fujino had already had Aika take the two little Lolas, Sakura and Colin, back first. Lia, get ready to move. In Asagami Fujino's perception, Saber was already approaching the battlefield in a vehicle. Not just Saber but others like Rider, Lancer, and Caster were also about to arrive. I'm going first. Lia charged out instantly. The ground cracked outward under her terrifying strength, and her movement directly caused a sonic boom. Master, why don't you go deal with that D'Armuid? Asagami Fujino said to Scat-Hack. D'Armuid? The first warrior of the Irish Fianna Knights. Scat-Hack also became interested. That's the one. He's summoned as a Lancer this time. Since he wasn't summoned as a Saber, he doesn't have those two demonic swords, so his strength is a bit lower. But you'll just have to make do, Master. Fine, it beats being bored, Scat-Hack said with a smile. Master, remember not to kill him, or I'll have to summon him again, Asagami Fujino added. Understood, don't worry. Just leave him half dead, right? With that, Scat-Hack charged toward Lancer's location. Fujino, what about me? Aoko leaned in, looking at her. Didn't you say you'd give me an opponent? Where are they? Isn't there still a Caster? Go on, I'll leave that guy to you. Just remember not to kill Caster, you can do whatever else you want. As for that serial killer, Master, you decide what to do with him yourself. It's actually that guy. Aoko had heard plenty on the news about the serial killer, who had recently been terrorizing Fuyuki City, but she hadn't expected him to be Caster's master. Aoko, are you okay with this? Can you actually do it? I recall you haven't killed anyone yet, Asagami Fujino said calmly. It was exactly as Asagami Fujino said, Aoko's hands had never been stained with another's life. Sigh, what a useless little sister, Tuko walked over and immediately began mocking her. What did you say? Aoko bristled. It's just a serial killer. I might not be able to strike a normal person, but why would I be afraid of a serial killer? With that, Aoko angrily went off to find Caster and his master. My, she's so easy to manipulate, Tuko said with a shrug and a smile. Aoko can handle it. Don't worry about that for now, come help me draw the magic circle. To reach the ancient city of Relaya, one must use the magic circle recorded in Prelatai's spellbook. The circle's power creates a false celestial alignment that matches the unsealing of Relaya. This method only opens a small crack in the seal. If she wanted to break the seal completely, Asagami Fujino could rely on the system to buy the full power of the Cosmic Dragon King, and then directly manipulate the stars to shift them. However, that would cause Cthulhu's true body to descend, and the Type Moon world would be instantly destroyed. Asagami Fujino naturally wouldn't do that, as she still had great use for this world. Besides, the full power of the Cosmic Dragon King was a bit expensive in the system shop, she couldn't afford it yet. My other self, is this all you've got? Liao brandished her pitch-black holy spear, sending countless spear shadows raining down on Saber. Struggling to swing her invisible sword, Saber's current situation was dire, and her heart was even more conflicted. Liao didn't hide her identity at all. The moment she appeared, she told Saber that she was the King Arthur from a parallel world, someone who had made a different choice and chose the holy spear over the sword. It's time to end this. Liao removed her black helmet and slowly walked up to Saber, looking at this face that was once her own as she spoke softly. Pick up your sword for one last strike. Let me see what kind of light the version of me who chose differently can radiate. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Saber's face. Let me also see what I am like having chosen the holy spear. Picking up the sword from the ground, the invisible air surrounding the blade dispersed, revealing the sword's true form, Excalibur. That's more like it. Liao smiled as her pitch-black holy spear erupted with black light. Saber's Excalibur also glowed with golden light. Rongaminiad. Excalibur. Looks like it's over. Watching the two beams of light, one black, one gold, from the release of the noble phantasms in the distance, Asagami Fujino knew the battle had ended. Not far from Asagami Fujino, Alexander the Great and his master, Waver, were both unconscious atop the battered Gordius wheel. The others are about ready too. It's time to begin. I'm really looking forward to this. Gazing down at the ruins from high above, a massive magic circle was inscribed on the land, covered in countless strange, obscure, and incomprehensible patterns. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Chapter 70, Entering Wilaya. I'm back. Almost at the same time, Liao, Scat-Hack, and Aoko returned together. Aoko's face was somewhat pale, and there were still bloodstains on her hands. It was clear she had killed Yuryu Ryunosuke. Seeing Aoko like this, Asagami Fujino could understand. When he first killed someone in the One Piece world, he was in a much worse state than Aoko. In this regard, Aoko was much better than he had been back then. Asagami Fujino walked up to Aoko, took her blood-stained hand, and said softly, "It's okay now." Feeling the warmth from his hand, Aoko's face flushed slightly. She shyly tried to pull her hand out of Asagami Fujino's grasp, but she was held tight by 093. It was useless, so Aoko simply gave up resisting. Ever since she had entered a relationship with Asagami Fujino, Aoko no longer felt like resisting him. It could be said that her whole heart was now set on Asagami Fujino. Alright, you two shouldn't be like this in public. Wait until you get home to hold hands, Tuko said with a smile as she walked to Aoko's side, teasing her while her gaze lingered on their tightly clasped hands. Fujino smiled and released Aoko's hand. Aoko looked at Tuko with both annoyance and embarrassment, then huffed and turned her head away, ignoring her. Alright, let's get ready to start, Asagami Fujino said to the group. Throw those heroic spirits over here, and put that woman and that weakling further away. The woman Asagami Fujino mentioned was Miyahizo, whom Liao had brought back. Fujino had previously instructed Liao to bring her. As for the weakling, who else could it be but Waver? In this Holy Grail war, Waver had the lowest combat power among the masters. Even if he knew magecraft, facing Yuryu Ryunosuke would likely result in death. Even if he luckily survived, he would definitely be injured. As for Kenneth, Asagami Fujino had Scat-Hack knock him out and throw him aside. He was useless for now, but he could be squeezed for value as a reincarnator later. After all, he did have some strength. As for the ransom note that lured Kenneth by claiming Sola Ui was kidnapped, it was just something Fujino had scribbled. That woman Sola Ui had been knocked out by Scat-Hack and left in the hotel's basement. Calculating the time, she should be waking up about now. Everything went according to plan. Placing the 4 heroic spirits in the center of the magic circle, Asagami Fujino contacted the 2 little Lolas, Gaia and Alea, telling them not to resist later. Summoning Cthulhu's will to descend upon the world would cause the world to instinctively resist, and these 2 counterforces would be the first to feel it. With everything ready, he had the girls retreat to the outermost perimeter. Asagami Fujino's finger cut a small opening, and blood radiating rich energy dripped into the center of the magic circle. The red magic circle instantly lit up, and the weak breeze in the ruins suddenly turned violent. The center of the circle emitted an eerie red light, which formed tentacles that dragged the 4 heroic spirits into the center, turning them into sacrifices. Asagami Fujino's lips parted slightly, and an ethereal voice echoed in the center of the magic circle. In his house at Relaya, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. A massive spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a strange green light from within. This is it. Asagami Fujino looked at the rift in the sky with surprise. She had originally only intended to let a sliver of Cthulhu's will descend, and then use that sliver to let her own consciousness pass through the seal to the ancient city of Relaya. However, this method wasn't guaranteed to succeed. After all, success depended on Cthulhu responding to the summons. Sacrifices were necessary items, but sacrificing more didn't necessarily mean it would work. If there was no response, no amount of sacrifice would succeed. The reason for Cthulhu not responding was also simple. Cthulhu often slumbered, even missing opportunities for the seal to break multiple times. Looking at the spatial rift, Asagami Fujino didn't bother thinking further. She sent a message to the girls waiting outside telling them she was going into the rift, and not to worry, then jumped directly into the spatial rift. After Asagami Fujino entered, the massive spatial rift vanished instantly. The magic circle on the ground seemed to turn into fine sand, blown away by the wind and dissipating into the air. Relaya was an incredibly vast city, entirely submerged under the sea, with only a giant stone fortress protruding above the water. Cthulhu slept there. The city's construction resembled futurist art, with building structures that were abnormal and completely contrary to Euclidean geometry. Its unprecedented spatial structure and dimensional scale would cause a strong sense of revulsion. These buildings were constructed of massive green stones, too large to be from Earth, with dizzyingly high stone carvings, grand statues, and ornate reliefs. The entire city emitted a strong aura of impurity. A strong sense of dizziness, something Asagami Fujino hadn't felt in a long time, hit her, but the feeling came and went quickly. Asagami Fujino opened her eyes and saw a massive building radiating light. Is this the place, the ancient city of Relaya? I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone and let me know. Chapter 71, Contract with Cthulhu. 3587 words. Looking at the massive buildings around her, Asagami Fujino began to feel around like a child who had found a new toy. Gems of unknown structure, as well as unknown carvings, texts, and symbols on the buildings, all of this attracted Asagami Fujino. Placing a hand on a gem decoration on a building, driven by curiosity, Asagami Fujino used the system's ability to recycle it. The next moment, a look of surprise appeared on her face. These gems were actually worth 10,000 points. It didn't sound like much, but don't forget that these strange gems were everywhere in Relaya, and the one Asagami Fujino had just recycled was a relatively small one. Just as Asagami Fujino forgot her original purpose, and was ready to go all out to collect all the gems in Relaya, and turn them into points, she suddenly stopped her movements, and turned around quickly. Behind her, an indescribably cute little loli floated in midair with her bare, flawless white feet. The little loli had beautiful long green hair with batwing hair accessories. Even her eyes were a gorgeous gold. She had pink, lustrous lips, a perfect curve at her chest, and jade-like arms exposed by her short-sleeved dress. Beneath the short skirt were legs that hadn't fully developed but could be played with for a lifetime. Asagami Fujino's heart began to beat wildly. Even though Asagami Fujino no longer had a heart, and had replaced it with a core. The core's rotation had sped up considerably. A special feeling rippled through her heart. If she liked Tuko because she had admired them through a screen before, then for the little loli in front of her, it was more like love at first sight. Why was there a loli in Relaya? That green hair, could it be? Suppressing her extremely complex emotions, Asagami Fujino looked at the little loli in front of her and asked weakly, "Are you Cthulhu?" The green-haired little loli nodded slightly, her golden eyes fixed on Asagami Fujino. Asagami Fujino's mind exploded. Oh my god. It really is a little loli. Asagami Fujino didn't know what to say. Should she say that otaku is truly a terrifying existence? Even though she knew that the true form of this explosively cute little loli was a mountain-high combination of an octopus and a bat, looking at the little loli before her, Asagami Fujino's heart couldn't help but be moved. "Thou art very special," the Cthulhu loli spoke, her beautiful voice causing another ripple in Asagami Fujino's heart. Oh my god. Whatever, even if the true form is scary, as long as there's love, nothing is a problem. I, Asagami Fujino, have decided today I must abduct this little loli and take her back. Thou art very special, the Cthulhu loli said once more, this time coming directly in front of Asagami Fujino, the distance between them nearly zero. The Cthulhu loli closed her eyes, her cute little nose twitching as she constantly sniffed the scent on Asagami Fujino. Seeing curs like this, Fujino couldn't help but think of a puppy sniffing its master's scent. Cthulhu stopped and opened her eyes. Her calm golden eyes actually showed an emotion called urgency. Thinking of something, the curve of Asagami Fujino's lips widened. She extended her index finger, and a wound appeared instantly. Blood flowed from the wound and Cthulhu, like a cat smelling fish, opened her small mouth and took Asagami Fujino's index finger inside. As expected, her blood was useful to Cthulhu. Dripping her blood onto the magic circle earlier had been an experiment by Asagami Fujino. After all, it would be frustrating to work for nothing without a response from Cthulhu, so Fujino had specifically added a drop of her blood, gambling on whether her blood would attract Cthulhu. Now it was clear that it did. The blood being sucked felt itchy to Asagami Fujino but not unpleasant. The movement of Cthulhu's little tongue in her mouth felt very comfortable. The blood was draining rapidly so fast that even with Asagami Fujino's current body's blood production speed, it could barely keep up. Just as Asagami Fujino was about to withdraw her finger, the Cthulhu loli proactively stopped sucking. A faint blush crept onto her fair, cute face. Asagami Fujino suddenly realized that her great holy sword power hadn't been turned off. Usually, just skin contact would cause strong pleasure. The effect of deeper contact like blood was apparently hundreds of times stronger than skin contact. But did it work on great old ones too? Asagami Fujino looked at the faint blush on the Cthulhu loli's face. It seemed to have an effect, but for a hundredfold effect to only cause a slight blush, she truly was a great old one. The blush on the Cthulhu loli's face soon faded, and her golden eyes continued to watch Asagami Fujino, though with a difference from before. Surprise and curiosity appeared in her eyes simultaneously. Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden achievement. The system, which hadn't made a sound for a long time, suddenly came back to life today, nearly startling Asagami Fujino. She had thought the system wouldn't pop up again until that mission was completed, but who knew it would jump out today? System, what is going on? Asagami Fujino asked. The host has completed a hidden achievement, which is why the system has appeared. A familiar, synthesized electronic voice rang out. Achievement. There are still templates. Didn't you already remove the extra templates? Replying to the host, this is a hidden template. If the host had not completed the hidden achievement, this template would not have been triggered, the system replied. What is this achievement? Is it related to Cthulhu? Replying to the host, this achievement is related to the Great Old Ones. The condition to complete this achievement is to form a contract with any one of the Great Old Ones. A contract? How come I don't feel anything? Just as Asagami Fujino finished asking, she suddenly felt an unusually cold sensation on the back of her right hand. Asagami Fujino immediately raised her right hand, and a strange mark appeared on the back of it, looking quite cool. System, what the hell is this contract? Asagami Fujino asked hurriedly. If she had signed some messy contract that made her suffer a loss, she would definitely find a way to make the system pay. The host's blood has many uses. Cthulhu absorbed the host's blood, which is why the contract was formed. This contract allows the host to gain the friendship of all the Great Old Ones. The more Great Old Ones you form a contract with, the stronger the effect, and the host can command the servants possessed by the contracted Great Old Ones. The servants under Cthulhu, if Asagami Fujino remembered correctly, should be the Deep Ones led by Dagon and Hydra. Replying to the host, after forming a contract with the host, the appearance of the Great Old Ones will be fixed, so the host can rest assured and take action without any worries. Hearing such heartwarming words from the system, Asagami Fujino felt that the system was practically her savior. Previously, Asagami Fujino had worried that if she were having fun with Cthulhu Loli, and she suddenly transformed into her true form, it would scare her to death. Now that was resolved, the only thing she was worried about was gone. It was simply wonderful. The host still has a reward for completing the hidden achievement that has not been claimed. Do you wish to claim it now? The system sent another notification. There's more. The contract was created because Cthulhu Loli drank her blood. It wasn't a system reward. She had almost gotten it confused. System, what is the reward? Asagami Fujino asked. This mission reward is to acquire an ability similar to the host's most powerful ability. Do you wish to extract it now? The system said. Asagami Fujino was stunned. The most powerful ability she possessed was undoubtedly Megiko, which was also the foundation of Asagami Fujino's current strength. What could an ability similar to Megiko possibly be? Asagami Fujino immediately became expectant and quickly said, extract. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taskmaster's ability. Holy crap. Asagami Fujino's heart exploded again. She didn't know how many times this had happened today. The level of surprise brought by obtaining the Taskmaster's ability even surpassed the contract with Cthulhu. Who was the Taskmaster? An incredibly powerful person in Marvel, though because of a face that was difficult to distinguish between male and female, they were jokingly called the Cute Master by the world. Asagami Fujino's understanding of the Taskmaster came from a novel written by some great author she had read before, where the protagonist's cheat was obtaining the Taskmaster's ability. The Taskmaster possesses the ability to copy and stack. As long as they act first, regardless of where they act, no matter how powerful or incredible the ability is, the ability will be instantly copied by the Taskmaster, and the ability will be instantly stacked countless times. While copying the power, it also copies the usage experience. It can not only copy the abilities of living beings, but even the abilities of items like a stun gun can be instantly copied. For example, using the Taskmaster's ability to copy the power of a stun gun, as long as it goes through hundreds or thousands of times of ability stacking, a small amount of electricity can instantly turn into terrifying lightning capable of destroying the world. The Taskmaster's ability is definitely the most bug existence in Marvel Comics. The person themselves even defeated the Living Tribunal, and copied characters from the entire Omniverse. Their strength is ridiculously powerful, almost becoming the new AAO. Perhaps because the ability settings were too bug, it led to difficulties in writing the later parts. In the end, the Taskmaster, comparable to the AAO, was inexplicably defeated by the Celestial Order's judge and sealed within the Living Tribunal. This point is also the most speechless. The Taskmaster, comparable to the AAO, was just sealed away so hastily. The Taskmaster's ability is very similar to Megiko. It is impossible to clearly distinguish which is stronger or weaker. The Taskmaster's ability can be strengthened to a terrifying degree just by instantaneous stacking, while Megiko has a sense of accumulating potential, but it can't be helped that Megiko possesses a strengthening ability. How terrifying the combination of the two would be. System, extract the ability. Asagami Fujino said impatiently. Replying to the host, since this ability is comparable to Magiko, Magiko's power will be temporarily unavailable during the ability fusion period. However, the ability to learn and copy can still be used normally. The ability fusion time is 5 hours. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. For the first time, Asagami Fujino felt that the system was dawdling. Start fusion. Following the system's prompt, a stream of pure white energy instantly merged into the core. The core seemed to be in an uproar, spinning at a speed that was hard to capture. Although the core was spinning very fast, Asagami Fujino was not affected at all. She was just unable to use Magiko, but other abilities were not affected. Cthulhu Loli came over again. Slightly different from before, this time she hung directly onto Asagami Fujino. Her little nose twitched. The more Asagami Fujino looked, the more she liked her. Such a cute loli was simply wonderful. Tremblingly, she reached out a hand and placed it on top of Cthulhu Loli's head. The soft touch, combined with the confused little look in Cthulhu Loli's eyes as she raised her head, made Asagami Fujino feel her nose getting a bit hot, as if something was about to flow out. She quickly retracted her hand, and dealt with it to avoid losing composure in front of Cthulhu Loli. System, can I take Cthulhu away from here? Asagami Fujino suddenly thought that although she had formed a contract with Cthulhu, Cthulhu was still sealed in Relaya. Asagami Fujino was not sure if she could take her away. If she used astral transfer to open the seal, there was no guarantee she wouldn't be targeted by those ancient gods. The so-called ancient gods were the existences that sealed the Great Old Ones in the first place, and their strength was definitely not weaker than the Great Old Ones, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to seal the Great Old Ones. Although Asagami Fujino said she wasn't afraid after obtaining the Taskmaster's ability, being watched by an ancient god was not a comfortable thing. Most importantly, Asagami Fujino didn't even know where the ancient gods were, so she couldn't eliminate the hidden danger even if she wanted to. Replying to the host, after you form a contract with Cthulhu, you can take her out, but Cthulhu's power will be left in Relaya. Only when the seal is broken can Cthulhu's power be fully restored. And the host's blood can silently erode and destroy the seal. Currently, the seal has been eroded by the host's blood by about 15%. In other words, Cthulhu now only has 15% of her power at her peak. Asagami Fujino asked. Replying to the host, yes, the system replied. Since she could take her out, Asagami Fujino didn't ask any further. Asagami Fujino didn't care about Cthulhu's strength, and she couldn't bear to let Cthulhu go out and fight others. Such a cute little loli should, of course, be kept at home and raised well. Later, when Ilya is born, she'll just happen to have a companion. A tug suddenly came from Asagami Fujino's sleeve. It was Cthulhu Loli. What's wrong? Asagami Fujino smiled. Cthulhu Loli only said one word. Asagami Fujino was just thinking about whether to ask Cthulhu Loli if she wanted to go out with her, but now it was fine. Cthulhu Loli had spoken first, and her heart was happy again. Okay, I'll take you out with me. Responding to Cthulhu Loli, Asagami Fujino's face was full of smiles. However, if she was going to leave, it wasn't now. There were still so many gems in Relaya that she hadn't recycled yet. These were all naked points. How could she waste them? Cthulhu, can you give me all these gems in Relaya? Asagami Fujino pointed to the green gems on the buildings not far away and said. Cthulhu Loli tilted her head cutely, not understanding why her contractor wanted these useless stones. But Cthulhu Loli clearly didn't think too much, or perhaps she didn't want to think about it. With a gentle wave of her little hand, the entire Relaya seemed to come alive, and began to shake violently. The green gems in the ancient city of Relaya moved all at once. Whether embedded in the buildings or in the stones, the green gems all floated into the air, and then one by one they drifted to the ground. In a short time, the pile of green gems was already the size of a normal mountain, and it was still increasing rapidly. Asagami Fujino's fists clenched involuntarily. Good heavens! How many points would this be? Asagami Fujino could foresee what a terrifying level the points would reach after recycling all these gems in the ancient city of Relaya. System, come out and work. Recycle them all for me. Asagami Fujino said to the system, almost shouting. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points from recycling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15,000 points from recycling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40,000 points from recycling. The system's notification sounds kept ringing in her head. Asagami Fujino didn't dislike it at all, the whole person became elated. Cthulhu Loli's golden eyes looked suspiciously at her strange contractor. The cute appearance directly made the ecstatic Asagami Fujino hug Cthulhu Loli in her arms, rubbing her cheeks against Cthulhu Loli's cheeks non-stop. Two kinds of happiness were enjoyed at the same time at this moment. The points were rising crazily, perhaps even faster than a rocket. The small mountain formed by the green gems was still piling up, yet it was also rapidly decreasing. Fujino held Cthulhu Loli in her arms, a happy smile on her face. Watching the points rise rapidly and feeling the softness of the little girl in her arms, this might just be the happiest moment of her life. In the Type Moon world, the women had not left and were still waiting in place. 8 hours had passed since Fujino disappeared into the spatial rift. The night had faded, revealing a beautiful morning glow, but no one was in the mood to appreciate the scenery. If not for the seeds of Fujino's magical power within Tuko and Aoko, which allowed them to determine if Fujino was still alive, these people would have long since found a way to reopen the magic circle to look for her. He woke up again. Aoko frowned as she looked at Kiritsugu Amiya, who showed faint signs of waking up. Hit him harder this time. Why don't we just break his neck? Tuko said coldly. Just kill him. This was said by Lia. Bury him in the dirt. This was said by Scat Hack. Fujino had been gone for so long that even though the others had mentalities far superior to ordinary people, they were starting to get a bit restless. With a heavy thud, Kiritsugu Amiya, who was about to wake up, was knocked unconscious by a stick Aoko had found from somewhere. Fujino had said this guy was somewhat useful, so Aoko didn't want to kill him, and knocking him out was better. This time, Aoko had deliberately used extra force. He probably wouldn't be waking up for a day or two. Throwing away the stick in her hand, Aoko looked up at the sky again, hoping that Fujino would return soon. In Relaya, all the green gems had finally been collected by Fujino. Looking at the massive amount of points in the shop, Fujino was overjoyed. Now that she had such a large sum of points, Fujino would have to make some changes to her original plan. We're leaving. Stroking Cthulhu Loli's hair, Fujino and Cthulhu Loli had gotten along quite well while the system was collecting the gems. Perhaps because of the contract, Cthulhu was also quite clingy to Fujino. Cthulhu Loli nodded gently, then looked up into Fujino's eyes and whispered, "Blood. Do you want to drink blood?" Without thinking too much, Fujino extended a finger. However, Cthulhu Loli shook her head, spread her arms, and made a hugging gesture. Feeling a bit puzzled, Fujino still bent down, and took Cthulhu Loli into her arms. Cthulhu Loli leaned her head toward Fujino's neck and opened her mouth, biting directly into it. Her teeth pierced Fujino's skin. Fujino subconsciously wanted to push Cthulhu Loli away, but she forcibly held back. Her blood was being sucked by Cthulhu, making a slurping sound. However, this time Cthulhu Loli didn't drink blood for long and soon released Fujino's neck. Cthulhu Loli stuck out her little tongue and licked the wound she had bitten open. Fujino shuddered instantly, her cheeks flushing slightly. All done. Cthulhu Loli said softly. Fujino responded somewhat unnaturally. Cthulhu's actions just now made her feel strange. Without thinking further, Fujino activated the power of world traveling and located the Type Moon world. After selecting her target, Fujino disappeared from the cold and lifeless Relaya while holding Cthulhu Loli. The moment Fujino disappeared in another world, with a dim sky, freely erupting volcanic craters, and lifeless dilapidated cities, it was a scene of total immersion. On a towering building, a girl with long silver white hair, and a conspicuous ahogue growing on her hair sat on the edge of the rooftop. She was wearing a black and white checkered maid outfit, and her beautiful legs, wrapped in white silk stockings under the absolute territory, swayed gently. She hummed an ambiguous little tune. Suddenly, the girl's movements stopped. Her green pupils looked toward the sky, as if piercing through the clouds to look into the depths of the universe. Cthulhu's aura. Isn't that guy still inside Relaya? How could? The cute girl said in confusion, a light flashing rapidly in her green eyes. Strange, there is clearly still hundreds of thousands of years until the stars align, and the seal is broken, so how could Cthulhu's aura appear outside of Relaya? Interesting. Truly interesting. The cute girl stood up, an uncontrollable smile on her face. I've finally found something interesting. Cthulhu, I'm coming to find you in the Type Moon world. The women all seemed to sense something and stood up simultaneously, staring ahead. The space suddenly vibrated, and a huge spatial rift appeared in midair. A familiar figure slowly walked out of the spatial rift. At that moment, the hearts of all the women finally settled. I'm back. I hope you're enjoying the fanfiction so far. If the story has you hooked and you can't wait to see what happens next, you can unlock 30 chapters in advance over on my Patreon, patreon.com/tlhimajima1. Every bit of support means the world to me, so if you're loving the ride, don't forget to drop a power stone, and let me know. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.